Chapter 1. The Shadow Man. 10 years ago. Getting dark. Cold, too. The day's been bitter, but mercifully still. On any other evening, the bright sun and cool air would have made him rejoice in being alive. The smell of the freshly cut grass on the banks of the path, the distant lapping of the lake, slower and heavier than usual. Now, though, his focus was on what he couldn't see, what he couldn't hear. He'd fucked this right up. Got overconfident, arrogant. Useless prick. Useless. No. Distant footsteps. Regular and fast. Left, right, left, right. A runner. The hazy darting of a head torch, scanning the path through the woods. Was it him, though? He crouched low and grabbed the cord in his hands, twisting it around as he waited. Watching. Listening. Smelling. Come on. You can do it. Gasps, deep and strained. Not long now. Half a mile until the car park. This was the home straight of a 20-mile run. To some that would be impossible to conceive of. To others it'd be a trivial warm-up. He waited. 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 Nobody else around. Just one car in the car park, his own 2 miles down the road, hidden behind some trees. Nobody would know he was here. The runner was speeding up now, using those final few calories stored away to power through the last gasp of the run. And the head torch's glow was enough to show the face. It was him. Definitely. Now. He pulled the end of the cord and hauled the line up to neck height, snapping tight, then shaking, then tight again. Invisible in the darkness. Come on, The runner caught the thick cord in the throat and flipped over, landing on his back. His head cracked against the hardcore path. He let go of his end of the cord and picked up the heavy rock, then walked over. Calm. Cool. Analyzing. The runner was lying on his back, moaning, struggling for breath. The torch now lay over to the side, shining at him, lighting up his face. His throat looked like something out of a butcher's window. He hefted the rock up above his head and crashed it down onto the runner's skull. Blood smeared the side of it. He chucked it away and it rolled off into the woods. The runner just lay there, eyes wide open, dead. Sometimes it was like that. Too easy. He reached into his pocket for his pouch and unzipped it. The compartments flapped open and he grabbed a roll of duct tape. Took a few seconds to find the end, but he soon gagged the runner. Might have snuffed it, but he didn't want the dead man telling any tales. One cable tie secured his wrists behind his back, nice and tight. The other snapped around his ankles, a nasty-looking gouge on his left. Maybe that explained why the runner was so slow, why he'd arrived here a lot later than scheduled. Let doubt creep in that the plan was a mistake. He put the bag back, then grabbed the runner's shoes and dragged him off the path and up the embankment's thick clods of grass, then through the gap in the dying nettles towards the trees. He didn't know how long he was dragging him, because all he could think about was what was in his pocket, what he was going to do. He almost missed it, but the tang of freshly dug earth hit his nostrils and snapped him to the present. The shallow grave was deep enough to fit a human being. He pushed the corpse in and stood back, admiring his work. Even let out a sigh. It felt good. The body moved. What the fuck? Still alive. Well, that wasn't such a disappointing outcome. He stepped into the freshly dug grave and flipped the runner over. Wild eyes stared up at him. Blood from his head wound trickled down his face to the mess that used to be a throat. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife, the blade catching in the last light of the day. He grabbed the hilt with the tip pointing downwards. Somehow he was much stronger that way. He lifted his arm and smashed the knife down, stabbing the runner in the chest. The eyes went even wider. He stabbed again, and again, and again, and again. For the second time in a few minutes, he lost track of what he was doing, until he stopped, panting, unable to get his breath back under control. He couldn't look at the ground anymore, couldn't look into the grave. He stepped out of it and grabbed the shovel, then started tipping the mud in, covered the body in seconds. He reached into his pocket for the stake and wedged it into the soil. When they eventually find it, they'll know who did this. We live in the shadows. Chapter 2. Marshall. Monday, 2 days later. Rob Marshall sat in the passenger seat of a car the driver considered classic, but to anyone else was just a rust bucket. No power steering, so every turn meant freewheeling arms elbowing Marshall. No sat-nav either, so Marshall had a 5-year-old map book open on his lap. Professor Jacob Goldberg steered them around another bend, his bony elbow digging into Marshall's arm again. "You will clean up once you get out, won't you?" "Of course. My car should pass its MOT today, so I can only apologise for." "You're from near here, aren't you?" The convenience of the map light pointing right at the book meant Marshall didn't have to look at Goldberg taking his eye from the road for way too long, so he could peer at Marshall. It was just a blur of movement in his peripheral vision. The map showed the big blue expanse marked Kielder Water. Rural Northumbria. Up the hill was Carter Bar, marking the Scottish border. Down here it was all evergreen trees around the misty lake, not a loch, and pissing rain. "That's correct, sir. Melrose. A lovely wee town." The words jarred against Goldberg's home county's accent as much as when he used words from the northeast. Barry, bonny, canny. "You don't talk about it much." "Few good reasons for that." "You go home much?" "Not really, no. Not in the last 10 years. 10 years? Goldberg was scowling at him. "That concerns me, Robert. I need my protégé to have a clear head, not to be clouded by self-doubt and personal tragedies." "Next left, sir." Okay. At least this time the outbound elbow was flailing on the other side. The square car park was almost full. Lots of dark saloons sitting in the rain. A scenes of crime van still had its engine on, pluming in the late morning gloom. Goldberg gave him another couple of inadvertent elbow jabs as he steered his jalopy between two half-logs. "There we are." The engine died in a way that sounded like it would take necromancy to bring it back to life. Marshall opened his door and got out. Robert. Goldberg was holding out his drum of wet wipes. Tidy up, please. Marshall swallowed his sigh and tore out a tissue, then rubbed it all over the cracked leather of the seat and the battered glove box and the map book. That do you? There's a reason I don't like anyone else in here, Robert, so please stop being facetious. Goldberg might be a germophobic neat freak, but he could walk very quickly. Marshall slammed the door and had to jog after him to catch up. Goldberg was already signing them in. You know, being the UK's leading criminal profiler should mean I can delegate matters at times. I'd appreciate it if your boss, D.I. Bruce, would bear that in mind, The board-uniformed officer snorted and shivered, his neck a mess of spots and shave buns. Barely 18, but he'd been entrusted with guarding the crime scene's outer locus. Kid was going somewhere. I'll pass it on to him, sir. See that you do. Goldberg stabbed the pen onto the page, then handed it all back. Come on, Robert. He squelched along the forestry road. Bare hardcore tipped out years ago when the trees were planted, only to be used by walkers, runners, cyclists and horse riders, until the inevitable forestry operation would turn the mature trees into timber. Some years to go before that. Goldberg squirted hand sanitizer into his palm and rubbed it all in, giving off the fumes of a seasoned alcoholic. What dimwits like Bruce don't understand is that I'm an academic, Robert. Being dragged out into the field by policing is... You'd rather sit theorising in your office at the university and giving lectures to the next generation. Marshall might have close to 30 years on him, but he was a lot less fit than Goldberg. I get it, sir. Do you? Of course I do. Marshall wasn't that experienced, but most profilers he'd met in his training, in the day job or at conferences, were eggheads and bookworms. Seemed a lot like a complete disdain for the real world with no interest in solving crimes was what got you ahead in the game. Just present your theories, bask in the praise from colleagues, challenge rivals and debate them. Ignore the fact there were dead bodies. Lives ended in the worst ways. Need I remind you, Robert, that the victims are not people? Goldberg's mantra. They cease to be people when they are killed. There's a hard line between academia and policing, and we need to work to maintain that. Our expertise is in our emotional distance, our rationality, our logic, our experience. More than 2 victims to the same suspected killer, and they become crucial data points. And data is everywhere. Which is why I think it's important we visit crime scenes, sir. Data could otherwise get missed. Seeing it with our own eyes can only make the profile stronger. Yes, which is why I've got you and... Ah, there she is. Somehow Goldberg managed to accelerate. How could someone walk that fast? Marshall was out of breath by the time he caught up with him. Jake. D.I. Jonathan. Call me John. Bruce, of Northumbria Police, held out a hand to Goldberg. Good to see you again, mate. His accent was deepest, darkest Newcastle. Goldberg looked at the hand like it was going to eat him or infect him with bugs. It's been a while, Inspector. Marshall took the hand and shook it. Hi, John. You okay? Nope. Bruce was partially suited up, with the blue Smurf suit dangling and catching the light breeze. Another figure floated next to him in a mask and goggles. Dr. Leanna Curtis pulled them clear of her face. A tousle of red hair tumbled out of the hood. Took your time getting here, Dr. Jones? Her smile was as infectious as Goldberg's germs. Her accent still had traces of the Mancunian in it. She looked at Marshall. Take it he was driving, Indy? Indy? That nickname. made everything that little bit more familiar than it should be. Marshall didn't want to get into that again, so he nodded. Bruce was frowning. Dr. Jones? Indy? My nicknames for these two. Leanna gestured at them, her finger moving precisely. You know that Indiana Jones film? He's Sean Connery, he's Harrison Ford. Goldberg's grooming Marshall to take over. His protégé. Ah, right. But Bruce didn't seem to want to get involved in another officer's banter. More than enough of that in a police station. Besides, Leanna wanted Goldberg's job way more than Marshall did, which wasn't much at all. He just wanted to get on with stopping monsters killing people. Suit up, lads. Bruce tossed them a crime scene suit each. Sadly, there's been another victim of the Shadow Man. Goldberg hauled his suit up to the waist, then dug around for his left arm. I'll be the judge of that. Sure you will. Bruce chuckled. Jess Williamson couldn't get hold of you two, so I managed to get Leanna out here first, and she agrees with my assistant. Again, she's not the arbiter of whether this is the Shadow Man. I am. Goldberg finally caught the left armhole. Can you buy these things for home use? You do what you want in your own time, sunshine. Bruce was smirking. Gather you were summoned to the scene, Jake. Chief Constable to University Chancellor. Goldberg managed to get the other arm through the hole. Believe me, the last thing I want is to be out in the field. I have students who can take photographs and write reports of their findings. I have these two to assess and direct. I shouldn't be here. One thing Marshall was quicker at than him was suiting up. Felt like he'd seen more crime scenes than he'd given seminars to Goldberg's classes. I want to see it for myself, even if he doesn't. Come on, then. Bruce led them in silence along a path wide enough for a lorry. Both sides were mowed. A CSI was cataloguing a patch over to the left, but Bruce took off through a wood, over uneven grass that had been flattened by countless feet. A crime scene tent stood between two large trees, their needles already carpeting the forest floor. Bruce pointed for Marshall to go first. He took a deep breath and stepped inside the tent. A group of CSIs worked away, lights flashing and voices muttering into recorders. In a shallow grave, the corpse of a man was being excavated carefully, like a mummy at Pompeii. Oh, heavens! Goldberg coughed behind him. Just think of the millions of bacteria floating around this cadaver. It's disgusting. How can I be expected to concentrate here? Marshall saw the stake and the sign. We live in the shadows. He shifted his gaze back to the victim. It matched the others. Young man, fit and athletic, and savagely attacked, just like the others. Total overkill. Slashed with a knife, maybe 60 times in the chest. His throat was slit wide open with a deeper gouge. Just one difference. The only thing I'm noticing is the wound on his head. Leanna was next to him, arms folded. Blunt force trauma. Implies our killer waited to strike. Same as the others. He caught him in the throat, but he hit him with something. This lad here is a big guy like you, Rob. So my theory that he's a smaller male or female is starting to bear fruit. Could be he just didn't want them struggling anymore. Could be. Leanna glanced around the others, but nobody was looking at her apart from Marshall. And the shallow graves? He's a planner. Preparing it all in advance. We know that. He's getting them in isolated places. But why does he not dig a deeper grave? He wants to show off his work, burying them just enough to make an exit and confound early discovery, but not for long. Marshall was trying to spot anything else. Cable ties on the victim's arms and legs show he doesn't get off on the thrill of the chase, just the act of killing. It's a release for him. I suspect he's disgusted with himself afterwards, or just spent. Good point. Leanna gestured at the stake. Every grave has that same message. We live in the shadows. Why we call him the Shadow Man, but we have no idea what it means. Goldberg was as far away from everyone as he could get. His goggles were all misted up. What do you know about the victim, Inspector? Bruce sighed. Found a BMW 1 Series in the car park. Been there a few days. Got a hit from the plates. Left Newcastle on Saturday lunchtime. Found a wallet in the glove box. Photo matches his ID. Name is Toby Wilder. 23, from Whitney in Oxfordshire. Postgraduate student at Northumbria University. He left a gap, but nobody filled it. Fits a profile of the Shadow Man's victims. Young and healthy adults. Also, a brand new Beamer for a student. Shows his parents have a quid or two. Goldberg shot him a glare through smoky goggles, raising a gloved index finger. Inspector, I and I alone will decide what fits and what does not. You are not qualified. If you say so. Bruce laughed, but his eyes betrayed a slight nervousness. So, is he another one or not? Goldberg just stared into the grave, seeming baffled by this whole situation. A man of inaction, of theories, lectures, empty pontification, talking himself up. But what did he deliver? He delegated the 4 other crime scenes to Marshall and Leanna. Now he was finally forced to be here. It was down to him. And Goldberg clearly hated having to provide expertise in the moment. Marshall clapped his hands together. Okay, here's what I think. The prior victims have all been white-collar workers. 2 accountants, an HR manager, and a social media entrepreneur. 2 women and 2 men. Now this Toby Wilder guy is a postgraduate student. If he's on his way to being an academic, that's a slight difference in salary. He focused on Bruce. Spoken to anyone at the university? Chapter 3. Northumbria University was pretty much slap bang in the centre of Newcastle, like a knife in the heart. Leanna's tiny Daihatsu was much comfier than Goldberg's Jag. It had sat-nav and, like any car built after 1992, power steering, so her elbows barely moved as she navigated the one-way system at lunchtime. The footwell was all dirty from being out in the wilds of rural Northumbria, and the back seat was a morass of discarded magazines, newspapers, and a gym bag. Marshall doubted there was space there to fit even a small child. Out of the crime scene get-up, Leanna's dark grey trouser suit was more banker than criminal profiler. Sterile, but the perfect foundation for her red hair. Why did Goldberg go back to base? Why do you think? I think he's already in a disinfecting shower, moaning like he's been exposed to anthrax or Ebola. She looked over, her lip curled up at the side. Too harsh. Nah, fair enough. We know why he's gone back. He hates the real world. Books and papers, that's where he exists. Too bloody right. She pulled up outside a building that looked like a spaceship, a sister landing craft to the Gateshead Sage over the banks of the Tyne under the famous bridge. Marshall was first out, but at least he didn't have to contend with Goldberg's walking speed now. Leanna might be a runner, but at least she kept to a human pace. Bruce was already out of his car, tapping away at his phone. Apologies for Goldberg back there. Bruce looked up and grinned. Oh, there's nothing to apologise for. This case is fucking shit, mate. But at least his eccentricities give us something to laugh about, eh? He smiled at Leanna. Shall we? He led them into the building. Didn't even have to go up to reception. Just a flash of his warrant card was enough. Dr. McGilvery's expecting us. He pushed through a door and trotted up the stairs. Need his formal sign-off to let my boffin get access to all of this lad's internet accounts. Liana kept two-step pace with him as they climbed. You know Goldberg is thinking bricks and mortar on this, all right? I do. Bruce smiled at her. What about you pair, though? I tend to agree with you. The virtual world is full of possibilities. Lass after me own heart, Pet. Marshall took it slower, one step at a time, taking deep breaths, grabbing the handrail. Couldn't speak. Christ, it was one flight of steps, a very long one. The door rattled shut and he pushed through into a corridor. No sign of them. Shite. He really needed to get fit. He heard a braying laugh coming from a room on the right and followed the sound. Bruce and Liana were sitting by a desk. A little goblin man was standing behind it. Navy trousers hauled almost up to his armpits. Lime shirt, dark green tie, completely bald with cold eyes. Ah! You must be Dr. Marshall. He waved a hand. Dr. Easter McGilvery, at your service. He tucked the hand back in his trouser pocket. Just saying to D.I. Bruce here that his IT boffin is getting full access to Toby's account. That's good to hear. Marshall stayed standing, giving enough space between him and the others. The days of people using their university accounts for everything virtual were long gone. Most had their own laptops, so the uni side would just be coursework and emails to mates, but he wasn't going to say anything. Listen, we're all sorry about. Toby was a good student doing solid work. Ask me, he was on his way to the top in business studies in this university, but there's a hard ceiling there. Bruce scribbled in his notebook. So he was on track to be an academic. Know what they say? Those who can't do, teach. McGilvery's braying laughter erupted, high and keening. Not infectious in the slightest. I mean, I imagine yourselves know all about that. Another giggle. His joke didn't land. Liana folded her arms. What's that supposed to mean, sir? You two are Professor Goldberg's protégés, aren't you? McGilvery's grin widened. I know Jacob and I know his reputation. Impressive work, but it's not real work, is it? Professor Goldberg is trying to turn this profiling malarkey into a business. Make his department a profit centre in the university, I get it. Consulted on it even. Okay. Marshall looked at Liana, and her friend suggested she was thinking the same as him. The guy was, like so many in this line of work, a boring twat. Would Mr. Wilder have expected to earn much once he'd finished? I myself have made a decent career out of teaching. It's rewarding work. I gather you two earn a decent salary. His gaze switched between them. Why do you ask? The other victims all had six-figure salaries, which is a lot for this area. In this day and age, an academic isn't at the top of society. That's long since been given over to lawyers, bankers, entrepreneurs. Not even captains of industry. And Toby wouldn't have been earning even half of that by the time he was my age. McGilvery collapsed into a chair. Way things are going, you do academia for the love of it. Did he love it? I don't really know. Never got that close to him. Few sessions a month to discuss progress, but that's it. Kept himself to himself. Liana tilted her head to the side. But not a popular guy by any stretch, and he had an issue with a couple of students. What kind of issues? A complaint. From other students? McGilvery nodded. Female students? McGilvery folded his arms. I'm unable to divulge that. We investigated it. That was all that needed to happen. Come on, man. Briss thumped the desk. That's been killed like. We need the truth. Right. Well, yes. The allegations were of a sexual nature, which didn't fit the profile. The other victims were all squeaky clean, unless there was something they had all hidden, which was difficult in the modern age, but not impossible. Then Toby Wilder was giving off the flavour of being an outlier. Like I said, he was under investigation, but he was cleared. The women involved even apologised to him. Sounded weird to Marshall, or like a future legal case brewing. Was it a drinking-related incident? God, no. Toby was teetotal. It was stalking. He thought the women were sexually attracted to him, and he'd seen a few too many Hollywood films and movies and listened to a few too many love songs. Upshot was, he didn't know when to back off. Another braying laugh. We cleared it up and no harm was done. Just a misunderstanding. All the same, Bruce slapped his notebook on the desk. We'd like the names of both alleged victims, and a copy of the report. I'll have to. This fella's dead. That means they're suspects. How about I give the Dean a ring? Sure that'll go down well. Of course. I'll see what I can do. Marshall was already thinking ahead. You said he was teetotal? Correct. As far as I know, Toby's only real passion in life was exercise. He was a runner. Leanna craned her neck around to Marshall. That's maybe something. 2 of the previous 4 ran. The other 2 were cyclists. Bruce's mobile rang. He checked the display and shot to his feet. Back in a sec. He stormed out of the room, phone to his ear. McGilvery shifted his gaze between them. The braying laugh had a calculating mind. This is a serial killer case? Leanna nibbled a nail, staring at the floor. Marshall fixed him with a hard stare. We're not at liberty to divulge that. Oh, come. I know Jake Goldberg. I was at Durham before this and sat in on many interdepartmental meetings with him. Like I say, I consulted on how to turn that galaxy brain of his into a business the university could profit from. Shared a few bottles of wine in the process. Jake always brought his own glass. That braying laugh again. I left there to take up a senior position here. Head of department, you know. Upward trajectory. But I know what he does, so I know precisely what you 2 do. Was Toby killed by this shadow man in the papers? Leanna nodded. The police are investigating that possibility, sir. Robert and I are merely consulting. Like Sherlock Holmes. She smiled. More like Indiana Jones. Sorry, I don't see how. Ah, because he's an academic. Mischief twinkled in McGilvery's eyes. And that must make you Lara Croft. Guys, Bruce was in the doorway, clutching his mobile. Need a word. McGilvery followed them over. Just Rob and Leanna, thanks. McGilvery stuck out his lip like a disappointed toddler. I hope you catch Toby's killer. Thanks for your help, sir. Remember to look up the names of those lasses, eh? Of course. Good man. Bruce scurried off down the corridor. My IT guy has access to Wilder's uni account. He raised a hand. I know what you're going to say about IT, Rob. But first thing Alex has done is go through Toby's web history. Usual sites. BBC, Guardian, Telegraph, Schoolbook, Twitter. But he was a heavy user of extreme notice. It's a message board for runners. The kind of person who thinks a marathon is a light park run. Leanna opened the door for the stairs. Any other activities? Cycling, rock climbing, hiking, you name it. They post their routes and times, then their plans for the next one so others can help with feedback and pointers. Is this a small group? Ish. Couple of 100 maybes. Not sure if they know each other. Some of them are talking of turning it into an app. If they're posting planned routes... Marshall set off down the stairs at the same place as them, determined to maintain it. Going down was easier, right? That gives anyone the opportunity to know where they're going to be and when. Extreme athletes go to extreme places, like Kielder Water. Bruce stopped at the bottom and held out his mobile. Look at this. The screen was filled with messages from different people, all with thumbnail photos. Leanna tapped one. A bearded man out somewhere wild and green. That's Josh Kidd. And another, a thin woman bibbed in mid-marathon. That's Sam Harrington Coates. She looked at Marshall. This is it, Rob. This is how he's targeting them. Marshall had that flutter in his chest. She was right. This was it. John, can your IT guy track down the hosting for this? Maybe we can see if it's an inside job. Bruce snatched the phone back off them. You're in luck. It's hosted in Newcastle. Chapter 4. The hosting office was just round the corner. Like a lot of cities, Newcastle had its own nascent tech hub near a university. So close, in fact, that Marshall could see Bruce and his team enter the office's front door as they got in Leanna's car. No reply from Dr. Jones. Leanna slid her key into the ignition but didn't turn it. She was looking at the squat block Bruce was in too. Just sitting on his mountain top, waiting for people to climb up and seek his sage advice. She sat back. This might be the clincher, Rob. Goldberg's theory that the solution to these crimes lies solely in the real world seemed good. But if he's targeting people virtually, God save us. Think even he will struggle with the internet, Leanna? Can't be this simple, can it? Sometimes it just is. Marshall looked around at her, at those huge eyes that were almost all pupil. Such was the darkness of her irises. If Bruce can identify the other victims using that site, then that is the link. It just comes down to whether it's someone in the group or someone on the hosting site. Leanna shut her eyes. She let out a deep breath and reopened them. How are you feeling about it? Not great, to be honest. Profiling feels so passive, even if it can help get them to the end result. Marshall waved over to the building Bruce was in. Goldberg told us our role is to focus the police on their target, not to do the job for them. We are scholars, they are not. They can't possibly know what we know, and we are far too educated to run around playing Sherlock Holmes for them. Blah, blah, blah. He let out a sigh at least as big as hers. I'm tired of the inaction. Okay. She was biting her lip. I wasn't asking about that. Oh. Her lips pressing against his. Her arms around him, hand on his arse. His hands on her. Oh, indeed. She was looking at him. You don't want to talk about Friday night, do you? He looked away from her. Sorry, I just... Rob, here's the deal. We were both drunk. We kissed, like, really kissed, and I'm interested in you. Romantically. She laughed. Christ, I'm not very good at this, am I? But you ran off, Rob. Why? Why, indeed. Long story, Leanna. I've got time, Rob. We could grab some lunch, talk it all through. After all, we've kind of done everything we can here. Bruce has got his Superman moment. How about you give me some Clark Kent? Clark Kent? Marshall's head felt like a pavlova, one he'd made and had collapsed in on itself. It was unprofessional, Leanna. We work together, and I'm in a senior position to you." That sounded as weak as his mum's tea. "I'll explain it to you one day." For the first time in 10 years since he'd left home with all that baggage, he was thinking of giving up part of himself to someone else, to show that he was an apple with worms and maggots crawling around in the core. "Leanna, there's..." A back door smashed, the shards exploding in a wave across the slabs. A man burst through, running off and clutching his arm. Military fatigue, shaved head, big, muscular, looking behind him, looking everywhere, dropping his mobile over the wall, running towards them. Marshall waved out of the car. "Do you see?" The man clocked them, eyes wide, then ran in the opposite direction. "Shite!" Marshall got out of the car and shot off after him. The guy was almost as big as he was, but much faster, gaining with each stride. On territory he knew, or at least knew better than Marshall. Aching shins, burning lungs. This was action. He tasted blood at the back of his throat, but he was following the guy. Down a back alley into Old Newcastle. Brick buildings at the rear of Georgian edifices. A main road at the end. If the man got there, he'd lose him. Wait, a grey Daihatsu sat there. Leanna. She'd driven off while Marshall had run. She was always smarter than him, one step ahead all the time. Why the hell Goldberg favoured him was probably more to do with what was between his legs than his ears. The guy stopped. He had spotted Leanna. He dived over a chest-height brick wall into a yard. Marshall was even worse at gymnastics than running. Still, he flung himself at the wall, trying to get over. He caught his stomach on the top and winded himself, then toppled over, his back landing hard on concrete. The man was standing over him, threatening him with a Rambo knife, big enough to slice half a cow, let alone all of a man. "Please!" Marshall was struggling to even raise his hands, everything burnt with pain. He couldn't breathe. Seeing stars, he must have cracked his skull. "We just want to talk." "I haven't done anything!" Local accent, harsh and full of rage. "It's okay." Marshall sucked in a long, deep breath. "We'll have a chat, and you'll be fine." "Fine? You're not coming to my office looking for a serial killer, and you think it's me?" Marshall was on his knees now. "Nobody said..." He was going to be sick. "We just want to... I'm not a cop, okay? So why are you following us?" "I'm working with them, helping them." "It's not me." Marshall sat back down again. "What's your name?" "Michael. It's Michael." "Okay, Michael. Let's just..." Marshall caught a flash of motion and shut his eyes, raised his arms, waited for the stab of pain from the knife slicing his hands. It didn't come. Marshall reopened his eyes. Bruce stood over him, brandishing a baton. "You okay there, mate?" Two of Bruce's guys were helping Michael up. "I'm fine, aye." Bruce held out a hand for Marshall and hauled him up to standing. "You just saved the day. We started speaking to this guy. He went to the toilet and ran off. Good work spotting that and catching him." "I didn't do much. Just saw someone smashing through a glass window." "You'd make a great cop." Marshall rolled his eyes. "I've seen how bad the rest of your team are, so maybe." Chapter 5. "How you doing, Rob?" Marshall looked around the poky wee room. He didn't want to sit anywhere. Aside from the chairs looking about as comfortable as Iron Maiden's, his legs were stinging from his brief run. If he sat, they'd seize up and he'd never get up. And his back. His back was like he was actually trapped inside an Iron Maiden, with the spikes drilling into his flesh. Still, the coffee in the Northumbria Police Headquarters was better than back at the university. An Ethiopian blend, if Marshall had to guess. Filter, but clean and with that buttery taste on his lips. Not what he expected. Then again, Bruce's team drank a lot of coffee. Leanna was brave enough to sit. I asked how you were doing. Sorry. Marshall let out a sigh, still tasting that burning blood at the back of his throat. He needed to get fit, and soon. I'm fine. Thanks for asking. She curled her hair around her fingers. That was really brave running after him like that. Can we just watch this, please? On the cracked TV screen, Bruce sat next to DS Chris Williamson, a squat wee lad from County Durham who looked more at home down a mine than in a police station. You mind if I ask you a question? Opposite, Michael Shaw was sitting at attention, if that was possible, like his spine had been replaced by a rod of titanium. No, sir. Williamson was acting all casual, his limbs loose. What does "we live in the shadows" mean? Shaw frowned. No idea, sir. It's from an Oasis song, isn't it? Sorry, sir. I don't know, sir. What's with this "sir" stuff? Leanna scowled at Marshall. Is he taking the piss? Military. Ah. Yes, sir, no, sir, 3 bags full, sir. Got it. Her frown deepened. Does Williamson know that? Our role is to focus the police on their target, not to do the job for them. She laughed. Come on, Rob. I'm sure he'll guess. Or Bruce will. They might be cops, but they're not daft. Williamson leaned forward and made eye contact with Shaw. Recovered the knife you threatened a member of the public with. Looks like there's some flesh in the serrations. If it's human, we'll be able to run the DNA against the database and see if it matches any of the victims. It's not, sir. It's not what? Human, sir. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up. Williamson stuffed his hands into his pockets. Brilliant to just get the truth like that. Don't even need to check, do we? Just take your word for it. Magic. Shaw was unmoved. It's rabbit, sir. Rabbit. Okay. Yes, sir. You killed a rabbit. Yes, sir. Friend's pet? No, sir. You just found a rabbit in your office? No, sir. I was trained to survive off the land. This weekend I was camping in the Highlands. Got a rabbit, sir. Goated it. Cooked it. You were in the army? Coldstream Guard, sir. Leanna looked around at Marshall and clicked her fingers. Well, well. Brownie points to you. And they trained you in how to kill rabbits? Not just rabbits, sir. They trained me in field IT. Hacking into the other lot's equipment in the dust of Kandahar was the difference between life and death. And that's what you're doing as a civvy now? Yes, sir. Database administrator. I learned a trade in the army. I'm grateful to my country, sir. Marshall looked around at Leanna again. He's not all there, is he? Think a lot of him was left in the dust of Kandahar, sir. He smiled back at her. Think he's our guy? No red flags against him, yet. Went in the front door and asked at reception. They told us you run that website. That's correct, sir. And you spoke to us. That's correct, sir. Briefly. You said you needed to go to the toilet. That's correct, sir. And you ran out the back. That's correct, sir. Why? Shaw sat there, bolt upright, staring ahead. Didn't say anything. Michael, why did you run away? Going for lunch, sir. Lunch. Right. You smashed a window to get out and left your phone on a wall outside, but you were just going for lunch. That's correct, sir. Come on, Michael. That's not true, is it? You are fleeing us. Why? You need to speak to my therapist, sir. I've got PTSD from my service, sir. Sometimes I get triggered by things. I wake up a lot thinking I'm being chased by enemy combatants. When you came in and started asking questions, it was like I was back there. Is that what you thought we were, Michael? Yes, sir. Is that who you thought these people were? What people? Toby Wilder, Josh Kidd, Sam Harrington Coates. I don't recognise those names, sir. There are more. I don't know them, sir. Thing is, we found these people on extreme notice. They're all members of the board. Frequent posters. Do you know what extreme notice is, Michael? Yes, sir. Go on. It's a website we manage. You're an IT bod, Michael. I get it. But our own IT buds are currently in the process of extracting all the data from your server. Williamson let that sink in, but it just seemed to bounce off Shaw. There's a pattern emerging. Whoever killed these people could tell from the posts they'd made where they'd be at a particular time. He could wait, then trap them like a rabbit and kill them. Now, we wondered if it might be another member of the group, or it could be someone on the inside, someone behind the scenes. Shaw stared at him. You a member? No, sir. All 5 victims were. Someone hunted them down like a wild rabbit. You planning on killing all 25 members of the group? Not me, sir. Okay, Michael. Here's the part where you get to say more than yes, sir, or no, sir. Toby Wilder went missing on Saturday. Drove off in his car from Newcastle. Went for a run around Kielder. Not seen again until a dog walker found him in a shallow grave. Where were you on Saturday? I don't know, sir. Come on, Michael. I said I don't know, sir. Toby's got family back home in Oxfordshire. They want to know who's killed their son, their brother, their cousin. Where were you on Saturday? I don't know, sir. Michael, don't give me that. Where were you? I don't know, sir. Stop lying now. I was near Aviemore, sir. In the Scottish Highlands? That's right, sir. I told you that. Right. Where you hunted the rabbit? Anyone vouch for you? No, sir. I was on my own. I got off the train and just walked. Eventually I made camp. Okay, Michael. I've got a list of names and dates here. Need you to tell me where you were for each of them. Okay? Yes, sir. You're going to tell me the truth. Okay? Yes, sir. How do I know you're not lying to me? Because I don't lie, sir. Did you kill these people? No, sir. Okay. Bruce scraped his chair back and got up. He whispered into Williamson's ear, then left the room. On screen, a female detective took his place and started leading the questioning. Leanna turned the TV's volume down. The door opened and Bruce came into the observation suite. That was quite something. He took the seat Marshall still hadn't. What's your thinking, Lady Leanna? Lady Leanna? What do you think of him? 3 cans short of a 4-pack. Leanna rested back against the wall. But he fits the potential profile of our killer. He's ex-army. From what I saw, he's clearly trained. Also a loner. Clearly damaged by his experiences in the army. Maybe he does see these people as enemy combatants, in which case you need to get a PTSD specialist in here. On it, Bruce tapped something into his phone. You agree with her, Rob? Not really. His size is jarring. Guy's huge. Leanna already hypothesized that the subject was a smaller male or female. Shaw's a big guy, trained, built. Why would he need the rock? Leanna pursed her lips. Doesn't necessitate a smaller man. Big guys like you are just as capable of using a rock as little ones. Marshall could press the point, but keeping his powder dry was a lesson hard learnt. She makes a good point. Bruce looked up from his mobile. How about the motive? Hard to say, John. Marshall sighed. The Shadow Man is targeting young athletes. We can see how he'd do it. Posting planned solo runs on a forum gives anyone the opportunity. It's not a public forum. You have to be a member to read the information. Which means we've gone from an infinite list to something more manageable. That list contains all the members, but also anyone at the hosting firm who can access it. We've got people going through that list trying to find anyone who's posted in the last week. See if there's not an undiscovered victim. Good work. Bruce held Marshall's gaze. Nothing on the motive side, though. Why he, Michael Shaw, would kill them. Why they live in the shadows. Lots of potential reasons. Bruce smirked. Bottom line? Marshall shrugged, then took a few seconds to clarify his thoughts. I still don't see a clear motive for the murders. Opportunity? Sure. Means? Sure. Motive? No. All a profile does is point you towards the right realm, John, and gives you things to consider. Once you have arrested someone, that's up to you lot in law enforcement to build a case based on evidence. So, either he does or doesn't fit the profile. Which is it? It's 50-50. It's not 50-50. But Marshall wasn't going to argue the toss further. The most honest answer I can give is that aspects of his character fit the profile, but others definitely do not. And he's also clearly troubled. Bruce shifted his focus to Liana. What's your take? The profile we have is for a male owner who endured a difficult childhood or early adulthood, someone who works in a menial job. Marshall looked over at her. A DBA isn't that menial. Okay, it can be. Before you ask how I know, my brother's one. It's mostly boring. It might be a professional IT job, but he's not working at a bank or an insurer. Where he's working, most of the work is automated. It'll be exciting when something goes wrong, but how often is that? Not very. At a hosting firm, it'll be badly paid, the work will be boring, and he could get called out at all hours, which could lead to sleep deprivation. Thanks, guys. Bruce clapped his hands together. I'm convinced we've got our killer. He narrowed his eyes. It's a classic case. The army trained him to kill, and he's used that training to murder these men and women, confusing them with people on the battlefield. Liana was nodding. I agree with that assessment. Marshall's legs started to throb from the pain. I could go along with that too, but I just can't square him with being our killer. He tried to straighten his legs, and it hurt. The main reason is because he denied it. Liana frowned, then laughed. That's it. One of the key aspects of the profile is that the killer wants to be caught. The sign, the message, the shallow graves. Michael Shaw didn't want to be caught. He ran, then he threatened me with a knife, and he's still denying it in the interview. He's telling us stuff, but not admitting to the murders. Our guy would be screaming from the rooftops, "It was me!" over and over again. Bruce bit his cheek. Liana? I see Rob's point, but... She stood up and started pacing the room. Your theory's sound, but it falls apart on one aspect. You've assumed he consciously wants to be caught. Marshall tried to wind his way through her logic. You think it's a subconscious need? Right. Liana unbuttoned her suit jacket and rested her hands on her hips. He's in denial about the murders, but he wants to come clean. You're suggesting a sexual component to the killings? Correct. It's maybe not that he goes there to hunt them, or not explicitly. Could be that he's a voyeur and an exhibitionist, that he masturbates while watching athletes, men and women, and maybe he cruises fit young people for sexual encounters. And I think the overkill is the result of the self-disgust at this act, especially with the male victims, where it's much worse. Toby had twice as many cuts as Sam, for example, and maybe the sexual act is after he's caught them. They can't say no when they've been tied up and duct-taped, can they? But they can watch. How do you explain the rock to Toby Wilder's skull? Maybe Shaw didn't like the guy looking at him, or there was an adverse reaction, such as Toby laughing at him. Marshall played it all through his brain, still fizzing from the strong coffee. But it just didn't feel right. John, any case depends on the magic glue that holds a prosecution together. Now you have a suspect. What does the evidence say? Leanna was frowning again. We've got 5 data points now, Rob. We've got our suspect. That's a lot to go on. She looked at Bruce with raised eyebrows. Besides, I'm sure this sexual theory will provoke a response in him. Bruce barked out a laugh. I like it. He shot to his feet and left the room. Leanna turned the volume back up, just as Bruce reappeared. The female detective made to leave the room, but Bruce shook his head. Need you to stay, Gina. He stayed standing, between Shaw and the door. Here's the thing, Michael. This behaviour of yours is a lot like what we'd call cruising. People hanging out in an area looking for sexual partners. No, sir. A lot of gay men do it. A lot of straight men, too. Nothing wrong with it, really, so long as it's not in a public place and it's between consenting adults. Bruce left a long pause. But that's where you fall down, eh? You do it in public, and you don't ask. You know where these sexy, young, fit people are going to be, and you wait for them. Then you pounce, attack them, almost garrote them. Then you stand there, masturbating as they die. And you bury them like you bury your shame. Shaw slumped forward, head on the table. His sides were moving. Leanna was standing up now. Is he laughing? Shaw lurched back in his chair and roared. Not laughter, but crying. A deep wail of anguish. Please, I just wanted to stop. Bruce walked over and put a hand on his wrist. Michael Shaw, I'm arresting you for the murder of Toby Wilder. He gestured at Gina. Can you read him his rights, please? You do not have to say anything, but it may. Leanna turned the volume down on the TV. Bruce barreled in, grinning from ear to ear. Did you see that? The room was tiny, but he was moving around it like it was Wembley and he'd just won the FA Cup. I asked him and he said, Please, I just wanted to stop. If that's not guilt, then I don't know what it is. John, that can be interpreted in a bunch of different ways. The interview, the accusations, the PTSD, the rain outside, neighbours on TV. Or the murders he's committing. Bruce clapped them both on the arms. You pair can relax. You've been a massive help with this. Leanna's grin was at least as wide. I'm pleased you've caught the Shadow Man. Chapter 6. The Shadow Man. Friday, 4 days later. The light had long since died. Just him alone in the pitch-black emptiness. The sea was lapping down below. He could almost make out the bank of cliffs in the garish moonlight. Just him, on his own. No sign of her. This was almost too good to be true. They'd caught that guy. It was all over the news. He'd got away with it. He was in the clear. But he couldn't stop. Had to keep doing it. Had to... Wait. What was that? The buzzing whip of bike tires on the cycle path. A cone of light swept through the darkness. Someone was coming towards him. Her yellow top glowed. The one he'd watched her leave wearing. Caroline Blackfoot. He held the cord in his hands. Waiting. 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 Whip. Now. He hauled it back. And he missed. Shit. The cord went over her head. Plan B. He lurched into action, grabbing the air rifle and training it at the bike. Even in the darkness he could see her through the scope. His fingers squeezed the trigger, and she fell forward. Perfect. He dumped the gun and raced along the path, clutching a hammer. He didn't look at her as he smashed her in the head. He picked up a racer. The rear tire was a torn mess. He threw it into the sea with no effort. Had to pay a lot to get a bike that light, and Caroline Blackford had a lot of money. Then he picked her up. She barely weighed anything, and carried her off the path, through the bracken and long grass towards the grave. Footsteps, heavy breathing. Shit! Someone else was coming. He crouched, pressing her to the ground. She was looking at him, eyes moving. He covered her mouth with his hand. She bit his fingers. He bashed her head with the hammer again. She stopped moving. The footsteps jogged past with the long moan of a lost runner. A man in his 40s, whippet thin. He waited for the jogger to pass into the distance, waited until he couldn't even hear him. Then he picked her up and carried her towards the grave again, further from the path than the others had been. He dropped her in and inspected the damage. She was all scratched from the crash, a long bright gash up her arms. Her forehead was red like a chip wrapper smeared in tomato ketchup. He got out his knife and cut her throat. Then he slashed away at her chest. It could so easily have gone wrong. He'd been careless. Stupid. So fucking stupid. He stopped and stepped back, then started shoveling in soil. The rope didn't work on a cyclist like with a runner for some reason. He needed to try it lower. Chest height. Yes, that would work. Under the arms. He had to fix that by tomorrow. 3 more. His most adventurous attempt yet. Chapter 7. Marshall. Monday, 3 days later. The weir swept round the bend down below. Strong flow today. Not even a duck or a swan in sight, with only one brave pair of rowers out. A couple walked hand in hand on the far bank. A couple. A river. Dragged Marshall back into the past. A past he didn't want to confront. The door clattered open and Leanna charged in, eyes narrow, clutching 2 coffee cups with lids on. She slammed one on the desk and dots of coffee spat out of the hole in the lid, spreading across Marshall's notebook. Crap, sorry. It's okay. Marshall brushed it away, but it smudged the ink of his precise handwriting that little bit worse than the trailing fingers of his hand. The joy of being a lefty. He opened the lid and sucked in the smoky aroma. Thank you for going to my favourite. You really didn't have to. Hey, it's your birthday. Least you deserve. She swung her bag around and pulled out a small cake box. Et voila. Thank you. He opened it. A fondant pink pair of cupcakes. Thank you, Leanna. This is great. You didn't have to. I know. I did it because I wanted to. Marshall could barely look at her. He took one of the cakes out and slid the box over his desk towards her. Here you go. God, no. Can't eat gluten, remember? Ah, okay. So he was stuck with 2 cakes. Him, a fat bastard who couldn't say no. He bit into it and got a lovely taste of lemon. Thank you. This is magnificent. Leanna perched against the edge of her desk. I like doing stuff for people, Rob. She slurped coffee through the lid and stood there, lips twisted, like she wanted to say something but couldn't bring herself to. He finished chewing. Whatever it is, you can say it, okay? She hid behind the coffee cup. I know you, pardon the phrase, don't wish to dip your pen in company ink, but... She took a drink of coffee, her forehead creased. "But I know how it felt to kiss you last Friday, Rob. How you responded. We get on well. We sit in this office together every day, and how about we go on a date and see what happens?" Marshall took his time chewing the cake, then swallowed it down and took a glug of coffee. "Their Colombian blend is to die for." "That's it. You're just ignoring what I said." "Sorry, no, I don't know what to say, Liana. What I haven't already said. What I didn't say." "I know what you're thinking, Rob. You don't think you're worth it." Marshall cradled the coffee cup in both hands. He still couldn't look at her. "The difficulty of us being psychologists is we think too much about childhood traumas and how they impact later life. But I'm not a criminal whose behaviour can be explained by what happened to me at a formative age." "All the same, you don't let people get close to you. Over the time we've worked together, though, you've let me get close. What happened wasn't just a drunken fumble. It was an inevitable consequence of us getting closer and closer." "Liana, Rob, but you deserve to be happy. You're a good man. Kind, smart, funny. Look, just think about it, okay?" Some people would think she was arrogant to think all of that. But Marshall knew Liana and how her own childhood traumas made her want to heal everyone and give up too much of herself to others. "Liana, I need to—" Her phone rang. She checked the display. Oh, sodomy. It's Bruce. She snatched up her coffee cup, answered it, and left the room. That was something. Marshall felt the cake curdling in his stomach like milk turning into cheese. She was persistent, that was for sure. He was attracted to her, no question about it. She was cute, smart, funny, all of it. But he needed to resolve the noise inside his head. Fuck it. It had to be a no. The door clattered open, and he steeled himself for a resumption of the interrogation about his love life. But it was Goldberg, eyes glazed, fists clenched, looking like he'd been shaken up in a blender. "What are you doing, Robert?" Marshall closed his personal notebook and waved a hand at his laptop. "Working through some changes to the profile." Goldberg grabbed a seat and crashed it into the carpet, then plonked his bony frame down in it. "Why?" "The police might have their suspect, but he hasn't confessed." "So?" "So?" Marshall took a drink of coffee, getting to the tepid point, so he needed to finish it. "I'm just concerned that Michael Shaw isn't a good fit." "Of course he matches our profile." "But not in a very detailed way." Marshall finished his coffee. "You're shouting, Jacob. What's up?" Goldberg got up from his chair with an almighty sigh. "John Bruce called me a few minutes ago." He pinched his nose. "Michael Shaw killed himself on remand." Marshall stared up at the ceiling. The cornices were covered in cobwebs. A spider was prowling the area, but she didn't have any flies to feast on. He looked back at Goldberg. Don't say unfortunate, Robert, because it's much worse than that. Someone probably leaked the small matter of us believing there to be a sexual component to the crimes. Of course, the fine folk in jail take a dim view of sexual offenders in general and sexual murderers in particular." Goldberg scratched at his hair hard enough to dislodge a tuft. "They beat him with soap bars stuffed into socks. They defecated into shampoo bottles and filled them with water so they could spray a brown mess at him. The ringleader said to him, 'This is your life from now on. Welcome to every day.' He was raped and tortured. Then this morning, with suspected encouragement from his cellmate, he tied ripped-up blanket strips into a rope, looped it around his neck, and tightened it until he died." The cellmate told Jonathan's team under interview. Marshall eased up to standing. the caffeine mixed with a jolt of pure adrenaline. If my doubts had been listened to, Michael Shaw would still be alive. You think this is our fault? Oh no, Jacob. Our role is to focus the police on their target, not to do the job for them. Well, we focus them on the wrong target. This is on the police, Robert, not us. Marshall could swing for him. That academic distance you insist on turns victims into data points and perpetrators into algorithms we can analyse and predict. Problem is, algorithms don't kill themselves on remand. Goldberg collapsed back into the chair. Jacob, I told you the killer was seeking attention. The killer wants to be caught. We caught Shaw, but he wasn't blasé about it. He was resigned to his fate. Sat in the interview answering all the questions, except those about the murders. Whoever killed those people did it for a reason. And the bullshit Bruce and Leanna concocted, that's not the reason. Shaw was scared, Jacob. He denied it. I told Bruce not to go for it, Jacob. But he prosecuted Shaw. D.I. Bruce contacted me for the definitive answer. He relayed your concerns and I sided with Leanna. I believe his exact words were, 2 eggheads against 1. Robert, you can't win them all. This isn't a game. This was someone's life. Robert, you and I have been through hundreds and hundreds of hours of police interviews with serial killers. 43% of them confess. The others are in complete denial. We had no reason to doubt that Michael Shaw was in the majority. You thought he'd compartmentalised his psyche so he couldn't acknowledge those crimes as his. The reality is he fought for his country, and he was damaged by what he was made to do. He's traumatised by it. He's a trained killer, sure, but he's not our killer. No. Goldberg ran his hand down his face, like a drunk who'd had too much before a family meal. Out of control, out of order. Wrong. And he wasn't the one who paid the price. Leanna walked back into the room, clutching her coffee with both hands, her gaze shot between them. You've heard, then? Marshall nodded. The suicide is on our heads, Leanna. She frowned. Suicide? Goldberg winced. Michael Shaw killed himself. Shit. She looked over at Marshall for confirmation. He couldn't look at her. We were wrong, Leanna. Robert? Goldberg glared at Marshall. The police arrested him and put him in jail, not us. And D.I. Bruce basically railroaded me into accepting that Shaw fit the profile. Who am I to argue with the evidence they must have had? Oh, and Leanna, who was present, certainly didn't disagree. Marshall couldn't believe what he was hearing. You're going to stick to that line? Robert, you and I both know that profiling is not an immediate science. We, you, Leanna and I, we all needed more time to reflect and process the interview. Never mind the time to recover from such ghastly sights in person. Can't you just admit you were wrong? I know we were, and I'll take that to my death. Leanna shut her eyes. But the reason Bruce called me is they've just discovered another grave. The Shadow Man has struck again. Chapter 8. What a way to spend your birthday. Marshall snapped his goggles into place, and they started misting up straight away. Down below them the North Sea bubbled and fizzed, smashing against the cliffs, spraying up like steam from a boiling pan. A giant tanker lay a few miles out. Berwick-upon-Tweed was a faint blur to the south of them. Across the narrow cycling path was a small wooded area, the only trees for miles on this battered stretch of coastline. The CSI tent hung like a hammock between two of them, preventing what precious little evidence remained and hiding another grisly discovery from view. Right, let's go. Bruce was in no mood to chat, so he just stormed over to it. Marshall followed behind Leanna and Goldberg, his shoulders slumped. Reality, the one thing he wanted to avoid, especially when the latest data point had exploded in his face. Marshall stepped into the tent, empty save for the four of them and their corpse. Bruce crouched in front of the shallow grave. Same depth as the others. He waved a hand over the body. Amy Croft, 28, worked as an estate agent in Jesmond, and it's the same MO as the others. Well, her throat was slit by a knife rather than by a rope. Just look, we found her. Dog slipped the lead and ran for ages into the woods. Owner followed. The dog was in the grave. Leanna was crouching alongside him. Is he being interviewed? Being hauled over the coals down at HQ. Name is Rufus. I mean the owner. Aye, Rufus Wilson. Dog is called Alan. Wouldn't be the first time a killer just so happened to find a body, would it? Marshall was still standing. Something wasn't quite right about this. Newcastle to Berwick is a bit of a distance to cycle. Is it? Bruce looked up at him. 70 miles. Done it myself a few times. Nice run up on a bright day. Get the train back to the Toon. But this is north of Berwick, though. Aye. Amy told her flatmate she was cycling from Newcastle to Dunbar. Same deal. 100-mile cycle. LNER train back to Newcastle. Bruce looked in the direction of the train line a few metres away. The A1 rumbled further over, not far from the Scottish-English border. Bruce winced. Thing is, time of death is wide open. 10-hour range. But we found a head torch just off the path. Battery's drained, so I'd suggest the attack was late on, and it shone all night. Makes sense. Marshall scanned the vicinity outside. If she's a cyclist, where's the bike? Bruce pointed out of the tent. Sent a diver down. Found it at the bottom. Vitis ZX1, and then a load of letters I can't remember. Matches the description of flatmates gave. Killer must have hoid it off the cliff. Leanna was staring deep into the grave. When was she killed? Told you. Time of death is wide open. Yes, but you must know which day. Ah, right. Bruce stood up tall. Friday. Leanna let out a sigh. The elephant in the room is that she wasn't killed by Michael Shaw, as Friday was 2 days after his arrest. He was in remand at HMP Frankland. The monster mansion. Bruce looked away from her. This is on me, okay? It was my decision to go to the Chief Crown Prosecutor with the recommendation we charge him. Not you. Either of you. Okay? Goldberg couldn't keep still. At least he'd stopped shaking his head, though. But now he was walking around the tiny space, making Marshall feel crowded in. You've held back so much detail from the public that nobody could know enough of his MO to copy him, correct? Course. Bruce nodded. D.S. Williamson's at the jail, supervising an investigation with the prison service. From what he's told me, I don't think Shaw said anything to anyone in there. Heard a lot, of course, but mostly abuse. But didn't even pass the time of day, let alone minutiae of his alleged M.O. Goldberg stopped. But he could have done. Jacob. Bruce rested a hand on his shoulder. I can see you're in a bad way. Try to deny it all you like, but we've charged an innocent man who killed himself on remand, and now someone else has been murdered. There's no evidence Michael Shaw passed anything on to anyone. I suggest you stop clutching at straws and help us. I'm not clutching at straws. Jacob, it's fine. I get it. You feel guilty for... This isn't on us. Goldberg jabbed a gloved finger in the air. You pressured Leanna into... I pressured her. You did. You forced her to change my profile to suit the offender. Now Bruce was shaking his head. Okay. So you're reconciling your doubts by blaming the police? Great. I never said Shaw was a match, Jonathan. You always jump to your own conclusions because you lack the ability to reason on your own. Jacob, mate, there will be some form of inquiry into what happened. Both of us will be good little boys and hold up our hands when the time comes, okay? But right now, I need your help in finding this killer. Are you up to that? Goldberg held his gaze. No. What? I can't do this anymore. Goldberg shifted his focus between the three of them, then let it settle on the dead body lying in the grave. I'm putting in a request for retirement. Chapter 9. Marshall ended the call and yawned into his fist. He stared out of the window into the darkness. Below, the lights of Durham blurred. 4:30 and it was like midnight. He caught a brush of perfume and turned around. Leanna was standing in the doorway, watching him. He'd no idea how long she'd been there. You okay there, Rob? He walked over to his desk and sat down. I'm getting on with the job, Leanna, trying to track down the Shadow Man. Felt like a task he'd never complete, and one he was massively out of his depth in taking on too. Rob, it's okay to talk through what's happened. Your mentor, and mine, has left us in the lurch. It's a bit harsh. No, it's not. We're two postdocs who look to him for guidance. He's worked this for 30+ years. He's got the experience, while we've just got some second-hand techniques, and he's let us down. Him. Right. Him. So you don't feel at all responsible for what Michael Shaw did to himself? I do, Rob. It's all on me. All of it. She brushed a tear out of her eye. What Bruce said. I made the profile fit the suspect, not the other way around. I was wrong, and a man killed himself because of that. A troubled man who lost his soul serving his country. I'll carry that forever. But all I can focus on is finding the Shadow Man. I see that Goldberg was wrong. We've been approaching this in entirely the wrong way. You're right. We can't do this dispassionately. We need to see the crime scenes. We need to speak to all the people ourselves. We need to work with the police, not just guard them. Marshall could see a few years of her working out her grief with a therapist, unpicking all the ways she let the decision to prosecute become confused by Bruce's need to arrest and charge someone. He should have stood up to her, to them both, even when he'd been outvoted. Rob, is he really going to retire? Marshall looked her in the eye. The Dean just called me. She's going to recommend approving his request. Wow. It'll be quite a difference. We can't focus on him right now, Leanna. We need to get on top of this case. An old colleague of Jacob's is coming up from Southwark University, Graham Thorburn. They worked together in the past. He's much more into a deeper collaboration with the police, embedding us into the investigation. I've met him a few times, Rob. Good. Just for clarity, he was my sort of stepfather for a few years. He's what got me into this gig in the first place. I wasn't aware. Marshall tossed his phone onto the desk. Graham's recommending a geographic profile. That goes against what Goldberg would recommend. I know, but I'm in charge until a long-term successor is appointed. Those large eyes got a little bit bigger. The protégé becomes the master. Leanna, I recommended you. Goldberg insisted it was me. Besides the way we work together, I think we'll have a more collaborative approach, right? I hope so. She sat behind her desk. I don't know if this is a help or not, but I've been digging into the work the police have done to see if the victim was one of the members of the message board. Their IT guru is still digging into the site's backups to get their access logs. The number of IP addresses that access the pages and profiles is finite, but they reckon there'll be a few thousand, minimum. Which is a lot of work. Indeed. A lot can be grouped, but still. Anyone who is hardcore into IT will have workarounds, like a VPN to mask their location. But still, it's manageable. But it'll take time. And Goldberg says the IT side is a fool's errand. It's an errand we'd be fools not to do. Bruce is going to run it all, but it'll take time. She unlocked her computer. Meanwhile, I said we'd test the assumption that the killer is a member of the group. We would? Isn't that a policing activity? Rob, I'm trying to put my feelings about Michael Shaw's death to one side, okay? I just want to lose myself in something constructive for a few hours. Bruce found 25 active posters in the group. 4 dead before this week, then Toby Wilder, now Amy Croft. So there are 19 alive. Marcia walked over and stood behind her. Her screen was filled with profile pages. He recognised Toby Wilder and Amy Croft in the first 6. The others were all potential victims. One of them might be the killer. Might be. Have the cops located them? IP numbers are tracked on the board for each post. They've got a warrant to get the names and addresses from the service providers. Bruce's team have interviewed 9 since he arrested Michael Shaw. They were trying to track down undiscovered victims. She swallowed hard. He couldn't find Amy Croft. Have you got that data to hand? Nope. He's sending it over. She went into her email, but there was nothing from Bruce. Sorry. Not your fault. Marcia walked over to the wall, where a giant map of the north of England hung, from Lincoln up to the Scottish borders. Give me the death locations, where they were found and where they were abducted from. It's less than a mile from the running or cycling route in all cases. Marshall stuck a pin in Kielder Water and one north of Berwick. Just the locations of the first 4 then. Morpeth, Wooler, Alnwick and Rothbury. Marshall stuck pins in for each one, but it took him a few passes to find Rothbury. They're radiating out from Newcastle, away from the city. Getting further each time, right? Berwick and Kielder Water are the furthest too. That could just be coincidence. Explain? He wasn't picking where he was going to abduct them from. He was gleaning that information from their online posts. Just so happened that the last 2 were furthest away from Newcastle. Okay. What's that given us? Nothing much. But I'd wager he's based in the city or nearby. Have you got victim addresses? Not yet, Rob. Told you Bruce is sending it over. Right. Do we have any indicators? Their profiles have loose locations. Towns, cities, that level. Read them out. OK. 10 of them are across Newcastle. 5 in Durham, 6 in Sunderland, 1 in Alnwick. 1 in or near Consett, and 1 in Berwick. Marshall stuck the last blue pin into Berwick upon Tweed. That doesn't give us much. He stared at the map, trying to puzzle it all out. There was something in this. He just knew it. Then it hit him. The data source they could access was the same one the Shadow Man had used himself. Read out the routes they've done, both cyclists and runners. When they were killed? No, just ones they've posted. All we've got are 6 successful kills. There must be failed attempts, where he bottled it. OK, but I don't think we can tell that, can we? All the same, maybe there are locations he's avoiding. She unhooked her laptop from the monitor, picked it up and joined him by the board. Easier if I do it myself. She took a purple set of pins and eased them into locations throughout the northeast, including a couple of cross-border ones like Amy Croft's cycle to Dunbar. Marshall stared at the emerging shape. There are a lot of runs down in County Durham, but no kills. And Newcastle is the centre of it all. Marshall stared at the map as she stuck yet more pins into the board, hoping it'd resolve into something actionable. A whole lot of nothing. She stopped, holding a pin in the air. Huh? What's up? This. She rested her laptop down on the bookshelf. Looked like it might topple off at any time. She stuck a pin into the coast just to the east of Newcastle. There's one guy who's based in Tynemouth, who's commented on others' routes. Fairly common, but he's never posted his own runs. Marshall felt that spike of adrenaline again, stirring in the pit of his stomach. We're looking for someone who takes without giving. Correct. What do we know about this guy? Martin Keane. He was interviewed by Bruce's lot on Thursday. Lives alone, works in a supermarket. Chapter 10. Bruce was waiting by the interview room door. The overhead lights were out, leaving the corridor in almost complete darkness. The glow from the Ob Suite's open door the only light. Marshall walked up to him. Is he here? Bruce smiled at Leanna. Just wanted to wait for the dynamic duo to arrive before we went in, so you can see the fruits of your labour for yourselves. Thanks. Marshall smiled at him. I know Jacob's only just gone, but we want to do this very differently. Not so much active participation in the case, of course, but less passive. That's what I like to hear. Bruce folded his arms. I don't want to belabor the point, but Michael Shaw's death is on both of us, Leanna. I know. She narrowed her eyes. I want to help identify who the Shadow Man actually is. Bruce thumbed at the interview room door. You think it's this guy? I want to find out. I'd offer you to sit in on the interview. That can't happen, even with your new proactive MO. We're happy to watch. Be my guest. Bruce slipped into the interview room. Marshall followed Leanna into the Ob Suite. By the time they'd turned the volume up, Bruce was deep into questioning Martin Keane. A thin man in his mid-20s, dark hair almost black, 5'6", maybe 7, 9 stone max. Acne scars that gave his face the texture of a golf ball. Thin beard covering his face, patchy like a 14-year-old trying to buy beer for a party he's never going to be invited to in the first place. His face was etched with sorrow. The fun was all over, and a new game was about to begin. Toby Wilder. Bruce slid a page across the table. Josh Kidd. Another page. Amy Croft. Another. Sam Harrington Coates. Another. Gabe Mazzola. Another. Derek Carver. Keane took each one, staring at it, then setting it down on the table. Didn't make eye contact. He blew the greasy fringe out of his eyes and looked at them with his soulless eyes. What about the others? Bruce's forehead twitched. What? The rest of them? Martin, you murdered them. All of them. Yeah, I know. We all live in the shadows. Keane paused, squinted at Bruce, wiped his nose, and then slowly started to smile. But you don't know, do ya? Bruce got up. Martin Keane, I'm arresting you for the... Marshall walked over to the door. Rob, where are you going? He's playing us. Marshall pushed out into the corridor, then walked into the interview room without knocking. Murder of Amy Croft and the murder of... Bruce turned around to Marshall. What the hell do you think you're playing at? Marshall ignored him, instead focusing on Keane. What did you mean by the others? He wouldn't look at Marshall. Come on, Martin. You've just admitted to 6 murders. Are you saying there are more? Keane shrugged. I want to help you be understood, Martin. Talk to me. I'll listen. Get it all off your chest. Keane looked him up and down, then deep into his eyes. Felt like he was clawing out Marshall's soul. He licked his lips. Yeah? There are more. He held up 3 fingers. The nails were chewed down to the quick. Another 3 victims. It hit Marshall like a punch in the gut. Where are they? Keane sat there, mumbling inaudibly just under his breath. Nope. I'm not telling you that. I'm just... not. No, thank you. They'll have posted their routes, Martin. We will investigate them. We will find them. Maybe. Or, maybe not. I don't know. I just think I want to keep them to myself, so, people will want to keep me, in the light. Why? Why not? Martin, please. You're not getting out of this, okay? You've been arrested for these murders. You've confessed to them. Why these 3? Why make their families suffer? No one cared about my suffering. How have you suffered, Martin? You don't get it. You never could. I'm afraid I don't. Come on, Martin. Help me here. Who helped me? We all live in the shadows of the 1%. Billionaires run the whole world. They don't help the other 99, so... You haven't been killing billionaires, Martin. I've been in everyone's shadow my whole life. I didn't matter to anyone. Until I did. I think that's the part I liked the best. Keane chewed at his fingernails. I was in control and I mattered. It didn't matter if they were richer, smarter, stronger or better looking. I got to win. He brushed dandruff off his shoulders. Please, Martin, tell us. No. Not today. Ask me another day. Why? You wanted us to know what you'd done. We know now. We know we'll all live in their shadows. But you'll live in infamy. Nope. Maybe a week or 2. People forget. I'm forgettable. But if I don't tell, well, then maybe people have to remember. Chapter 11. Friday, 4 days later. Marshall lifted his hand back, ready to knock, but stopped himself. Force of habit. Goldberg wouldn't be in his old office. Sod it. He still rapped on the scarred wood before walking into the ice-cold room. Just how Goldberg liked it. The colder the air, Robert, the quicker the brain. Someone was standing by the window. Bruce turned and lifted his chin, then went back to his staring. Never tire of that view, eh? Sometimes you don't notice it, like when someone's death weighs heavy on you. Cold as hell in here, mind. Bruce walked over and perched on the edge of Goldberg's desk. No computer, but stuffed with books and papers. So many pens and ornate notebooks. Marshall remembered him trying to inflict some crazy horizontal filing scheme on them, even wrote a paper on it. He cleared his throat. Leanna's off sick today. She's been out at the prison for the last 3 days solid, trying to interview Martin Keane, trying to get to the bottom of it all. She's not slept, taking it too hard. Not just hers not sleeping. Had a long chat with Mr. Jameson last night. Mr. Jameson? Whiskey. Ah. Marshall let out a breath into the cold air. Self-medicating isn't a great idea. Nope, but it's how I cope. Bruce glared at him. You are not taking this as hard as Leanna or I. Try not to. Gotta rise above it. Focus on the fact I've done my part in this. Found Martin Keane for you. But you're okay about what happened? No, of course not, John. I'm fucking livid about what you subjected him to. Michael Shaw killed himself because of that. I tried to get you and Leanna to see reason. Goldberg overruled me. Bruce stared out of the window. Dark sky, thick with clouds. A flock of geese flew south, a plane headed north. A mortified Rob. Lost. Embarrassed. Shocked. I don't know how I can ever repay the debt I've incurred. All you can do is try to find these 3 victims. Bruce looked through Marshall, then shut his eyes. My guys have tracked down all but 3 of the regulars on that message board. Alexander Quiller, Stan DeMello, Caitlin Westerberg. All live alone. All reported missing at the weekend. All lawyers, junior partners in a firm in the city. Had away in Scheitman or something. He ran a hand down his face. Sorry, shouldn't joke about 3 murder victims. They all went missing on Saturday. Last sighting was on the A1 heading north from the centre of Newcastle. We've no idea where they went. How is that possible? Keane knew where they were going. Only one had a mobile. Caitlin. Left it at her flat. According to one of her work colleagues, it was ringing all weekend with work shit, so she turned it off. Could be anywhere. Did any of them post a route? Several in the last 6 months. We've had dog teams out scouring them all. No dice. Huh? Hey, man. Bruce slapped a hand to his forehead. Only thing we've got from extreme notice is that they were talking about going on a special route. Now we've been through all of their posts with a view to what could be possible, and there's just nothing. Whatever they discussed, it was in private. Maybe face to face. But Keane knew. Or he's lying to screw with us. No, he's not a liar. Somehow he knew where they were going. Might be in their emails. But it might be offline. That'd mean he knew them. True. Why is he keeping this information back? You were in the room, John. He's doing it for infamy. Thing to remember is he gets off on control. Now, today, tomorrow, always. Preserving the last vestige of control is a powerful motivator, even if he isn't the deepest thinker. So why didn't he speak to us? Because we screwed it up. I screwed up. This is psychological profiling, John. If you know the type, you know the motivation, you can develop the interview strategies. Normally, we would have prepared before we went in. Let him talk and tell his tale. Start at the beginning and don't stop until you're done. Get it all out. Always be open to other victims, other acts, other circumstances. And let him lead you there. That was the moment he's been waiting for after all. Maintain control and identify those 3. Whereas we lost it. You made assumptions and gave away information. I was rash. Bruce nibbled at his bottom lip. I'm going to speak to Keane again. Tried twice now. Once with Leanna, once without. He's just not talking. Like he's not there at all, or just doesn't understand. Can I ask you to come with me and... I'll think about it. Bruce gave him a smile. I'll be on my way. Tell Jacob I was asking for him. If I see him, I will. Marshall stared out of the window, listening to the door close. Down on the weir, even on a day like this, it was much busier. So many roars it looked like a motorway from this height. Such a bizarre place, Durham. Right in the middle of the post-industrial northeast, and yet it had that tinge of Oxbridge. The door opened again. Forget something. Marshall swung around. Not Bruce. Goldberg. Same suit as he'd worn the last time. Puffy bags under his wild eyes. Even at this distance he reeked of booze. Bruce wasn't the only one self-medicating. Robert? He didn't say anything else, just went over to a shelf heaving with old textbooks and sifted through them one by one. We caught him. Did you? Not a question, still focused on his books. We did a geographic profile, which helped narrow it all down, helped us catch Martin Keane. The data was all there. Well done. If you'd let us do this earlier, Michael Shaw wouldn't have killed himself. Goldberg picked up a book and hurled it through the air towards Marshall. He managed to duck just in time and it battered off the window. What the fuck is wrong with you? What's wrong with me? Goldberg was in his face, his whiskey breath hissing over Marshall. Data is what's wrong. Data? We talk about data. More than 2 victims to the same suspected killer and they become crucial data points. All that talk is classic compartmentalization. I needed to do it to keep my mind free from the guilt of the reality. But when they became real people, I realized I'd lost myself. He prodded his own sternum. I blame myself for his death, Robert. Michael Shaw was a real person. His head dipped. Bruce told me about these other deaths. If we'd caught him earlier, we'd have saved Michael Shaw's life, sure. But also those of 3 others. 3 others they'll never find. Marshall didn't know what to say. These were all thoughts he'd had himself. Even though he'd objected to it at the time, Michael Shaw's death still hung heavy on his soul. Alexander Quiller, Stan DeMello, Caitlin Westerberg. 3 others who'd torment his sleep for years. Goldberg picked up the thrown book. I built this operation from nothing. Maybe you can make it a force for good. Me? Robert, you can relax. It's all yours. You've won. You're in charge now. You can do it however you like. Marshall swallowed, and it tasted salty and bitter. Jacob, I've quit. What? I followed your lead. When the going got tough, I went to the dean and told her I wanted out. I'm way too young to retire and I'm not in a final salary scheme like you. Robert, that's madness. We built this together. Realised I was Watson to your Holmes. I need to walk a different path. I'm joining the Met. The police? He spat out the words. Marshall nodded. Spoke to our friendly DCI down there and he's approved me as a direct entry DI. There's a fast-track program for people with different experiences. Some PC nonsense, no doubt. No, Jacob. Different backgrounds. People like me who haven't worked their way up from the street but have an insight others won't. Why are you doing this to me? You are supposed to carry on my legacy, Robert. You're talking absolute codswallop. I know what's best for you. Listen to me. You are capable of doing so much more as an academic. I'm fed up with the passivity. What we do is always 1 step removed and 10 steps behind. This will give me the chance to do the job the right way. Stopping people like Michael Shaw from killing themselves. Catching people like Keane before they've murdered more. Robert, please. This is insane. You're my protege. Your destiny is to take over this department and turn this business into... I never wanted that, Jacob. I don't care about power or control. I just want to do the right thing. Goldberg was shaking his head again. This won't bring her back. I'll pretend you didn't say that. Marshall walked towards the door. Goldberg grabbed at his sleeve. Robert, come on. You failed Anna and you keep trying to... I failed her. Marshall brushed him off. Fuck you. I thought you were trying to help me, but you're just a small-minded, petty wee bigot with narcissistic tendencies. There's nothing you or anyone can say that'll make me change my mind. He stepped through the door and strode off down the corridor. Away from Jacob Goldberg's world, his ego trip, his power, his control. He was free now. Part 2. Out of the Ground. Chapter 12. 10 years later. Marshall weaved out of traffic on the A72 towards Peebles, shifting gears and crunching the accelerator like an F1 driver, or his idea of one. The Tweed was low, despite the overnight rain, but still had a monster of a current. The river was Scotland's Nile. So many wee settlements on its banks, old mill towns the Borders Rail now enabled to be Edinburgh commuter towns. The old train line wound its way along the banks towards Peebles. Nobody talked about reopening it, but it would certainly be a lifesaver to some, like his sister, or Marshall, that morning. This section was an open expanse, a few miles across, wedged between big hills like brackets around a complex equation. "Uncle Rob!" Thea grabbed the handle over the door. The interior smelled of her rose perfume. She wore her Peebles High uniform like a badge of honour. "Maybe take it a wee bit." Despite the bend, the bus just passed it, the rock face on the right and the Tweed on the left. Marshall blasted past a Ford, hitting 70, then sped up for the straight towards Cardrona. A Hyundai shot towards them, flashing its lights. Marshall slalomed back onto their side of the road. "I have done advanced driver training." "I haven't done advanced passenger training, though." Marshall laughed. "How you doing, Thea?" "Me? I'm fine. Why? Has Mum said I'm not?" "No, it's just... What happened to you in the summer? You don't talk about it." "Nope." "Is that a no to your Uncle Rob, or...?" "No to anyone." She brushed her hand through her hair, fanning it out. "Thea, that's a big concern to me. If you're struggling to..." "I'm not." "Thea, it's okay to admit weakness. Me, your mum, your granny, we all suffered in the same..." "I said I'm fine. God! Can I actually just be fine? Would that be a tragedy? I confronted him, turned the tables, that's it. What is it with your generation and overthinking things?" "My generation?" Marshall had to slow behind a towed horse box, stuck in his lane by traffic hammering in from the Peebles direction, thumbs dancing on the wheel. Past her, out of the window, 2 fishermen stood waist-high in the river at this early hour. Maybe she was right. His generation hid stuff, judged themselves against a set of metrics nobody could measure up to. Kids nowadays, it was all text, and nothing was subtext. Everything was shown, and besides, she'd had therapy for it. "Are you enjoying being back at your old school?" She nodded. "It'll be easier for your mum when you move house, right?" "Wish I was moving back here." She waved at the sign up ahead. Marshall took the left for Cardrona, past the hulking hotel that looked like a prison, just without the barbed wire and the watchtowers. "You're not feeling Clovenfords, are you?" "Nothing against the place, but my pals are here. Peebles and Innerleithen. Being over at Granny's and Melrose has been a nightmare. 2 buses just to get to my pals' houses." "I know the pain of just one bus." She laughed. They passed the old train station, now a cafe surrounded by new flats that had sprung up recently. "Still, your sucker of an uncle giving you a lift before a shift starts saves a lot of time." "Aye, but it's just to Dad's." She scowled at him. "Least I can get the bus in from here." Marshall pulled up outside a fancy new-build house. Looked expensive. Doubly so given it wasn't jammed in next to the neighbours. A big garden, marked off by a 6-foot fence. Here you go. Back in civilization. Hardly. She shrugged. Didn't seem to want to get out of the car. You okay there? A frown danced across her forehead. I hate being here. It's not that bad. Marshall swept his gaze around the steep hills surrounding the valley. Lots of activities, mountain biking, running. She looked down into the footwell. Aye. Look, if it's about your father, I can drop you in Peebles. She looked around at him, fire burning in her eyes. I came back from school early one day, skipped the last class, which was a study period, and I got my father cheating on Mum with some floozy from work, in our hot tub. Jesus. It was way messier than Marshall imagined, and his sister hadn't told him. His twin sister. Aye, there was a lot of water under that bridge, and not much of it had been discussed. That's tough, Thea. Sorry. I didn't know. Pre-pandemic, in our hot tub. I'm sorry you saw that, Thea. Right. She let out a deep sigh. He's still seeing this floozy. That's what Mum calls her. Mum's having a get-together in Taylor's tonight. She'll get drunk like a teenager. You saw what she was like at your joint birthday. 3 bottles of wine for the table, and only 2 people drinking. They're both acting like kids. They maybe need to blow off some steam. I don't get it, but, I don't drink. Do you? It's been known to happen, aye. Are you going to Mum's thing? I've been invited. To be honest, I'm nervous about it. First big social event in years in the town. I could blow it off saying I've got work. I can accompany you. Marshall smiled. Sounds good. How about I pick you up tonight after work? Take you to the party. Sounds good. She smiled at him and got out. Have a great day, Uncle Rob. Rob's fine. Marshall joined her on the street, just to watch her go. One of those developments where they didn't let you mark out your front garden with a fence, just wanted them all to blend together. Loud music blasted out of speakers, early Coldplay, smoke and charring meat. Thea was already charging up the path towards the front door. God, in some ways she felt like his own kid, and he felt guilty for his own personal bullshit getting in the way of spending time with his only niece. She stormed over to the side gate and tore it open. Dad? Through the slats, Marshall could see Paul Armstrong standing at an Australian barbecue big enough to feed the whole county. Not exactly dressed for the weather. Black shorts and a lemon-yellow shirt under a grey hoodie. Chin covered in a thick goatee, smart hair trimmed to perfection. But that widow's peak was straight out of casting for a vampire. He set off Marshall's creep radar again, just like he did all those years ago, which had put a schism between him and his sister when he warned her. He'd learnt never to warn her. And definitely never to say, "I told you so." Paul looked at his daughter, squinting with the glassy look of the severely hungover. "Oh, hey." He sipped from his coffee mug. Thea stopped far enough away from him that he couldn't kiss her or ruffle her hair like she was a snotty toddler. Couldn't even hug her. You were supposed to collect me last night, Dad, but you just wanted to get drunk with your mates, didn't you? Thea, listen, I called your mother and told her I couldn't do it. Paul rolled his eyes, then got out his phone. Lunchtime yesterday. My darling ex-wife texted me a volley of abuse back. He dropped his phone on the grass and took 3 goes to pick up. Forget about being hungover. He was still pissed. Charming. Thea looked over at Marshall, then at Paul. Her fierce exterior had given way to the vulnerable side. Marshall didn't know why he was still here, but Thea needed someone on her side, and as her parents were playing games and her gran was lost to her own personal grief, he was happy it was him for once. And she looked like she needed someone to drive her to school. Great. Paul flipped over something on the grill. Barbecue and some bacon for you, love. I'm vegan, Dad. Oh, shite, yeah. He chuckled. It's lovely stuff, though. If it came from a pig, Thea snorted. Dad, I need to get to school. Keep your hair on. It's vegan bacon. And I'll take you to school after this. Are you sober enough to take me? Got a cab coming. A taxi? Aye. Bloke owes me a favour. I own the company, so... Marshall's mobile rang. He checked the display. D.I. John Bruce calling. Bloody hell. Marshall stepped away and got in his car. It's been a while, Jonathan. Morning, Rob. Call me John. A deep sigh. Thanks for taking my call. Heard you were in the Met as a cop. I told you that 10 years ago. You did, but I didn't think you'd actually stick it. Charming. When I said you'd make a good cop, I didn't mean it. Oh, I'm not a good one, but I'm a different one. Right. Your old boss says you're based up in Scotland? That's right. Been a while. Must get some lunch together sometime. Sounds good. Bruce paused. Through the slats, Thea was eating something, hands covering her mouth. Bruce cleared his throat. No easy way to say this, Rob, but the Shadow Man has requested to speak to you. To me? That's right. Marshall felt like he'd been slugged in the stomach. Are those bodies still unaccounted for? Probably more like 3 piles of bones after 10 years, mind. Marshall paused this time. He wasn't going to offer any help. He got in the car and nudged the door shut. Rob, his Silk called me up, out of the blue. Asked me to see him. So, I sat with him for a few minutes in the prison. He insists whatever he's got to say, it's for your ears only. I want nothing to do with him. Another deep sigh. I knew that would be the case, Rob. Marshall leaned back and stared up at the car's roof. A silvery hair was stuck to the fabric. He tore it off. It was dark at both ends, but silver in the middle. I mean it. Absolutely no way. Come on, man. This might be. That bastard isn't going to confess. He's a control freak. This is just him toying with us. With you, with me. The answer's no, John. And it'll stay that way. Chapter 13. Selkirk was like Edinburgh's Old Town in miniature. Perched on a hill overlooking a few miles of surrounding countryside until other hills blocked it. The southern uplands, as imposing as the highlands hundreds of miles north. Deus Rakesh Sayal was behind the wheel. The big sod looked as nervous as ever. The last few months under Marshall's wing hadn't done him enough good. The A7 was a steady climb up to the centre of Selkirk, but their target was in the narrow plain by the Ettrick, where Victorian mills had sprung up to take advantage of the Tweed tributary and send wool outwards to the country and the Empire. The first couple of mills they passed were all converted into office buildings. One was a distillery. Idiot. It was a weaver, still doing the ancient trade, selling tartans and fabrics worldwide. The last one was 2 lower buildings joined in a T, 3 stories, unlike the 7 and 8 of the bigger ones. Looked to be 20th century as well. Smashed windows and graffiti showed it hadn't been converted into anything since the trade shifted elsewhere. Still, there were lights on in parts of it. And sounds. Sayal pulled up, indicating to the right, and swivelled around. "Why are you in such a bad mood, boss?" "No reason." "Sure?" "Sure." "Fair enough." Sayal pulled up driver to driver with another car and wound down his window. Marshall heard the din of a local band making a mess of Panic by the Smiths. Must be renting the rooms out to kids or adults who should know better. 8 o'clock was way too early for that kind of noise. Not that there were any houses nearby to complain about the racket. He looked across Sayal and smiled. "How's it going?" Acting DS Jolene Archer was behind the wheel, her blonde hair catching in the early light. Wouldn't even glance over at them. "Just another manic Monday. Wish it was bloody Sunday." D.I. Andrea Elliott was in the passenger seat, jabbing a finger off her phone screen. She was like a craft vodka made from potato and hatred. Her fringe hung a bit lower than Marshall remembered, but then he hadn't seen her in a while. The one time Marshall had tried to see her after she'd been released from hospital, she'd refused. "Last time we were here, Shanti thought the place down the road was a distillery." "I thought the same, Rakesh." Marshall grinned, but Sayal didn't notice. "No distilleries down this way." "Bollocks." Elliot shifted herself around and winced. "My bloody stitches." "You okay there?" "What do you think? Some twat slaughtered me in the guts, worse than my last cesarean. First day back, and it feels like it's just happened again." Elliot shut her eyes and took a breath. "And you're talking rubbish. There's a distillery down in Hoyk. Very good it is too. And there's Dumpender up by North Berwick, though a colleague investigated a murder there a few years back." She winced again. "Still, Shanti's clueless when it comes to what's most likely to be around here. Wool. Shitloads of it." Sayal dipped his head. "You don't need to keep going on about it." "I do." Elliot sat back. "Only way you learn." "First day back, though." Marshall smiled at her. "How's it feel?" "Shite. Just finding out how desperately you've been trying to take my job." The sort of smile that let that kind of barb seem like a joke, even though they both knew it wasn't. Now Marshall was permanently based in the borders. Elliot saw him as a threat to her goal of taking their boss's job. "Don't get too comfortable, Marshall." "Oh, I'm not. Relieved I can hand this case back to you." "Not that you've made much progress in 3 months." She faced the front, arms folded. "When I was forced off on the sick, we were staking out this place morning, noon and night. Now I'm back, and we're staking out 2 hours a day. Have you got anything to show for it?" "Not much, no." "We do, actually." Sayal pointed at the building. "The old mill is getting done up as offices. Local bands currently use it as a rehearsal space. The craft brewery are moving into some of those new units by the dump." He looked around at Elliot. "And that's where your old pals in the Edinburgh Drug Squad have been helpful. The brewery gets cocaine and heroin and the shipment of Cascade and Galaxy hops from North America." "Shame they're bad lads," Elliot laughed. "My husband's big into their IPA. It's magnificent." Marshall laughed. "Probably tinged with a bit of coke." She scowled at him. "That's not funny." He couldn't help himself. The laugh became louder. "Why are we here, Andrea?" "Wanted to see this for myself." "We could have done this at the station." She nibbled at her fingernail. "Trying to avoid Melrose. There it was, the place where she'd been attacked, her belly sliced open and left for dead. Marshall clapped his hands together. Given I'm here for no apparent reason, I'll get back to base and on with my— Not so fast, Marshall. You're another skull on the dunt. He frowned. You're going in? Somebody's got to. Pringle gave me approval to raid once the delivery turns up. Just you two? No, you clown. Us 4 and the 20 officers waiting round the corner. Marshall hadn't seen anyone on the way in. Look, I'm not sure that's— Not your choice, Marshall. I'm back. Andrea, I don't agree with this. Listen to me, Professor Plums. You've been sitting on your arse, scratching those bollocks of yours, while that lot have been shifting smack and coke. We're going in today, and we're stopping this. Right now. Marshall held her gaze. DSIL's my resource. Same with his team. Taking your ball away, aye? Elliot laughed. Order from Pringle in an email last night. Su casa, mi casa. Your house is my house. You've got Jolene, I've got Shunty. We should swap over now. Andrea, this hasn't come to— I don't care. Elliot leaned forward, sucking in a deep breath. Bastard stitches! She turned away from Marshall. It's been 4 months. Aye. Still bloody hurts. Should you be back? She was focusing on a delivery truck pulling into the brewery's car park. Skinner Rapid, door to door, fixed. A big lump slid out of the driver's side, carrying a clipboard while Talk Sport blared out of the cab. Oh no, it was Gavin Fraser. Marshall looked over at Elliot. Andrea, he's wanted for— Fraser clocked Marshall. That slow narrowing of the eyes, the slowing of his gait. Son of a sow. His clipboard went flying, and he tore across the car park. Get him! Marshall got out of the car and chased after him, his heavy feet digging into the pavement and using all that experience in running he'd picked up over the years. Breathing, driving forward, roll your feet from the back to the front. Despite all that, Fraser was getting away. Sayal gunned his engine and shot past Marshall, and past Fraser. A wing mirror rolled along the ground past Marshall's feet. Sayal skidded to a halt and blocked the road. Fraser managed to stop just before he crashed into the hood. He turned and rushed back, heading towards Marshall. Behind him, Sayal reversed back, into a Volvo, a crunch and a smash, then forward into a Vauxhall. Shite! Fraser feigned left, then burst to his right. Marshall lurched to his own left, but all he caught was a shoulder to his shoulder. He spun around and went down, in time to see Fraser run into Elliot's baton and hit the cobbles. Marshall stood up and dusted himself off, surprised his trousers weren't ripped. Elliot was folding her baton away. Want to tell me who I've just brained? Marshall walked over to them. Gavin Fraser, I'm arresting you for the sexual assault of Shona McAllister. Chapter 14. Marshall was driving. No way was he going to let Sayal do any more to this car. You're making it very difficult for this Shunty nickname to fade away. Sayal was in the passenger seat, watching the countryside whiz past. That stretch between Borders General Hospital and the roundabout on the road between Galashiels and Selkirk. Most other places this would be heavily built up, but here it was still fields, some horses frolicking in a pasture. First day on the job, I lost control of a car on the ice. Bloody nightmare. Ever since we met, I've tried to listen to your advice and I've tried to own the name so they'll stop using it. They're zoning it, and there's trashing another car. Come on, only took out 3 wing mirrors there. One of them was D.I. Elliott's, and you crunched into 2 cars. I inspected the damage myself. 3 wing mirrors. That's it. Rakesh, I've been a cop almost 10 years, and you know how many wing mirrors I've taken out? Sayal didn't say anything. Marshall drove on towards Melrose, cutting down the back of Tweedbank. Then he took the scenic route in silence, passing a house on the left that might have been 2 old wrecks when he was growing up. Now it was all shiny and new with a perfect pebble garden. All order, no chaos. A council worker on a ride-on whizzed across the rugby pitch over the road, standing up like he was on a motorbike heading across the plains of North America. Rakesh, I'll speak to DCI Pringle about this reallocation, okay? You go and do your advanced driver training. Actually, how do they square that with what you've done today? I'll mention it to them. Make sure you do. Marshall eased through the town, the hulking masses of 2 of the Eildon's peaks visible through the thin woods, then past the turning for Darnick and around the bend for the long entrance into the town. The church on the corner was gone, demolished in 2 days a month ago, where Elliot sustained her injury. Marshall was relieved he didn't have to see it every time he drove in this way, especially with what happened in sight. He pulled up outside the rugby stadium, then took the right and parked in what passed for a station car park, just a row of spaces on the edge of the road near the park. Good luck with the training. Thanks, Rob. Sayal got out and grabbed his rucksack out of the footwell. No idea what he kept in there, but it looked bloody heavy. He wrapped it over both arms and scuttled off inside like a snail carrying its house on its back. Marshall spotted DCI Jim Pringle eyeing him and took his time getting out. Morning, sir. Mr. Marshall. Pringle charged over, hand thrust out. Congratulations on the arrest of our wee friend there. One less statistic on my, he whistled, whiteboard. Not to mention D.I. Elliott being able to serve that warrant on the brewery. Sooner we get all 20 supporting officers back on the street, though, the better. He twisted his lips. But you did manage to make a complete dog's bollocks of that oboe. That wasn't my fault, sir. Aye, sure. I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. The only reason we were there was to catch them in the act of delivering a ton of Class A drugs. D.I. Elliott wanted to wait until we knew we had a handover of the naughty stuff. But you... I spooked him, sir. He saw me and he ran. But the important thing is we've got him for the big deal. 1 rape set against a strategic drug operation. Believe me, I'd rather be taking down strategic drug operations as well as arresting rapists. But Shona McAllister will get justice for what happened to her. Tell that to all the people overdosing in Glasgow and Edinburgh tonight. Just hope the drugs were actually there. Pringle held his gaze for a few long seconds. You haven't replied to my email, so let me refresh your non-existent. Now Andrea's back, I'm splitting the team up. You're going to be working with Jolene Archer and her 3. D.I. Elliott will work with D.S. Sayal again. I'm not sure that's a great idea, sir. Pringle was smirking. Talk to the hand, Marshall. This isn't the way to do things. It's the way I do things down here. Besides, there's someone to see you, in the canteen. Okay, well if you don't mind, I'll speak to you afterwards. This isn't over. No, it very much is. Adios. Pringle crossed the road to his old BMW and got in. It disappeared in a belch of exhaust. Marshall locked his car and entered the building. He'd figure out how to get his way. The front desk was empty, which let him get into the station proper without much hassle from Elliot's husband. Calling it a canteen was glorifying it. A kettle and a coffee filter next to a broken tap and a petrol station beer fridge containing many pots of curdling milk. A woman was scowling at the coffee maker like it was going to explode. Leanna Curtis. She looked around at Marshall, those manga eyes even bigger in her chunky framed glasses. Her tasteful bobbed hair framed her face and plumped up her cheeks. She had a lightness to her, a wide smile and a knowing look in those eyes. Hey, Rob. Jesus, she was stunning. Marshall's heart was thudding just from seeing her. Oh, hey. When they'd worked together, he'd been in deep freeze, but now he'd thawed. He grinned at her. Listen, the coffee here isn't quite the deli grind. I doubt it's even Northumbria HQ. No, well, quite. Marshall stood there, unsure what to do, unable to even think. Is this anything to do with John Bruce calling me out of the blue? I heard you were a cop now. I mean, I know you told me that's what you were going to do, but nobody thought you'd get in or be able to stick the course. Charming. Sorry. She wrapped him in a hug. He tasted her clean perfume, like it was from some tropical beach. But you just upped and left, Rob. Went to London. I've missed you. Missed you too. But I did what I had to. After what happened, I couldn't bear to be around that part of England anymore. London was... Marshall looked away. Different. Like another country in so many ways. I get it. Been down myself for a few cases. She curled up her lips. I spoke to your old boss, Tina Rickards. She told me about that case you were working, but she said you had someone else for the profiling. Wasn't you, was it? Me? God, no. Well, a bit. I helped. Did some stuff. Marshall couldn't help but smile. Some geographic profiling helped. I still don't know why Jacob had such a downer on it. Oh, I do. It's to do with technology. Long story, as you'd say. She reached into the cupboard and pulled out a mug, then clattered it onto the worktop. Anyway, the reason I'm here is I'm still Professor of Criminology at Durham. Managed to turn Goldberg's sideline into a decent-sized business. Consulted for 8 police forces across England. Congratulations. Knew you would. She shrugged. Listen, Bruce said he called you and... The answer's no. I told him that. Come on, Rob. Please. Speak to the Shadow Man. I've moved on, Leanna. Okay. But I'm sure you can still dip your toes back into the old water. That stark difference between his old world and the new one. Criminal profiling versus a sexual assault in Galashiels. Complex, multi-victim, multi-location crimes with opaque MOs. Simple domestic situations. Leanna, I'm sure he wants to speak with today's organ grinder, not yesterday's monkey. Rob, please. Come on. You're the one grinding the barrel these days. I'm sure he'd much rather speak to you. I've been in there with him. Every year over the last 10. On Friday he talked for the first time. Insisted on speaking to you, and only you. Bruce only called me this morning. I know. We took a while tracking you down. Bruce joked you'd change your mobile number to avoid this exact situation. Why not get Goldberg to do it? Because Goldberg's... He will not talk to the Shadow Man. I can imagine that. It has to be you, Rob. I tried over the weekend, but he is resolute. You're the only one he'll speak to. The one whose work led the police to him. Marshall reached into the cupboard and picked out his favourite mug, the chipped, oversized black one with Deadpool on the front. He filled it with burnt filter coffee and didn't even want to see what kind of yogurt passed for milk in that fridge, so just took it black. Like I told Bruce. No. Come on, Rob. This could be our chance to get closure over what happened. You owe it to... He slammed the mug down on the counter. That wasn't on me, Leanna. I tried to get you to listen to me, but I failed. You said your piece and Bruce charged him. Not me. Nothing to do with me. Rob, Leanna pleaded at him with those big eyes. If not for that, then do it for the family of those 3 victims. Alexander Quiller, Stan DeMello, Caitlin Westerberg. Help them achieve closure. If you think he'll give up the locations of those bodies, then... I do. Rob, I do. Why? Because he said he would. He's not a liar, Rob. Now is the time. He wants to confess. But only to you. But why now? After so many years? Who knows? But he's never offered before. You believe him? I do. Marshall took a drink of the lukewarm coffee that tasted like tar. Still at the Monster Mansion? She nodded. HMP Frankland. Marshall tipped his coffee down the sink. I really don't want to do this. I guessed as much. That's why I spoke to your boss. If you don't come with me, he'll order you to. Chapter 15. His Majesty's Prison. It was going to take Marshall a while to get used to that. At least he didn't have to deal with king's councils up in rural Scotland. HMP Frankland was in the liminal space between Newcastle and Durham, nestled in the countryside just north of the smaller city. Opposite, a blue tractor ploughed a great open field, at odds with the massive car park and the high walls of the prison. The last place he wanted to be, but everyone wanted him in there. Marshall followed the road around and spotted Leanna's car at the raised gate. Her hand appeared out of her open window and waved him in. He set off through the gate, expecting it to crash down on the roof, but no, he got through. He parked alongside her and got out. The air was on fire with the stink of fertilizer. Any poor souls on courtyard exercise behind those walls would have to endure that on top of everything else. Not that there were many inside the Monster Mansion. Leanna was on a call inside her car. She clocked Marshall staring at her, then ended the call and got out. Gloves, coat, hat. She was tiny compared to him, and he just had a shirt and suit jacket on. He'd sweat in a walk-in freezer, only a defence against the harsh weather around here if you were from even further north. And she was looking him up and down. You're looking well. I reckon I look like I died a few years ago only for someone to resurrect me as a zombie, but thank you. You haven't aged a day. Bollocks. She tugged at her hair. This is all dyed. Should see my roots. She set off towards the prison. Our old stomping ground, Rob. I interviewed a lot of people in there, with and without Goldberg. With you a few times, even once as a Met cop. She glanced over at him. You didn't let me know you were in the area? No. Marshall stopped in the cold. Sorry, aye. She placed a hand on his arm. I get it, Rob. It was a tough time for all of us. Reason I'm a cop now, Leanna. From what I hear, you've gone from strength to strength. You always were much better than me. Charmer? I'm a fair judge, Leanna. Bruce is already inside, so shall we? She started walking over, shivering. Bit of a surprise when I heard you're up in Scotland. Back home, right? Right. Some stuff happened down in London. What kind of stuff? People died. I blame myself. You know how it is. I do. She tilted her head to look up at the bright blue autumn sky. Heard you'd quit the police, though. I had. I put my papers in, Had no idea what I was going to do with myself. Count penguins in Antarctica or something. But a case came up back home. Ended up... Marshall looked at Leanna, at those giant eyes. Let's just say I'm in a much better place now. Reconnecting with my family. Boss is a bit of an oddball, but I even do a bit of profiling for them, as well as leading a team of detectives. He held the front door for her, but didn't enter. I've thought about it all the way here. It? Keen. He let the door swing shut again. How you've been in once a year to speak to him, but he just stonewalls you. I still don't get why he wants to speak to me. Just seems bizarre. Rob, we deal with serial offenders. Oh, you used to. And you've done so in the police too. Bizarre is bread and butter to someone like the Shadow Man. Please, can we just call him by his name? Fine. I've been replaying my profile of Keen. All the times I've watched him being interviewed while I served out my notice. All the help I gave Bruce and his team. The Keen I saw would have insisted on tormenting Goldberg or yourself, even Bruce. Why does he want me? Rob, don't you think that maybe it's because you were the one he opened up to? You listened to him. Someone like Martin Keen has a very tight logical circuit in his head. Immaculate. It processes everything efficiently, perfectly, but it's dependent on the input being sound. He shoves some absolute bullshit in and... You know that phrase, garbage in, garbage out? He thinks he's doing the right thing here. Everything makes perfect sense to him because his worldview is so skewed. See your point? Good. She pulled her glasses away from her face and rubbed at her eyes. Every time I sat there with him, he tormented me about what happened to Michael Shaw. Despite all the therapy I've undertaken over the years, despite the inquest clearing us, despite being 10 years older and having met people even worse than him, it still got to me. The reason I do this job, why I keep on doing it, is to make it up to Michael Shaw and others like him. I'm just trying to be the best criminal profiler I can be. Solve all the serial murder cases before they get to that stage. Probably a similar reason as you being a cop now. More or less. She was staring hard at him. But I'm wise enough now to recognise I've got all this professional jealousy about him insisting on you. All those hours I put in over the years, trying to build rapport with someone who murdered 9 people. And he won't give me the time of day, other than to torment me. The long drive down here let me develop some interview strategies to draw the information out of Keen. Unlike the past where Goldberg was there independent of the police, and Bruce neither wanted nor needed any interference from us, I know now that the profiling role extends well beyond catching the perpetrator. Keen is all about power reassurance. The only way he feels potent is when he is in control and making others suffer. Keen can't have a lick of control over me. I have to walk in there totally indifferent to him and be prepared to walk out at any point. You need to be okay with that. Wish I had your confidence. She pushed the glasses back up her nose, then gripped his forearms with her gloved hands. Just play the game. See what he says. If he gives up the locations of those victims, then all of our debts will start to be repaid. He stared deep into her eyes. I'll play a game, but I'm playing mine, not his, not yours, not Jacob Goldberg's, mine. That's all I ask, Rob. Just get him talking. Chapter 16. The interview room in Franklin was a tiny space, smaller than you'd find in any police station. A table that must have touched hands belonging to the murderers of hundreds of people. Somehow, the surface was mostly intact, just a few scars near the edges. Most people Marshall had interviewed had just sat there, stock still. 3 cameras in there. 2 guards would be watching outside and Leanna would be in the observation suite, swearing and sweating over it. D.I. John Bruce was next to Marshall. Older, greyer, but maybe not wiser. His fighting suit was a better quality than he used to wear. Marquis machine wash rather than Asda or Tesco. Martin Keene hadn't aged a day in the past decade, at least not in his face. Those same vicious eyes, soulless and lacking any spark, as if the pilot light went out in them many years before and no one thought to ignite it. Hard to picture him lost to the throes of his overkill, but that was probably the cost of his current serenity. He'd relive those moments of savage abandon at will. Those brutal memories seemed to be enough. Or was it the torment he'd put the families of the undiscovered corpses through? Was that more satisfying than the murders themselves? Physical torture was less than the mental anguish of devouring someone's soul while they were still alive. The institutional food and access to weights had added some pounds of muscle, but he had to look the part to gain respect as a killer. His lawyer was familiar from much more recent times. Mark Davidson was so goblin-like, he belonged down a mine, trying to steal gold from a dwarven king. Marshall focused on him first. You work for an Edinburgh-based firm, correct? Headquartered on Charlotte Square, correct? Davidson smiled, showing the rotten teeth of an original 70s punk. My firm also has offices in Newcastle and Carlisle. Not many work cross-border these days, but I'm a specialist in both Scots and English law. Spend 2 days a week on average in the northeast, a day a month in Carlisle. He tilted his head back. And I know what you're thinking. We did meet, back in July, in Scotland. That clears that up. Marshall focused on Keene, eager to get on with the main event here now he'd shown him he wasn't the most important person in the room. Here I am, Martin. Always call him by his first name to assert dominance. Keene picked something from between his teeth, then inspected it and put it back in his mouth. Thought you'd look older. Older? Like in my mind? Haven't aged much. Been thinking about me then. Why? Keene dug a pinky in his ear, regarded the yellow gunk, then wiped it on his trousers. He shrugged without looking at Marshall. There's a lot of stuff in my mind. Hell of a build-up, eh? Bruce was sitting there, arms folded. Like in that film Heat, Al Pacino and Robert De Niro spent their whole careers not being on screen together. They were both in The Godfather Part 2, but Pacino played Brando's character as a young man. Marshall frowned at him. De Niro did. Eh? De Niro played a young Vito Corleone on those flashbacks. Pacino played Michael, his son, in all 3 films. Well. Don't really consider the third to be a proper entry in the series. Nor does Coppola. He re-released it under a new title. Something like Godfather Coda, The Death of Michael Corleone. Quite the film buff, eh? Bruce nodded. Me dad was. Marshall twisted around, waiting until Bruce turned to flash a wink with the eye facing away from Davidson and Keene. Get out of here. Eh? I told you outside about not taking this seriously. I'm not having this in my interview, especially with all the incompetence you've demonstrated so far. Marshall pointed at the door. Go. I'm not leaving. Go! Marshall sat there, listening to his shout echoing around the room. Then to Bruce getting up and leaving. He waited for the door to click, then finally turned back to face Keane. Okay, Martin, let's take this seriously. Keane laughed. Right? The ploys seemed to work, and Keane now knew Marshall was boss. If a killer was going to give something up, it would be one-on-one. Marshall didn't want Bruce interrupting any of the themes or ploys he was working, though he didn't know how he could remove the lawyer from the equation. The unblinking eye, or 3, of the video camera was enough for corroboration, so why have someone like John Bruce muck it up? Okay, Martin, I've driven for 2 hours just to sit here with you. So what's so important you're only going to speak to me? Davidson cleared his throat. As you know, my client is trying to be good. Mr. Davidson, your client's inside for 6 life sentences. Unless he's immortal or just very long-lived, he's not getting out of here. No way in hell, no matter what he says, no matter what he tells us. There's no deal on the table. I don't need a deal. Keane picked his teeth, dislodged something unidentified and flicked it into the corner. He cast his eyes around the room, then stared up at the camera mounted above the door. I like it here. Food's good, and I've got time to work out and to read. If I got out, I'm back to being a nobody again, or I'm dead. He brushed his fringe out of his eyes and stared directly at Marshall. In here, I matter. Marshall knew that truth too. On the outside, Keane was a shelf stacker, but in prison, murderers were at the top of the food chain. Serial murderers were the top of the top, the apex predators. Martin Keane had 9 kills to his name. The only people with more in England were dead. He was the top dog in any prison in the nation. Fascinating, Martin, but you're wasting my time here. Marshall scraped his chair back and stood up. You're nothing to me. Wait! Keane pointed at the empty chair. Marshall stayed standing. Keane was used to being the top dog. He wouldn't see many people on a daily basis. Guards, other prisoners, but they'd all do his bidding. Well, he just met someone who wasn't going to bend so easily. Say please, or I walk. Keane glared at him, fire burning in his eyes. Marshall saw the rage in there, and for the first time, the face of the monster 9 people met in their last hour on Earth. Marshall wondered if he'd overplayed his hand, but he needed to restore the power imbalance Bruce gave Keane when he let him keep 3 victims. Keane bit off a big chunk of thumbnail and spat it onto the floor. A trickle of blood slid down his thumb. Please, sit. Marshall hated the fact he was the only hope those 3 families had of getting closure. You've got 10 minutes to tell me where the bodies lie, or I leave. Keane inspected his bloody thumb, lips twitching like he was digesting that last line. I read how you were the one who figured me out. Marshall thumbed towards the door. My job was to help the police. After you were safely away under lock and key, then people in my profession could sit down with you to work out why you did what you did, so we can stop others doing it again. But not me. There's nobody else like me. Marshall smiled. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. The world's full of small men like you who think they're important. Small men? Right. Like Goldberg. I read how I made him quit. Keane leaned his elbows on the desk, like he was a bored man and a travel agent looking for a cheap flight to Magaluf. They offered to let me speak to him. Your old boss, Goldberg. But I'm not having any of that. How is he? Goldberg? Marshall shrugged. Haven't heard from him in years. Read about him? Do a lot of reading. Heard how he helped catch 5 other serial killers. Goldberg thought someone called Michael Shaw was the Shadow Man. Cost them both, eh? I deserve credit for that one, too. He gave Marshall another death stare. Marshall gave a polite smile like he was talking to a boring neighbour about their holiday to Bognor Regis. You could have got anyone in here to talk about your prowess as a serial killer. Why me? Keane sat back and sighed. I read about you 3 months ago. You're a cop now. Marshall felt a trickle of sweat. The news getting to Keane, locked away as he was, made his stomach clench. He got up again. Waste of time. Want me to tell you where the bodies lie? Marshall nodded at him. See you around. Don't go, please. Martin, you'll know yourself how bad the traffic around Newcastle is. It's not got any better since you were caught, believe me. Brutal roadworks in the A1 just now around the metro centre, so I'd quite like to get off soon and be home at a reasonable hour. Marshall walked towards the door and pushed it open. Lovely town, Melrose. Know a few places round there you could hide a body. Marshall stopped dead. His blood was ice cold. They're buried so close to your hometown. Weird, eh? Marshall felt his head bow. Shite. 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 I read about your past. You had it bad too. But you took a different path to me. Marshall stayed in the doorway, twitching hands in his trouser pockets, balled into fists. We all live in someone else's shadows, Martin. I know about your past. But you wanted to be caught, Martin. You marked the shallow graves. We knew it was you who did them. Those stakes, we live in the shadows. You killed because of your childhood. You grew up with a mum and dad who gave you no control over your life, no power. You lived in their shadows. They're both dead now. Dad about 12 years ago, Mum a year after. Undiagnosed heart defect, but she'd not been looking after herself in the wake of your dad's death. Of course, her heart was literally broken after realizing her son was a serial killer. Marshall knew precisely how to manage an interview. Being aggressive like that seemed to work. Keane's wide eyes stared at him. It's possible you are bright but just socially inept. Or it is equally possible you're average or a bit below. Doesn't take a mastermind to plot the murders of unsuspecting people. So I think you're just playing with me. You've run out of people to torment. D.I. Bruce, Leanna Curtis, Goldberg won't see you. When you saw an article about me, it reminded you of when I worked your case. When I sat in a room and got you to confess. But I just see someone who's playing games. Sorry, but this is over. I said I'd tell you where they are, and I will. Bullshit! Marshall worried he was pushing Keane too hard, but... Fuck people like Martin Keane. Murdering liars who manipulate people. Psychopaths like you never come clean, Martin. You live with no regrets and with no conscience to bother you. But you wanted to be found, didn't you? The shallow graves, the message. You wanted the world to know your name, to go down in history. You held back the other 3 victims because you needed to keep something to gain true notoriety. You needed to be as renowned as Harold Shipman or Fred West or Dennis Nilsson. But why now? I've been talking to a podcaster, and you are missing the first victim. Killed a friend I was out running with. He started lagging behind, kept lagging behind. He got angry and he hit me. I hit him back. He fell over and hit his head and... I'd killed him. Total accident. But I got away with it. Funny. We don't have that one on record. Another body you're keeping back from us. I liked killing. That power over life and death. I feel guilty about that one, Robin. But not the other 3. Marshall roared with laughter. No way in hell. Martin, you'd never feel guilt. It's impossible. You're a diagnosed sociopath. Everything in your life comes down to transactional arrangements, so there has to be something in this for you. What are you after from me? A game. I'll give up one. Keep two. See if you lot can figure out the rest. What else? Davidson cleared his throat. Marshall had forgotten he was there. Deal is no further prosecution for these three. My client knows he's not getting out of here, but he doesn't want to face court again. And I know you'll want to do it for the victims' families. The podcaster gets to broadcast his interview. Keane smiled, his teeth yellowed and crooked. And I show you the grave in person. Marshall didn't feel like he had a choice. He didn't want to do this, didn't want to give in. But those families. Keane pointed up at the clock. 10 minutes to decide, Robert. Chapter 17. Marshall stood in the observation suite, his hands shaking as he tried to get his phone to dial, then waiting for Pringle to answer. Jesus fucking Christ. Leanna was outside, talking on another call. He could see her through the security glass, her hands windmilling in the air as she spoke. Bruce's eyebrows touched his hairline. 10 minutes. 10 fucking minutes. I know. Marshall wanted to smash his phone against the wall. I hate being played by someone like him. This is how he gets his kicks. Manipulating us, tormenting us, controlling us, making us believe this bullshit. He got out his phone again and dialed. Bounced again. Bruce got up and blocked his path. What happened in there? What do you mean? Kicking me out. I needed to assert dominance over the man who put him away. Sending you out achieved that. You could have warned me. Needed your reaction to be genuine, John. Marshall hit dial yet again, and Pringle bounced the call yet again, straight to voicemail. Sir, this is super urgent. He tried Elliot, but she didn't pick up either. He sifted through his contacts looking for Sayal or Jolene. Not Kirsten, though. Bloody hell. They'd still be in that brewery in Selkirk. Listen, I don't mean to sound cross, but what are we gonna... Marshall's phone rang. Pringle calling. Marshall put the phone to his ear. Sir, it's Rob. Did you... A lot of voicemails on my Moby, all saying the same. Whistle. Thing. Please, please, Mr. Postman, just textify your love in future, okay? I can read a text in a meeting. Can't very well whip out my phone and answer a call, can I? Marshall's pulse thudded in his throat. How do you want to play this, then? Pringle did a trilling whistle, the thin sound oscillating rapidly down the line. How do you, Inspector? Pringle had no idea what to do, but needed someone to blame. Marshall should have known he'd palm it back. He checked his watch. 7 minutes left, give or take. Honestly, I'm worried he's playing us. Of course you're being played, Marshall. The nature of the timorous wee beastie, isn't it? But it's your job to play back, and to be a goddamn winner. You feel me? Quite why he'd decided to talk like a rapper was anyone's guess. Like you were trying to tell me this morning, Sir Robert, you can only investigate minor crimes in Gala for so long. This kind of malarkey is why I employ you. If I want average, I can get plenty of that from Elliot. I'm sitting right here. Her voice was distant, but her anger was in the foreground. You know what I mean. Andrea's a good, solid cop, and you're... Well, you're special, Sir Robert. 1 in a million. And this is why you joined the police. Not finding those bodies was painful. Upsetting. I know that, but... Now Keane's offering them on a plane. It's hard to trust him. There's another but there. Am I right? Right. He's offering it on the plate. The chance to give the families closure. Well, Marshal, I'll let you decide. I was looking for guidance. This ain't on me, pal. Pringle was trying a Glaswegian accent on for size now, one of those stabby ones. I mean, I'll no doubt have to carry my share of the case, won't I? I've already spoken to Northumbria Police, and if we find any bodies up here, we'll both run it. But whatever you decide to do, I'll back you. Thank you. Click, and he was gone. Great. Just fucking marvellous. Marvel looked around. Leanna was back in the room, jabbing her finger in the air at Bruce. No fucking way. Of course it is. Bruce was backed into the corner, hands in front of his face like she was going to hit him, or already had. At least half. Leanna could be a little terrier at times, or worse. What happened to Michael Shaw is on you and the Crown Prosecution Service. Bullshit. He died because you... Enough! One thing Marshall liked about being this big was he was also that loud. Gave him authority too. People know he probably wouldn't tear them apart, but he could. Leanna and Bruce turned to face him, then bowed their heads like two naughty schoolkids caught snapping a fresh box of crayons. We haven't got time to go over all that stuff. Marshall tapped his watch. We need to be back in that room in less than 2 minutes, so no bullshit. We're making a unanimous decision here, okay? First, let's see where we are. He held out his hand, clenched. On a count of 3, thumbs up for yes, tight fist for no. He waited for them to touch theirs to his. 1, 2, 3. Leanna and Bruce were thumbs up. Marshall held his, steady. Fuck's sake. Bruce stared up at the ceiling, then at Marshall. What? Why? Because I knew you'd both go for it. I want to discuss it. Discuss what? Marshall sniffed. He didn't have much. In a lot of policing matters, instinct kicks in. Our feet are in the air before you even ask, how high? I normally like hours or days to consider things. We've got seconds now. What are you worried about? That Keane could try and run? Not possible. We've had contingency plans drawn up for years covering this eventuality. Signed off by the Home Secretary. Bruce held up his thumb. 1. He's not allowed to the site. Then his forefinger. 2. If he insists and we let him, then he goes, but he'll be in cuffs and ankle restraints, and we'll have dogs and squads of cops and prison guards, one of whom will be cuffed to him. No chance he'll get away. Marshall was still shaking his head. I think it's too big a risk to take. Whatever it is, he'll know the land better than us. After all, he buried the body there. Local cops will still think it's too much of a risk. Leanna was staring at him. Rob, I know you're against it, but the parents of the 3 undiscovered bodies need closure. This is the first time in 10 years they've even had a whisper of hope. For one of them. Maybe we can all put our heads together and extrapolate from there and find the other 2. Marshall stared at the floor for a few seconds. Sweat pooled on his back. His concerns were buzzing around his brain, but they didn't settle on anything concrete. Certainly nothing that outweighed hope. 30 seconds left. He looked at Bruce, then at Leanna. Fuck it. We've got to do this. They both nodded. Okay, leave this with me. Marshall charged out into the corridor and went back into the interview room. Davidson laughed at something Keane said. Took a particular kind of creep to even sit in a room with a serial killer, even if he did have 2 massive prison guards to protect him. It was something else to humour him to that extent. Keane stared up at Marshall. Well? Okay. You are sure? I'm sure. Good move, Robin. I'll show you where the body is. Marshall felt a little of the tension slacken off, like he could breathe a little easier. That's fine. One more thing. Go on. I want Jacob Goldberg there. Why? Because I want to see him suffer, or there's no deal. Chapter 18. Churnside was one of those villages you usually found closer to Edinburgh Newcastle, where a nice row of old cottages had been swallowed up by housing developments over the last 50 years. It seemed to have escaped unscathed until the last 10 maybe, and was all the better for it. The development was full of big houses that at least looked in keeping with the older homes, and they had more than 2 inches between them. Gardens too. If it wasn't for a boarder's winter making the commute over to Melrose an absolute nightmare, Marshall himself would consider one. It'd get him out of living with his mother. Leanna was outside an old farm cottage on the Kirkgate, what would be called the Old Town in a Mediterranean resort. Not the designer chaos of the new estates, but a random arrangement built up over centuries. Opposite the church that gave the street its name, which itself hid behind a war memorial to the parish, the road had to bend around the cottage and the house peered back the way like it was judging anyone who approached. Talk about the perfect place for Jacob Goldberg to retire to. Leanna pressed the doorbell and looked inside. I shouldn't have put my thumb up. You don't think we should be doing this? She shook her head. A gust of wind blew down the lane, stealing whatever words she had to say. Be played by Martin Keane. No, you were right to insist on this. Letting him show us the body. As much as I hate letting Keane control the situation, I think the families need to grieve. It's what I've learned to do myself. She stared into his eyes, but didn't say anything. Didn't ask. Just pressed the bell again. It won't be in, darling. A red-faced man strode past them, red trousers, green Berber, walking 3 black labs, all off the lead. This time Jake will be sinking his second of the day. Leanna smiled at him. In the pub. That's what I said, wasn't it? He pointed back to where they both barked. Waterloo. Thanks. Leanna set off at a pace Goldberg himself would be proud of. Marcia was no slouch these days. I managed to keep up with her, more or less, as she charged back the way, kitten heels clicking on the road. Rob, can I ask you a question? Just asking. Why haven't you spoken to Goldberg in 10 years? Because... A gust of wind pushed some grit into Marshall's mouth. Look, this case broke him 10 years ago. It's why he retired. Why I quit this role. And why I've ended up with Goldberg's position. I didn't say that. I told you, you're way better than I was at this. If you've been doing that job for 10 years, you deserve it. So why not speak to him? I didn't want to trigger him. Bullshit. You didn't want to trigger yourself. No. Okay. It's something he said to me the day I told him I was quitting to join the men. He cut me to the bone, you know. I hated him for it. And that's something I've worked on, Leanna. I'm not proud of it. I ran away from danger. I didn't fight it. I learnt that as a coping mechanism. Now at least I stop myself from making an automatic decision. Why have you ghosted me? Come on, that's not true. Sure about that? It was complicated between us, Leanna. I kissed you once, then I asked you on a date and you quit the job to avoid it. That's a pretty fair assessment, aye. I'm still single. Marshall kept walking. And you're still not interested. Leanna, He had to grab her coat and haul her back. She clearly hadn't seen or heard the removal van barreling towards them. Steady. Christ. She waited for it to pass, then checked both ways and jogged across the road. If you came up the main road at the top of the village, you'd think Churnside only had one pub, but the Waterloo Arms was an old coaching inn lurking at the bottom. Judging by the smell, it was focusing on food rather than drink these days, which was a bit of a relief. It meant Goldberg wasn't just drowning his sorrows. Leanna slipped in first. Marshall stayed outside to catch his breath. God, she was always so full on. Nothing was kept back, at least not for long. Still, you always knew what was going on behind those eyes. He entered the pub. Leanna was standing by the fireplace, hands on hips. Goldberg was sitting down next to her, tucking into steak and chips. A large glass of wine and a pint of beer in front of him, both half full. He'd aged 20 years and 10, and put on a lot of weight. His face had the redness of someone who was drinking every day, and hard. Marshall joined them. Jacob, it's been a while. Goldberg dropped his cutlery onto the plate. What's he doing here? Not even 1 o'clock, and he was slurring. He wouldn't look at Marshall. My Judas. That's a bit harsh. Leanna shot Marshall a glare. Jacob, Rob spoke with Keane. Well, well, well. Goldberg picked up his cutlery again and sliced into his steak. If there was something rarer than blue, he was eating it. Blood dripped from his chin, making him look like a sated vampire. How contemptuous of our profession can you get? The two other diners at another table were staring at him with wide eyes. Jacob, Keane is going to show us where one of the bodies is buried. One of them? Goldberg dropped his cutlery again and sighed. I'm going to the little boy's room. He stood up and knocked his wine glass against the beer. Unlike with the lorry outside, Leanna was sharp enough to catch it before it spilled everywhere. Goldberg staggered off towards the toilet, lurching from side to side like he was at a conference at 2 a.m. Marshall sat down in the empty place setting opposite. We can't take him to see Keane like that. You're right. Keane will break him in seconds. She picked up a chip and ate it. Starving. Then another, held in front of her mouth. We could take him, but keep him silent and away from Keane. Doubt that'll work. Keane's doing this to torment him as well. He'll want him to talk. So, what's our plan B? Blag it. Say no dice on Goldberg. He'll choose the column inches over torment. You think? I hope. Marshall looked through the place. Maybe living near here would be nice. Somewhere he could walk and have a nice meal, drink with friends, game of pool, live the life, live a life. He's been a while in the toilet. He got up and walked over to the gents and went in. Both stalls were empty and the urinals were clear. Christ, he'd run off. Marshall raced back out. He hadn't slipped past Leanna. A door led out the back towards a beer garden. Marshall charged over and stopped dead. Goldberg was at the bar, throwing back a whiskey. He slammed the glass down, then pointed at the glass and clicked his finger. The barman winced, then poured out another shot freehand. Marshall grabbed Goldberg by the arm and hauled him away from the drink. Goldberg was reaching for it like a smackhead with his stash, eyes rolling around his head, absolutely blitzed. Judas, you betrayed me. You were my protégé and you quit on me. I'm nobody's protégé. Marshall shook him. Jacob, we need your help. Get yourself sober because you're coming out of retirement. I'm a washed-up failure. People die because of me. You should speak to my replacement in Durham. Marshall pointed through the bar. Who do you think's eating your chips, Jacob? Goldberg squinted, then closed one eye, then the other. Leanna joined them. "Come on, Jacob. Let's get you a very strong coffee and—" "I'm done with this charade." Goldberg pushed Marshall away and lurched towards his whiskey. Marshall grabbed his arm again and stopped him, necking the shot. "You owe us, Jacob. You let us down. It's your fault Michael Shaw died." "My fault?" Goldberg was swaying. "My fault? You were in charge. It's on you. And this is how you repay the debt, okay? You're coming with us, and we're going to find that body." Goldberg looked down at his shoes. A grey patch appeared in his crotch, then started spreading. Then he jerked. Once, twice, then threw up over his shoes. About 2 bottles worth of red wine sprayed across the bar floor. "Shite and stovies!" The barman raced out and grabbed Goldberg's arm. "Come on, Jacob. Let's get you home, eh?" He led him out like Goldberg was in his 90s and had gone missing during the night. The manageress rolled into action, pulling out a bucket and mop, then going to work on the urine, vomit, and second-hand booze. "Hope you're pleased with yourself?" Marshall winced. "Sorry, I didn't know he was this bad. We should have—" "Happens fairly often, just not usually at lunchtime." She squeezed the mop into the bucket. "He's a regular, in here every day. Can't bar him, otherwise we'd have to shut down. If it wasn't for him and a few others, we'd have gone to the wall years ago." Leanna was shaking her head at the retreating figure staggering through the bar. "Rob, it looks like we're blagging it." Chapter 19. Marshall knew the single-track road along the south bank of the Tweed well, but mainly from his youth. Him and pals hurtling between Galashiels and Peebles, not a care in the world, until it all fell apart for him. Very different from this morning's blast out to Cardrona with Thea. Every time he got up to 30, there was another tight bend. Also, he was sure it used to be a lot more heavily wooded, but Storm Arwen last winter must have decimated the local area, turning 50-year-old trees into matchsticks overnight. Not that he'd been here. Instead, he'd been investigating a crash in northwest London that seemed very fraudy. Driving home that night felt like a giant grabbed his car and kept shaking it. Leanna was behind him, following a bit too closely for his liking. While there were no leaves from this kind of tree, the surface was slippery. Marshall turned yet another bend and headed downhill. The Tweed splayed out wide. Over the valley was another plantation where he used to go mountain biking, burling up to the top of the hill, then shooting off down Shonky Pass like they were on land speeders in that Star Wars film. So many memories. Maybe coming back here to live wasn't the best idea. No, he'd lanced that boil. No way was he ending up like Goldberg, lost to self-medication, angry at history constantly dredging itself up. Trouble with running from your problems was, no matter where you ran to, there you were. Up ahead was the first sign of any action. At the bottom, before the road started climbing again, a row of parked cars squeezed the single lane like a clogged artery. He recognised most of them as pool cars, the knackered pair of Audis, 3 Volvos. He pulled in behind Pringle's BMW and got out into the fresh air. Cool. Getting dark, or at least thinking of it. Then again, the sun always set early behind the massive hills. Nothing like mountains, Munros or Corbetts, but the great elevation of the borders made them feel that much taller than they were. He set off along the lane, passing a few familiar faces. Then Leanna's heels clicked towards him. "Not the right footwear for this, is it?" She clapped her gloves together. "Didn't expect to be doing this when I left the house this morning. Perfect place to dump a body. Or 3. She frowned at him, You think they're all here? They all left Newcastle in the same car. Assuming Keane didn't break his MO of burying within a mile of where he killed them. They're here. Marshall waved a hand at a Green Forestry Commission sign marking out Elibank and Tregear Forest. You can cycle or run for about 20 miles up there without even seeing the road. Can bury them miles apart from each other. That's a lot of ground to cover, and Keane would struggle to carry them. The prison van was parked around a sharp left turn back the way, engine still running. Marshall counted 4 guards in there, plus a driver who looked like he knew what he was doing. Bird-like movements of his head, scanning the vicinity for any threats. None around, unless you counted a squad of uniforms scratching their arses. 2 uniforms manned a gate blocking vehicles from accessing a path climbing up the hill. The walkers and cyclists had gouged away at the grass, then got around the posts on either side. A steep cliff blocked access to the south, brave trees blanketing it all the way up. Pringle and Elliot were standing right in the middle, looking like they were waiting for a rock concert to start, and one neither was particularly keen on. Marshall led Leanna over to them. Sir, Andrea, this is Professor Leanna Curtis. She's the head of Durham's Centre for Criminal Profiling. DCI Jim Pringle, DI Andrea Elliot. We met earlier, sir. Leanna smiled at Pringle, then shook Elliot's hand. I'd say it's a pleasure to meet you, but I'd rather we didn't have to do this. Indeed. Pringle stood there, smiling, not saying anything else. Maybe he could stop himself making all the whistles and weird phrases, but only by not speaking. Elliot smacked Marshall's arm, hard enough to hurt a bit. We got Fraser to confess to the drug shite. What about the rape? No chance. What? He denied it? No commented it. We've got a bucket load of DNA. He's not getting off with it. Good. But the back of that van contained a few tons of dried hops from North America and several kilos of dried coca from South America. He's working with our chums in Edinburgh to turn over the whole operation. Sounds like a decent result. Congrats. Marshall smiled at her, but she didn't react. How's it looking here? We've secured the area. Elliot stuffed her hands into her pockets. Got a big squad here from Edinburgh and Newcastle. Police dogs, forensics. D.I. Bruce is riding the happy bus with this Keane chap. A Ford Ranger burst around the corner, going faster than necessary. One of those pickups where the cab roof was extended to cover the flatbed. White, labelled in green with Forestry and Land Scotland. The driver's door opened and a big man hopped out. Flannel shirt, green walking trousers and big boots. He wrapped Marshall's hand in a tight grip. Alistair Bett-Layton, pleasure to meet you. He worked around Pringle, Elliot and then Leanna, squeezing tight. I'm the Deputy Area Coordinator for the Tweed Valley Forest. Apologies, you've got me to contend with. Boss is on holiday. Can't get hold of him, but he's probably 3 sheets to the wind on his last day. DCI Jim Pringle. I'm the big cheese on the policing side here. When did it stop being the Forestry Commission? April 2019, mate. Bett-Layton leaned back against his truck. We're in charge of all the plantations in the south of Scotland, basically, but the Tweed Valley is 8 of the buggers. Massive area. Good news is my lads have secured all entrances from here to Tregear and flushed out the cyclists, which got a fair amount of invective. But we've given them free parking season passes to Glentress, which seemed to placate them. Bloody motorcyclists been in the last few days on dirt bikes too. Chews up the ground like nobody's business. Dirty buggers, eh? Elliot barked at a laugh. Anyway, what's the plan here? Like I said to your boss here on the phone. Bett-Layton nodded at Pringle. I'm at your beck and call. Same with my lads and lasses. I can take your murderer up in the truck along with at least 2 guards. Shotgun, Elliot laughed, then barged Marshall over to the side. I feel I should be leading this. Marshall shrugged. Fill your boots. He walked over and peered into the back of the truck. Happy to sit in here if that's okay. Sure, but if it rains, I can handle the rain. Raised voices rattled around. The prison van door opened and Bruce stepped out, followed by a burly guard toting a baton. And then the star of the show. Martin Keene hopped down onto the carpet of pine needles with the swagger of an American wrestler, just a very short one, surveying the assembled police officers and prison guards like they were his audience. Not often a wrestler would be shackled at the ankles and cuffed at the wrists, with another pair going to each of the guards. Keene scanned the faces, then narrowed his eyes. Where's Goldberg? Marshall looked at Leanna, but she didn't seem to want to step up, so he stared at Keene with all the ice he could muster. Jacob's not coming. Keene frowned. He's dead? No. Dying? Keene smiled wide. Is it cancer? No. He's an alcoholic. Oh. Keene looked up into the sky. That's even better. Why? He thought he was better than me. Better than everyone. A car pulled up at the entrance and was immediately surrounded by a gang of uniformed officers. A man got out, tall and balding. He was pushed back by the wave of cops. I am in on this. Hey, let him go. Keene tried to raise his arms, but his 2 guards stopped any movement. He was looking at Marshall with puppy dog eyes. That's the podcaster, Alexander Vickers. Marshall scooted off towards the car, splashing through the boggy ground. There are rules here. Vickers was appealing to acting DS Jolene Archer's better nature. Good luck, there wasn't one. I don't play by any rules. Refined Newcastle accent. Jolene pursed her lips. Bad boy, aye? Kind of. Vickers' thumb behind him. I've got 4 people with me. Parents of the 3 victims. Marshall stopped dead. Shite. Was that what Mark Davidson had been laughing about with Keene? Sick bastard. He looked at Leanna. What do you think? Fuck knows, Rob. You. The podcaster was one thing, but him showing up with surviving family members. This many people at a crime scene was a complete nightmare, and the power balance had shifted. Marshall charged back towards Keene. Absolutely no way. You shouldn't even be here. I okayed him, but them? No. We should be getting you to write down where you put the bodies, then checking it out. Ease in. Keene was smirking. Deal breaker. Lot of land out there. Could be anywhere. Marshall looked over at Pringle. They're not coming with us. Then take me back to Franklin, because that's the deal. You do that, Marshall shrugged. I don't care. He held Keene's steely gaze until he wanted to look away himself, like staring down the barrel of a loaded shotgun. This is your chance to get some more spotlight, Martin, but you're refusing it over this trivial matter. It's important. Nope, not going to happen, Martin. This is over. I'm in charge here. No, I am. Pringle was standing next to them, clicking his tongue. And here's the deal. You show us the bodies, you and only you. Otherwise, you're going back to Franklin. Keene adjusted his wrists, then stared at the ground. Fine. Marshall turned around and looked at Leanna. Can you... She nodded back. I'll talk to them. All of them. Thank you. Marshall walked right up to him without looking at either guard. How about you just show us where this body is, eh?
We're going to a part of the trail that's only accessible by a 4x4. Otherwise, it's a 10k walk.
Chapter 20. Marcia was in the back of the Ford Ranger, bumping and rolling as Bet Layton took it too fast up the hill. The cold air hit Marshall's face as hard as the smell of fresh pine. Something flashed by. Might have been a red squirrel. They were in the grey exclusion area after all. When they cleared the tree line, the forest continued to the right, but the left side was wide open. Looked like it had been cleared sometime in the last few years. Just a few native species left standing in amongst the stumps of evergreens from Scandinavia. The field in the shade of the hill was staffed by cows who were very interested in what was happening over here. A squad car was up ahead, taking it slowly, with another behind. Bet Layton had to slow, but then he wasn't a trained officer, and he had a multiple murderer in the back seat. Bruce was sitting opposite Marshall in the back, staring at him.
You were brave back there.
What, refusing him?
Yeah. Why do that?
Why not? Kane feels like he's in complete control here, but it's important he understands who is the boss. And sure, we want to find the remains to help the families, but Kane wants to prolong his infamy. No body, no story.
Bruce shook his head. What a guy. He's insane.
I meant you. Marshall sat back and watched a patch of evergreens pass. Martin Keane is someone who's killed 9 times and tormented another 6 people by denying them closure on their children's deaths.
2 of the parents died in that time.
Bruce swallowed hard.
Met every one of them every 6 months to listen to their stories. Got to know them. It's fucking sick what he's done to them. You just see this blankness and emptiness in their eyes.
He looked right into Marshall's.
You know what that feels like?
I do. The truck stopped, and Bet Layton got out. Another area, wooded on all sides. The road twisted on into the forest, with another one heading up the barren hill range back towards Gala. The steep hill directly above them was thick with pine trees.
Guess where we're heading?
Bet Layton pointed at the little path leading in, worn down by cyclists and walkers. The occupants of the car in front were 2 handlers with 2 good boys and 2 good girls, an Alsatian and a Spaniel each. The car behind emptied of 5 vanilla uniforms. Elliot was out of theirs, opening the back door. Come on, sunshine. Time to show us your moves. The first guard took a few seconds getting out, such was his sheer size. Keane was out in a flash, shackled to a prison officer. He sucked in a deep breath and swung around, taking in the view. Then he tilted his head towards the wood.
Up that way?
Come on then, Marshall led, walking slower than even he'd like. The path was steep and worn through the undergrowth by cyclists bombing down it like he had as a kid. Several world-class mountain biking courses around here. Folks travelled down from the Central Belt every weekend to cycle anywhere on the Tweed Valley. Also come up from the northeast, like Keane's last 3 victims. Surprisingly alive under the canopy of trees, the bracken or ferns were turning brown, but the grasses were still thriving. A few tree trunks were studded with mushrooms. Keane was walking like he still ran 20 kilometres a day.
I like it here in the woods. It's peaceful.
Elliot laughed. Aye, until you start murdering folk. Keane looked around at her and grunted. Put them out of their misery. How'd you get that?
Everyone living in the shadows of the rich, all on their phones, doing selfies and bragging about their perfect lives.
Seem to know a lot about that for someone who's been in prison for 10 years.
Seen people in the waiting area. What are they looking at? Absolutely nothing.
The path kinked around to the right, then sharply to the left. Marshall knew it was called a berm from his cycling days. A much better way to climb a hill rather than face first. But walking was a lot more steps. All that fitness work he'd done, and he was still out of breath.
I knew which route they'd be taking. Came out first thing, set up wires across the trees, waited from dawn. Up the top of the hill, can see them coming down with a pair of binocs. I knew they'd arrived, and got myself in place.
Another berm. Must be halfway up, and Marshall was struggling for breath now. Keane was fine, despite 10 years in sight. They cycled up the path a few miles to the west, then came along the logging path at the top of the hill. They bombed it down here. Just had to pull my wire. Took them all out, one by one. 3 seconds, all down. Didn't kill them, though. They were injured, bleeding from the neck. I slit the throat of the least injured, then did the same with the middle one, the most injured guy. I took my time killing him. Was it different doing more than one? Keane looked around at Marshall. It wasn't 3 times the fun. The ground angled up the way, rough with exposed roots breaking through the soil. Whose body are you taking us to? Alexander's. Marshall turned around. How'd you know they'd be here? Heard them. In a chat group, in a pub by their office. They never even saw me. Keane stopped and checked a gap through the trees. A small monument sat there, the grave of a fallen forestry worker. Marshall had been here after all. Keane tried to raise his hands, but they wouldn't extend far. Think it's about 40 metres through the bracken here, between 2 trees. One has necks marked near the ground.
Okay, guys, you heard the man.
Bruce led the team into the woods. The dogs were in the lead, going wild. 3 CSIs were following in some uniforms.
Start digging here.
Bruce was by a tree, pointing between them. Marshall couldn't look at Keane, so he walked away, fidgeting with his phone. Keane was right. These things controlled us now, just like Keane was controlling him. The sickness inside his head, and not divulging the locations of the others, just so his message could persist. Message. What message? Some words from an Oasis song, the first track on their second album, ripped off a Gary Glitter song of all things, hardly a manifesto. You okay? Marshall swung around. Kirsten Weir was almost fully suited up. Her hood was flapping in the stiff breeze, wafting that sweet perfume towards him, but her hair stayed perfectly still. He'd seen it blue and green before, but now it was silver, and the shaved side was growing back. Cast in the fading light, she looked beautiful. Holy shit. The way his heart fluttered when he saw her, the way his gut churned. He felt like he was 16 years old again. And he'd been such a twat to her. Yet another victim of the curse of Rob Marshall. She looked up at him. Even when she was standing uphill of him, that foot-height difference still counted. Rob, I asked if you were okay. Aye, fine. Just taking it all in. Haven't thought about this case much since I joined the police, and now here it is. He looked over and saw a chaos of dogs and digging. No matter how well trained the beasts were, they'd still revert to their nature. Think we'll find anything? I'm not sure. I hope we do. Marshall stared into space for a few seconds. Could have been minutes even.
Got something!
Bruce was waving his arms at them. Marshall stormed across the rough terrain towards him. Bruce pointed into a patch of earth. A skull poked out. A human skull. Marshall walked back over to Keane. "Thank you." Keane couldn't look at Marshall. He focused on the assembled crew digging the soil, led by Kirsten. Any evidence needed to be catalogued and captured immediately. Anything that could lead them to the other bodies was worth more than platinum, diamonds, Bitcoin, anything. He switched his focus to Marshall. "I'm not a liar, Robert." "Why'd you call me that?" "Eh? It's your name?" "I'm Rob. Nobody calls me Robert." Keane winked. "That's what he calls you." Marshall knew who that'd be. Jesus Christ. "Is he in on this?" "Oh God, no. We don't talk shop." "What the hell?" Marshall swung around. Bruce was about 5 meters away from the grave. An Alsatian was at his feet, ploughing at the ground. A CSI was digging away with a shovel. Bruce looked over at Marshall. "There's another!" Keane laughed. "Don't say I'm not good to you." Chapter 21. Marshall led out into the clearing at the bottom of the hill, to the forestry road back to the car park. The air smelled better down here. None of this stench of death, even though it was in his head. Keane stopped in the fading light, flanked by his guards. The handcuffs rattled. That smug smirk filled his face. He was enjoying this game, enjoying being out in the real world. Marshall walked up to Keane. "Thank you again." Keane frowned. "What for?" "You've given the locations of 2 bodies." Marshall gave him the most genuine smile he could muster. "I thought it was going to be 1. Tough to move to." "You said the first was Alexander Quiller. Is the other Stan or Caitlin?" "Stan and I went for a walk." So they had Alexander and Caitlin. One of the victims had been forced to walk with them. Likely the most injured, someone he could control. Marshall stepped back just as a vehicle approached them. A people carrier stuffed with adults rather than a football team's worth of kids. "Your friendly podcaster decided to bring along the parents of the victims. They're here, Martin. The families of Alexander and Caitlin will have closure over what you've done to them." Keane looked over at the people carrier. Liana was riding shotgun at Marshall's request. "Guilt won't work on me." "You killed their children, Martin. Please. Last chance. Where is Stan?" Keane chuckled, like Marshall had just used an old in-joke. "What makes you think this is the last time you'll see me?" "Not with me. I'm done playing this game with you, Martin. Please, give up the final location or we are done talking. But thanks again for those 2. Marshall rested a hand on Keane's chest. A gentle caress. "I mean it." Keane stared at the hand for a few seconds. Probably the only time in 10 years someone had touched him with something less than violence or just daily routine. "Take him away." Marshall smiled at the guards, and they helped him into the back of the Ranger. Keane sat in the vehicle, staring into space. Marshall watched Bet Layton drive them off, pleased he'd had the last word in terms of mind games. That would play on Keane for years, fester away, eat at his soul like maggots at flesh. Liana and the podcaster were both out of the people carrier now, helping the parents out into the autumn afternoon. Marshall strolled over to Liana, though he felt like running. Everything was keyed up inside his head. "Change of plan. Take them away." Are you sure?
Marshall nodded. Sorry. I wanted him to see them. This is no place for them. Not now.
You need to explain to them what's going on.
Fine. Marshall leaned into the people carrier. Hi, my name is D.I. Rob Marshall. I'm leading this operation on the Police Scotland side and I wanted to update you on matters. We've recovered 2 bodies. An explosion of language, crossing over each other. Hard to figure out who was saying what. Marshall raised a hand and waited for silence. My colleagues will be working to confirm who we have recovered and who is still missing. Of course it's possible this isn't them, but I've no reason to doubt that it is. Your children's bodies will be processed, but I strongly advise against seeing them. It's been over 10 years since they died. We will be obtaining DNA from yourselves and dental records to validate their identities. You'll all be appointed a family liaison officer to be with you at this difficult time. One of the men got out of the back, a big bruiser in his late 60s. He walked up to Marshall, tears in his eyes.
Have you found my Alexander?
I can't comment on who we have found, other than 2 bodies have been recovered. The man wrapped his arms around Marshall, squeezing him tight.
Thank you.
The softest, gentlest sound.
My wife can rest now.
It's really nothing to do with me. Keane decided to come clean.
You've got 2 of our children back. That means a lot to all of us.
He gave him one last squeeze, then got back into the people carrier, rubbing at his cheeks.
I'll see you at the station, Rob.
Leanna got back in, and the vehicle drove back down the path towards the car park. Marshall stood there, watching the brake lights fade from view. He was surrounded by trees and hills. Keane had killed 3 people here, burying 2 of them nearby. The 3rd had to be here. Or did he really frog march Stan DeMello down to the car park and take him elsewhere? No, too risky. Keane wasn't the brightest, which meant he knew when a risk wasn't worth taking. He kept it simple.
You're the hero of the hour, eh?
Elliot was walking out of the path, giving him a slow, sarcastic clap. Finding 2 long-lost bodies. Marvellous stuff, Marshall. Andrea. Marshall wanted to sigh, but he swallowed it down. You can give me all the snark you want about it. I don't care. This isn't something I've done. It's happening to me. Keane's he's a sick little man who'll die in prison. But at least 2 sets of parents can grieve. Blah, blah, blah. Here endeth the sermon before I lose my lunch. She pressed her fingers towards her mouth. Okay, I've got the dogs unit spreading out, trying to find this other body. Good idea. What's the plan? Other than finding them, someone needs to go back to Melrose to interview him. Happy to oblige. Marshall wished that was an option. Problem is, I'm the only person Keane will speak to. Oh, you're such a tortured hero, Marshall. That's enough, Andrea. She reached over and ruffled his hair. I'm just messing with you. Surely someone as average as me can't get under your exalted skin. Now's not really the time. When is? She got out her phone with a smirk. Okay, so I'm going back to base to speak to this boy. Maybe he'll open up to someone who's a bit different to what you brain boxes offer. Bruce isn't a brain box. You know what I mean? Listen, I'm not sure that's wise. He's a crafty one. Look, I'll take your ex-bird in if it'll help. What are you talking about? Lady Leanna. Seen the way she looks at you, Marshall? You're definitely on a promise there. There's nothing going on. But Marshall's face was burning. Aye, aye. I know what I saw. A dog started barking, came from behind them,
Marshall swung around. The two dog handlers were on the path leading west, bulging up and down over a hill, thick with trees on both sides. One of the dogs was barking wild. "Go on now!" The handler let it off the lead. "Go get it, boy!" The chunky Alsatian's glorious fur swayed as it swished across the ground, snout to the ground, crossing the woods to yet another steep climb towards a hill hidden by trees. Elliot shook her head. "Daft sod probably smells someone's McDonald's bag. Filthy sods dump their rubbish up here." Marshall wasn't so sure, though. Keane had led Stan away from the other graves, or so he'd said. Al stopped and barked at a tree. "Good boy, Al!" The handler beckoned people over. "He's found something!" Marshall followed them across the path, then over the forest canopy. Not a discarded burger wrapper, but a patch of ground underneath a tree, marked with another deformed X. A CSI started digging at the spot Al had pointed at, overseen by a pair of uniforms. Looked like Kirsten behind the mask. She was focusing on the ground and driving the spade into earth thick with roots. She crouched down and looked up at Marshall, pointing at his skull. "Rob, it's another body. Similar age." Marshall felt a weight topple off his shoulders. "Stan." He ran a hand down his face. "Okay, we need to confirm all three. Can you get your guys excavating this?" "Excavation is the word for it. Assuming it's him, this is 10 years in the ground. Even if he was buried in a shallow grave before, it isn't now. This is pretty deep now, and it's just bones. Thing is, excavating carefully in an archaeological style will take days, and I'm not sure what we'll gain from it. You know who did it. Also, the sheer number of bodies here. I think we just need to get them out of the ground." She smiled at him. "Sorry, this is a bit morbid, but..." The dog started barking again. "What's up, Al?" The handler let its lead go, and the dog shot off again, sniffing and hunting. Marshall followed, heading further up the hill, cutting between tightly packed pines that scraped at his face, heading away from the bodies. The others were following, spreading out to flank him. Another dog joined them, a spaniel off its lead, racing up the hill ahead of Al. The dogs were digging in different spots, about 30 metres apart. The other handler had his pair too. They focused on a third spot nearby, the sights forming a crooked triangle. "Come on, Bess, what have you got?" Marshall watched as the shovel started clearing soil away, clenching everything until he saw what was inside. He ran over to the second, then over to the third. They all contained the same grisly object, a human body, much fresher than the others, wrapped in cling film, wearing an oxygen mask. Chapter 22. Marshall slurped the bitter coffee, the harshness softened by milk. He knew how fresh this carton was because he'd bought it himself from the co-op. He looked out of the window. Melrose's tear-shaped town centre loop was busy with mums and dads collecting their kids from the school over the road. A few teenagers lurked about. Rugby players practised on the pitch, like a reluctant Marshall had done years ago. Built for the sport, but he just didn't care. And others did. They were welcome to it. Fucking hell. He'd gone to Elliebank expecting to find one body, but they recovered all three. All four parents in that people carrier would all be able to close that door, or at least start the final grieving process. Keane had no more ammunition. But Marshall had 3 new bodies, and a huge new mystery. Here, Elliot handed Marshall a foil pipe. He took it from her, heavy and warm, scrawled on with a black marker, smelled all meaty and barbecued. "What's this?" She smiled. "A chicken burrito." "From Melrose?" No, Gala. There's a burrito bar in Gala Shields. She nodded. Not far from the new tapestry thing. Some lad opened it where Greg's used to be. I forgot Greg's was over by Tesco now and drove there by accident. Lot on my mind. Sure, you can imagine. Then I remembered when you came to see me in hospital, how you got talking about that cop you worked with who had a thing for burritos. She lifted a shoulder. So I got you one. And I missed your birthday. Hate it when that happens. For such a complete arsehole, Elliot could occasionally have moments of extreme kindness. Thank you, Andrea. Marshall set his coffee on the windowsill and tore open the foil. He hadn't eaten since, well, a bite of toast first thing before he left with Thea. No wonder he was feeling all stabby. He bit into it, and fire erupted into his mouth. Wow, that's hot! You know, a big Mexican fan. She didn't have one for herself. I can take it or leave it, but I'm starving, so thank you. Don't mention it. Even went into the co-op and got some milk for coffee and forgot to get some food. We're all a bit thrown, Marshall. She yawned into her fist. Oh, that creepy lawyer was at the front desk, so asked Dave to stall him a bit. Why? Because Mark Davidson isn't so much the devil's advocate as Satan's filthy arsehole. So mature. Marshall finished chewing. Any reason to think that? He's an Edinburgh-based criminal defence lawyer, so it goes with the territory. Take it you've had many dealings with him? Nope, but I know people who have. Though I thought you... She swung around. Ah, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Oh, Satan is but one of my lesser demons. Mark Davidson wore a trench coat that was too long and dragged along the corridor behind him. He swung his briefcase so hard and high it might fly off into orbit. His neck was swallowed up by his collar. His creepy little goblin face was so punchable. How could anyone represent a man like Martin Keane without selling their soul? Is my client ready for me? Aye, he's in there with 2 prison guards. She raised a finger. Don't start. They're staying in there. Very well. Davidson moved to get past her. Elliot blocked the door. Not sure how much you heard, Sunshine, but your pal in there has another 3 bodies to explain. If you could get him talking, we might overlook the other thing. What other thing? You passing on a message to that podcaster. Got him to bring the victims' families along. I just did my client's bidding. Mark, those poor people have been through enough. What kind of... Martin has finally given you their locations, so I think that should count for him. Hardly. He's digged us about for 10 years. Just so happened a dog slipped its lead and found where he dumped the last body. Right. Well, I shall discuss this matter with him. Davidson dipped his head and entered the interview room. Marshall ate some more of his late lunch, but his mouth was now an erupting volcano. Elliot shook her head at the closed door. Guy gets worse every day. Hey! Sayal strolled down the corridor, bopping his head in time to some invisible beat. What the hell? He spun around and pointed at them. Guess who has 2 thumbs and passed his advanced driver training? He pointed them both at his face. This guy. Fuck off! Elliot laughed. Are you kidding me? Nope. Sayal reached into his coat and held out a certificate. I'm the daddy. Even after you scorned that mower off those cars this morning? According to the tester, police pursuits have a higher tolerance for damage. And I've got a lower tolerance for idiocy. Sayal rolled up his certificate and slid it back into a tube. Was that Mark Davidson? Elliot had her phone out, furiously tapping away with both thumbs. Why? I know Davidson. She looked up. Like, you're mates with him? Hardly.
Came across him in my old job, before this. He defended a pub landlord who kicked one of my clients into hospital. Afghan refugee who was cleaning his client's pub. She was pregnant. Back home she was a lawyer, but the Taliban persecuted her, so she fled. Sayal exhaled slowly out of his nostrils. Davidson got his client off on a technicality, but he grassed her up and she got detained for illegal immigration. I tried and failed to get her off with it, so he's a nasty bastard. Doesn't want to win, just wants to destroy. Marshall finished his burrito, but he had a ball of tinfoil, fingers covered in gloop and a mouth that was hotter than the surface of Venus. That's the work of a bastard, for sure. Elliot handed him a napkin, and he cleaned up his fingers. Thanks. That case broke me. Sayal walked over to the window and looked out. Decided to join the police so I could stop shit like this happening to good people like her. And law's loss is policing's losses too. Elliot slapped him on the back. Sorry to hear that, Shunty. Sounds like a right load of shite. That's an understatement. Listen, I need you to head out to the woods and supervise the recovery of those bodies. Our Geordie chums are out there, but we need you to make sure their focus is on these new ones. On it. Sayal nodded at her, then Marshall. See you later. He walked off with the posture of a man who just confronted a demon, and not only one, but eradicated demons from the world. Elliot was shaking her head. I just saw another side to Shunty. It was there all along, Andrea. You just had to look for it. She opened the door and entered. Marshall dashed into the toilet and washed his hands and mouth clear of Mexican slime. Kind of her, but really, he wasn't that sort of cop. And he needed to be careful what stories he told her in future. Chapter 23. The interview was already underway when Marshall entered the room. His mouth was still on fire. Keane rested both elbows on the table. I don't know them. They're not mine. Right, fine. I believe you. That's this done. Elliot reached over to the recorder in the middle of the table, then snatched her finger away. Or do I? See, I think you do know who they are. Marshall took the seat next to Elliot and sat there, arms folded, not making eye contact with anyone, just letting Elliot lead this. Keane was staring at him. Not the last time after all, Robert. Want to know why? It's because I thought that was the last time we'd dig up bodies of people you'd killed. They are not mine. I mean, they bear the hallmarks of your killings. Keane tilted his head towards Elliot. Alexander Quiller, Stan DeMello, Caitlin Westerberg. Elliot waited for him to finish. These others share the same victimology. Young people, all three are late teens, early 20s. I know all of mine. I know who, I know why. I know their names. Cool. Elliot nodded her head a few times. Right now, we don't know the first thing about these people. Could be they're all loaded, like your others. Got to admit the MO is the same. Keane was rattled, big time. Marshall understood why. His precious message would be diluted by this discovery. He'd be reduced to a bit-part player in his own story. But he'd never lied. Withheld information, sure. Tried to minimise, no. Tried to even plea bargain for a reduced sentence, no. Could be he was telling the truth. And Owusu's preliminary findings indicated the new bodies were unlikely to have been out there for a year, much less 10. So he couldn't have done them himself. So, what? Where did that leave them? An accomplice? A protégé of his own? Elliot leaned back and rested her head in her hands. All buried in woodland near your last trio. Come on, Martin. Those are textbook killings of... She paused,
sniffing. "What was it they called you? Captain Gimp? Lord Wanker? Saint Tinycock?" "I know my name. I know their names. I know the reasons. I know why they needed to die. I am not a liar." Marshall gave him a few seconds to follow up. He'd never seen Keane so worked up. The fact that someone was on his patch, doing the same crimes as him. Or did they? "You have a collaborator, don't you?" Keane looked at him like he'd lost it. "Eh?" "To kill these three, you'd need someone to help you. They all look quite recently killed. Last couple of years maximum. Like you say, you've been inside 9 years, but the urge to kill must be burning away at you. Hard to kill in prison, right? Lot of hard bastards in there. Much harder than some unsuspecting cyclist or runner. All those eyes watching you." Marshall left a long gap. "No, you've got to do it on the outside. Sure, having an accomplice isn't the same as you stabbing them 100 times yourself. But you do this for control. When you control the life and death of someone, you feel like a god. Even if it's not you doing it directly, and someone on the outside is wielding that power, it's you who's in control. You choose who. You choose how. You choose when, where, why, and what they do to these victims." Keane stared at him, hard, unblinking, unflinching. Then the rage returned, his teeth bared. "I didn't need help for any of them. It was all me, just me. You know who I killed." "I'm serious. You've got a collaborator." "Nope. What about guards?" "Guards? A friendly guard could be killing for you. Guards hate me, don't like killers. You're a lawyer then." Marshall deliberately didn't look at Davidson. "You're very friendly with each other." Davidson's eyes bulged. "That's ridiculous. I don't even like this piece of shit, much less take orders from him." Keane laughed. "I have nobody. It's me. Just me." Davidson was blushing, but looked furious too. He leaned across the table. His breath was rancid. "You know what I think? I think it must be someone copying him. Think about it. His story comes up in the press every few months. There was that show on Netflix." "Man, don't you listen to me. My message is being ignored. Whoever did these other murders, it's someone feeding off me being a serial killer, not me being a visionary." "A visionary?" Marshall smiled. "Good one. I'm serious here." Keane smacked the table and made Elliot look up from her phone. "Am I boring you?" "Kind of, aye. Just checking the time and wondering if the Sermon on the Mount will be finishing any time soon." Keane grimaced. "Someone out there is copying me. Some sick bastard." Elliot raised her eyebrows. "And you're not a sick bastard?" "I don't want to be a part of someone else's crimes." Those ice blue eyes drilled into Marshall. "When I saw your story in the papers, Dr. Robert, I needed to confess." "It's torture, right?" Elliot held the gaze until Keane looked away. "Wrapping people in cling film, oxygen masks. Why do that to someone?" Keane's eyes bulged. His skin turned pale. "I'm done talking. Take me back home." Marshall sat back. No matter which way he cut it, he didn't see a way they'd get any more out of him. "Okay, this is done here." He got to his feet. "I can go." Marshall laughed. "No, Martin, you're going to be here for a while. A few people will be interviewing you over the next few hours. Then you'll be taken back to Franklin for more. Obviously, anything you could offer us would be treated favourably." "Sure. I'll get a better pillow or nicer soap." "Don't knock a good pillow, Martin. Key to a good night's sleep." Marshall strolled out of the room, then stormed down the corridor. No matter how many times he sat in a room with a murderer, convicted or suspected, it stayed with him for days afterwards. All those little microscopic gestures, the words, all of it, the way those eyes looked through him. He entered the ob suite and collapsed into a chair. Pringle and Bruce were sitting there in silence. Pringle was staring at his phone like it was the first time he'd seen one. Might explain how he was so bad at answering it. He looked over at Marshall. "Well, well, Herr Doctor. What do you think?" "It'll take a while to process it." Marshall leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. "But I think it's unlikely there's someone working with him." "Go on." Marshall waved at Bruce. "John and I discussed it earlier. He's been in Seg Unit all the time, so it's unlikely, unless it's the lawyer or the podcaster. Plus, he doesn't really have the social skills to gain someone's trust, and there's something bugging me." He grabbed the remote and rewound the video. "Torture, right?" On screen, Elliot was staring hard at Keen. "Wrapping people in cling film, oxygen masks. Why do that to someone?" Marshall paused it. There. The look on Keen's face, eyes bulging, mouth hanging open, skin already fading. Fear. "See that?" Marshall waved the remote at the screen. "When he heard about the cling film. I mean, Elliot shouldn't have said that, but..." Pringle cleared his throat. "I shall have a wee word in her shell, like, as they say." "Okay, but we went in there working on the theory that Keen knew about the cling film and masks. Yet clearly he didn't." "So?" "I need to think this all through." Marshall ran a hand through his hair. "The thing is, it would change his psych profile drastically. Keen is a loner. Even if he was capable of establishing a relationship with someone on the outside, sharing the crime with someone would be too much for his fragile ego." Pringle nodded, slowly. "Like that David Bowie song. It's been 10 years. 5 years. Bruce screwed up his face. "The song's called 5 years, not 10. "Is it?" Pringle raised his eyebrows. "My point is, a lot can change in 10 years. All that enforced solitude." He had a point, but Marshall still didn't agree with it. He needed time and space to think it all through. "Fuck it. I'm going to go for it." Bruce stood up, really nail his balls to the wall. Pringle smirked. "That's a contravention of the Geneva Convention. You know what I mean?" Bruce stepped over to the door. "I'm having another go. You disagree?" Marshall sat back. "I think it's futile." Pringle laughed. "Like resistance to a Borg." "What to a what?" "Never mind." Pringle tossed his phone in the air. Instead of catching it, he let it rest on the back of his hands, then flicked it around and grabbed it. "You don't think Bruce will get anything out of it?" "Why the hurry to do it wrong again so soon?" Keen called off the interview. "That's it done. Now we do police work. Identify the victims, put the case together the old-fashioned way. Stop looking for shortcuts and do it right this time." Bruce narrowed his eyes at Marshall. "Saying I did it wrong last time? Let's not get into that now." Marshall cleared his throat. The burrito was starting to repeat on him. Another reason he avoided Mexican food. Way too many onions and peppers. "You do what you want, John." "I will." Bruce stepped out, and the door slammed behind him. Marshall got up. "Listen, I need to clear my head and think it all through. See what comes out of this sausage machine." Chapter 24. Grace. Grace Peyton hopped off the bus first and raced off along the street. Getting dark, but she didn't need to get her torch out yet. The sweet wood smoke reminded her of her granny's old house. Grace missed her. Her phone chimed in her pocket, the WhatsApp notification sound, but she didn't check it. "Grace!" She turned around and saw Elsa running after her, blonde hair tied back in a ponytail, flanked by 6 other arseholes. Shit. Grace bombed it. her Converse squeaking as she ran away from them. Mum was so right. These shoes were well past it. The holes in the bottom were so bad her socks and tights were soaked already. She splashed through a puddle and the water ran right up her leg. "John Wayne Gacy is a killer." Guess who just watched a documentary on John Wayne Gacy and had an imagination bypass? Two red-faced old perverts stood outside the pub, eyeing up Grace. She scurried past them and cut along the lane at the back. Elsa's boyfriend Kieran lived up here. Grace slowed to a walk so she could step between the puddles. Fucking Elsa. Absolute bitch. She really had it in for her. Grace kept checking behind her as she walked. But at least Elsa was keeping her abuse virtual or from a distance. All day at school she'd shouted the same bullshit. Thing was, if Elsa did catch up with her, Grace didn't know what she'd do. Would take at least those two old men to hold her back and stop her smashing Elsa's face in. Another chime from her pocket, then again and again. She got out her phone and checked it. WhatsApp was exploding. She tapped on the notification. Elsa McGill. "So I heard all about what Grace did on Saturday, so I thought I'd let everyone else know." Kieran Wilson. "Spill, bae." "Elsa, not your bae." Kieran. "Spill." Jago. "Yeah, spill." Milo. "Spill." Ash. "Spill." Milo. "Spill." Elsa. "Of course I'll spill. Give me 5. Tegan. "Were you even there, Elsa?" Elsa. "Call me a liar, bitch." Tegan. Just asking a question." Tegan. "Were you?" Elsa. "Course I was there. Saw it all. Pieced it all together, though." Elsa. "Grace is a killer." Grace stabbed her finger on the top of the group, then scrolled down to the red text. Exit group. WhatsApp asked if she wanted to just mute the chat. She wished she had a button to turn Elsa into a puddle of goo. She clicked the second exit group button. This was fucked up. "Bitch!" Grace swung around and fucking Elsa was there, storming towards her. "Kill her!" Grace did what her dad told her to do and just walked away. "You killed him!" Splash, splash, splash. "Gave him meths!" Grace got faster and faster. "Tipped it into his vodka. Watched him drink it. John Wayne Gacy." Grace could run. She knew from cross-country how much faster she was. Always back in the changing rooms way before anyone. Elsa was always one of the last. Fuck it. Grace turned around. "He didn't die. I saw them put him in the ambulance, Grace. My uncle works at the Borders General. Said he died." "That's bullshit. Why are you doing this to me?" "Because you're a killer. He wasn't at school today because he died." Grace pulled back her arm, ready to punch her, but she saw a police car driving through the village. They were after her. Shit. "Fuck you, Elsa." She turned and ran off, squelching down the lane to the last house in the village. The fields beyond were just blonde scrub, perfect for the family walking their Andrex puppy. She let herself into their cottage and was welcomed with the smell of chips. Home chips, from Mum's new air fryer and not from the chip shop in town. "Hi, Mum." She kicked off her shoes and took her bag upstairs. Her room had been cleaned. Great. Mum would have put all of her shit in weird places. Again. Took a week to find stuff in the most random locations. At least she had clean clothes again. She needed them. She perched on the edge of the bed and looked out of the window across the field. The family with the puppy were heading across the golf course towards Minto. They surely wouldn't go that far. Or maybe that's where they'd come from and they'd be heading back. Elsa lived in Minto. Elsa. Fuck. Grace needed to get out of here. Now. Tonight. She opened her cupboard and found her dad's old rucksack. The army green one he used for camping as a kid himself. Still smelled of his sour deodorant.
Still had a few tins of beans in the bottom. Didn't have dates on them, they were that old. Probably poisonous, but who'd care if Grace died? "Grace!" Mum stormed into the room. "Where are you?" Grace dropped the bag and stepped back out of the cupboard. "Here." Mum was clutching a can of Coke. "Got you this?" "Thanks." Grace took it off her, super cold like it came from the fridge in the chip shop. She sat down at her desk in front of her computer. "What's up?" "You didn't say hello when you got in." "I did." Mum had her hands on her hips. "What's going on? Has something happened?" "Nothing." "I know there's something going on. What is it?" "I've got an essay to write for tomorrow." "Grace, did you forget?" "Remember when we went away 2 weeks ago and you took me out of school and—" "To see your father? Yes. Why?" "The teacher gave us it then. Nobody told me." "Ah." Mum pecked her on the cheek. "Tea's on. Won't be long." "Cool, Mum." Grace unlocked her laptop, waited for Mum to leave, waited for her to thunder down the stairs. The Coke can was open, so she couldn't take it with her. She slurped some of it, then went back into her cupboard. Her phone chimed a few times. 2 were the same TikTok video. A lot of people in the area liked it. The police had found some bodies at Ellybank up near Galashiels. Dad took her cycling there once. The other was a WhatsApp from Tegan, her friend at school, the only one who Elsa hadn't infected, the only one she spoke to now. Tegan. "He left the group." "Elsa's a lying bitch." Tegan. "Why not say that?" "Nobody listens to me." Tegan. "Elsa said she's called the cops about you." Fuck. Grace raced over to the wardrobe and started stuffing jeans, t-shirts and jumpers in. Her battered old Converses, the ones without the holes. Her dad gave them to her. They were precious, a thin thread back to the past. She put on Dad's old walking boots, which were still too big. She went over to her bedside table and stuffed knickers and socks in. The clean Hoover hardback went in too. She took the mobile charger out of the wall, then started coiling it up. No. Dad told her not to do that. She took her phone out of her pocket and dropped it on the carpet at the bottom of the cupboard, then stood there, trying to figure it all out, staring at Mr. Teddy. Her little bear with Teddy on his jumper. Had him since she was a baby. Dad's mum gave her him, and Mr. Teddy was making those eyes at her. "Of course I'm taking you, Mr. Teddy." She put him right on the top, then pulled the bag's cord tight and slipped the cover over, clipping it tight. She left the room and tried to sneak down the stairs, but it was a loud clump from those wobbly boots on. She grabbed her jacket from the post and left the cottage without another word. As she walked, she hauled her coat on, and the bag bobbled around on her back. Heavier than she expected, and the tins clanked together. She got the zip done up, then slung both arms over her shoulder. Heavy. "Grace!" She swung back around. Mum was walking along the path. "Where are you going?" Grace turned and bombed it into the field, crunching over the dry scrub. "Grace, come back!" Grace never wanted to see her mum again. Chapter 25. Sayal. DS Rakesh Sayal wasn't used to sitting in an interview with a DI. When he was a lawyer, it'd be a DC and a DS on the cases he ran. DI John Bruce, though, wasn't just in the room. He was leading the interview with Keane. "You can see how it looks to us, Martin. You told us a body was in those woods, someone you killed, and of course you gave us a buy one get one free deal with the second body. That was good of you. For the third one, you didn't expect us to find him, did you?" Keane trained his focus on Sayal,
rather than Bruce, which was unsettling him. He had the weirdest eyes, pale like ice. No, something else, like a marketing executive's idea of ice. How they'd packaged chewing gum at a supermarket till, or an expensive watch or aftershave in a magazine advert. Alexander Quiller and Caitlin Westerberg, sure. But you didn't expect us to find Standy Mello. Keen picked his nose, then wiped it on the table. Bruce swallowed. The problem with time is you forget what happened years ago, right? Keen chewed on his thumbnail where he'd cut it. A trail of blood had dried. Nobody had given him a plaster. Sayal wasn't going to. Bruce rubbed at his forehead. If I'd killed someone 10 years ago, I'd still remember absolutely everything about it. Name, location, job, how I killed them, all of it. But Stan was just one of many. Keen scratched at his balls. Sayal leaned forward and cracked his elbows off the table, at heart. 9 victims. Keen focused on him. 10. Oh yeah, your friend. Sayal tilted his head to the side. I think it's 13. 10. Keen shifted his gaze to Bruce. Those 3 aren't mine. Not directly, no. But you know something about them, don't you? You know who killed them, who buried them there, why they did it. I'm not a liar. I just don't know. Okay. So you're trying to tell me that someone just so happened to kill someone in the same place you've been dumping bodies? Bruce laughed. Pull the other one. Keen opened his mouth. Do you want... Mark Davidson looked up from making a note, then jostled his client. So fast. Sayal wouldn't have noticed it if he hadn't been staring at the creepy lawyer, the worst kind of person in his old profession. Davidson wasn't a lawyer because he loved the law, with its elegant way of putting everything in the right place and establishing clear rules. He didn't fight for poor souls like Sayal had done, the downtrodden, the abused, the left behind. No. Mark Davidson was all about himself, working for a firm that had taken over his father's, that subsumed him into a partnership position. Davidson was a lawyer for money, pure and simple. Why else would he sit next to a man like Martin Keen, a murderer, a confessed murderer, and someone who hated people just like Davidson enough to murder them in cold blood? But Keen had no money, no friends, no family. Representing him for a guilty plea would have been court-appointed and not very lucrative. But mostly it brought fame and associated infamy, and so more opportunities for him to make even more money. He couldn't have done enough to have been brought into Keen's confidence. If Davidson knew anything, his history showed he would have leaked it already. All the same, Keen had been about to slip until Davidson said and did something that shut him up. Sayal knew it. What, though? What was Keen about to say? Bruce leaned forward. Come on, Martin. You looked like you were about to own up there. What do you know about those bodies? I want to go home now. Bruce looked over at Sayal, raising his eyebrows. Sayal shrugged. He didn't think they'd get anything else out of him. Certainly not now. Fine. Bruce spoke into the mic. Interview terminated at 16:14. He hit stop in the recorder, then got to his feet. Keen looked up at him. Can I go? We're waiting on a judge to extend the return date for a few days. Please, take me back. I don't know anything. I've given you all of my victims. Bruce checked his watch. Due in court in about 10 minutes. There are another 10 senior cops who all want to take a shot at you. With good luck, you'll be back in your cell about 3 o'clock in the morning. Ready for a nice wake-up call at 6. That's torture? You'd know all about that, eh? Bruce clamped Sayal on the arm.
Come on, Sergeant. Let's leave him to stew. He led out into the corridor and shut the door, then blew air up his face. Sayal gestured at the door. He knows something about this. Bruce looked over at Sayal. Are you sure? Because Marshall says Keane isn't a liar. Not Keane. Davidson. What? Didn't you see them? He shut him up. Right. What was... The door opened, and Davidson followed them out, carrying his briefcase. I need to get something to eat. Bruce thumbed to the side. Go up, a few doors up. I need something more substantial than a supermarket sandwich. There are a few nice eateries in this town, Mark. Bruce clamped a hand on his arm. Not sure they'll serve someone like you. Davidson brushed his hand away. What's that supposed to mean? Someone who makes a living defending monsters. Even monsters are allowed criminal defense lawyers. Mark, whatever it was you said to your pet monster, you made sure he shut up good and proper, eh? Well done. He shut himself up, you numpty. He's been doing that to you lot for 10 years. Don't think I have any control over when he talks or what he says. He's his own muppet. Thing is, he won't be prosecuted for the 3 additional murders he's held back on for 10 years. I don't agree with it, but what can you do? Bruce pointed at the closed door. Then you 3, though. We're very interested in nailing him to the wall for those. Balls first. Jonathan, what you do in your own time with hammers, nails and scrota isn't my business, assuming it's with consenting adults. Davidson ran his tongue over his lips. What is my business are my client's legal rights. You need to gather evidence, prove the case, then prosecute or not. If you have evidence he did it, then he's already in jail until he dies. It's not in the public interest to prosecute him again now. You know yourself, Jonathan, that trials are expensive, and if the results are inevitable, then why do it? Neither the Procurator Fiscal nor the CPS will sign off on a show trial. And Mr. Keane has clearly not killed these 3 additional bodies. I would have thought a man like yourself, with your personal history, would be very careful about not prosecuting an innocent man. Again. Bruce laughed. Martin Keane is not innocent. Jonathan, you know my client didn't do these. So why waste time like this? Investigate, then interview, please. And you can't interview him without my presence. The bottom line is, he didn't kill these people. True. But Charles Manson wasn't there when his followers murdered Sharon Tate. Martin Keane is not Charles Manson. Brilliant. Bruce laughed again. Should make T-shirts with that slogan. Anyway, Davidson hugged his briefcase close to his chest. I shall be gone for about an hour, so please do some police work in that time. He focused on Sayal. Very odd seeing you on this side of the fence, Rakesh. Is it? Sayal folded his arms. Last time we met you didn't recognise me. Blanked me, in fact. Remind me? I arrested a drug-dealing hairdresser in July. Someone who you represented. Ah, yes. Actually, I did recognise you then, but I needed to make sure you didn't have a twin brother who was a cop before I made a grave error. Hardly a grave error. Davidson looked down his nose at him. Why did you quit the law? I didn't quit. So it quit you then? Davidson flashed his nicotine-stained teeth. You're DS Rakesh Sayal now. That's some fall from grace. I chose to change professions because of people like you, Mark. You're responsible for what happened to Afri Shamsuddin. Oh, come on. That was an open and shut case. She was an illegal migrant and clearly in the wrong. She was desperate, and your client abused that. He kicked the shit out of her. A pregnant woman. A desperate woman. She should have gone through official channels.
When your life's on the line, you have to act. Thing is, she'd started going through official channels. I was putting her paperwork through at the time of her attack. If you hadn't...
Listen, I'm just glad there's one fewer woke lawyer sullying.
Woke?
And now there's a woke cop instead. I'm not sure that's better, but it's less harmful to me personally. Know what they say? Go woke, go broke.
It isn't woke, it's basic human decency. Sayal felt his blood thudding in his throat.
You! Hey! Bruce got between them. Enough of this.
Do you know what his client did? He tied up a pregnant woman and kicked the shit out of her. Sayal jabbed a finger at Davidson. You represent subhuman scumbags. It's only because she escaped that she isn't dead.
My client didn't perpetrate the violence against her.
Sayal stopped, felt his forehead crease. What?
Davidson raised his hands. You're preaching to the choir. I'm a member of Amnesty.
Virtue signalling. Great. Sayal held his gaze, long and hard. What did you mean? Who did it to Afri?
Davidson glared at him. See you around, Shuntu. Heard you buggered another car today, or 3.
He scurried off down the corridor like a rat.
Creepy bastard. Bruce was stroking his chin, watching him go. Maybe he did it. Did what? Worked with Keane to kill those 3 people. Wouldn't be surprised if he had a cling film machine at home.
Sayal frowned.
You sure about that? Nah, he's a useless sod. The only thing he's murdering is a pizza and a bag of chips. Bruce stared at him. You used to be a lawyer?
Criminal defence. Human rights, mainly.
Better off out of it. And don't let creeps like him get to you.
I try, but... Listen, I'm serious. I think we should treat him as a suspect.
Aye, so am I. Look, we've got a briefing. Let's raise it with Pringle.
You want me there?
Course I do.
Chapter 26. Marshall. Marshall stood in the corner like he could hide away. He sipped another cup of that coffee, but this time he had it black. Some bugger had swiped his fresh milk and he didn't like the smell of the other stuff. Probably been left out on the counter for hours, or worse. Elliot was in the middle, over by the whiteboard, sipping from a teacup. My youngest is like that, I can't get through to them. Mine's too young for that stuff. Jolene sipped from a protein shake in a green bottle. Saw David Walliams' books with her. Oh, that's a long shift.
I stopped buying them for my daughter.
Pringle didn't have a drink, just a cheeky glint in his eyes.
Couldn't stand Little Britain. Can't stand him. And yet the kids go mad for him.
Wait. Elliot tilted her head to the side. Your daughter? Pringle started warming his hands on the radiator at the back.
Kirsty.
You don't have a daughter, Jim?
I do.
How old is she?
7.
You've kept a 7-year-old daughter's secret from a team of detectives. Pringle grasped his elbow in his chin. The thinker's pose.
Good point. I'll need to cover that at your next annual appraisal.
His phone rang.
Bums. It's the Lord of the Dance City. I'll be back.
He left the instrument room, but didn't shut the door behind him, so his voice rattled around in the silence. Absolute cobblers. Elliot walked over and closed the door, then scowled at it. Gotta get up pretty bloody early in the morning to get one over on me. Sayal was over on the other side of the room, staring out of the window. I've heard him talk about her, Kirsty. Shite you have, Shunty. Seriously? Jolene's mouth was an O. He gave me a used crib when Joe was born. Shut the front door! Elliot slammed her cup down. Jim's a wind-up merchant. This is nonsense. She glowered at Marshall. Professor Plums, what's your take on it? I don't know whether to believe it or not. He's an interesting guy. The door burst open and slammed back against the wall, and Pringle waltzed back in. OK, gang, circle the wagons around. Bruce followed him, looking like his drug dealer had swapped ketamine for speed. Pringle perched on the edge of a desk and juggled his phone. The bad news, children, is I've officially landed the case, all thanks to you, Marshall. The boss is fuming at me for us taking it on. I'll take the heat on that, but we need to get a result here, OK? For all his abstract jocularity, Pringle seemed to be happy about this. Only so much low-level crime you could subject yourself to as a senior detective before you actually wanted to go out and cause something major yourself. Pringle shifted his gaze around the room. Those 3 bodies are going to make the media shit show erupt into, well, an even bigger shit show. That'll be my job for the next month, shoveling shite for the international shit shovelers. Our request to house him here didn't pass muster with the judge, so, while we interview him, we're going to have to travel down to HMP Franklin, the Looney Lounge or whatever they call it. Bruce sighed. Monster Mansion. Right. Just think of the petrol, and overnight accommodation. Pringle threw his phone high and caught it between his middle and ring fingers. Bloody hell. We'll be taking a lead on it, Jim. Bruce stood up tall. I was in with him for a stint just now, me and desolate. He sipped from his water bottle. Got nothing out of him. Wonders will never cease. Pringle stopped messing about with his phone and put it away. If he's clammed up, I doubt we'll get him to speak about these additional murders. He kept quiet for 10 years, sir. Marshall looked around the room. He's good at it and loves the attention. Cut it off, then get back in touch only when he says so. Pringle frowned. You think? I think. It's possible he doesn't know anything about them. Marshall stood up and walked over to the whiteboard. But I can't shake the feeling it's not a coincidence. Stan's body was dumped pretty far from the other 2, but the new 3 were near his. That's strange. Do you think he has a protégé? Marshall scowled at him. How is it possible for him to have a protégé? OK, hear me out. If Keen's involved, it's clearly not him doing it. So either it's a copycat he doesn't know about, or it's someone Keen trained as a protégé. My question is thus. Do you think someone is committing murders for Keen? Let's slow it down. Marshall's head felt like it could burst. Let's start with the possibility of it being a copycat. I don't think it is. Why not? The only thing connecting them is the location. The Shadow Man killed quickly. A blitz attack. Frenzy, complete overkill. Death was his sole objective. He optimized murder. He got very efficient. His sole motive was to show to the world that he was powerful, that he was better than the fittest athletes, the rich ones. He dominated them completely and took their lives before they could even react. This other killer seems to have a different motive. He is physically torturing them over a prolonged time frame. Death by 1,000 cut. Pringle cleared his throat. Cuts. Right. I saw the bodies. Signs of cutting, but not violent or out of control. Precise. And he's likely repeatedly sexually assaulting them, wrapping them in cling film, the oxygen masks. It's about power, domination and control. I'd say he has the physical means or charisma to carry out an elaborate set of attacks, whereas Keen didn't. He used to attack them with a rope, knock them over. When they were wounded, he swooped in and killed them. This other killer... The protégé? Marshall wished he wouldn't use that term. He's abducting them first.
Why'd you say that?
I didn't see a cling film machine in the woods, did you?
Ah, I see. So he's abducting them, raping them, then torturing them and abusing them. Then he kills them and buries them.
Right, yes. But the fact he's wrapping them in cling film, it's fucked up, to be perfectly frank. He's delaying their deaths and subjecting them to an ordeal, one he, and only he, controls. Pringle looked at each of them in turn, then back at Marshall.
Okay, sir. How about you run us through the possibilities?
Elliot grabbed a pen and uncapped it. Let me be your beautiful assistant, Professor Plums. Like Marshall was some stage magician. First possibility is, like the DCI says, that Keane has a collaborator.
Or a protege.
Pringle looked around the room.
Do we have any suspects?
Sayal held up his hand. Mark Davidson.
The lawyer?
Right. He's sly.
Sly?
Pringle laughed.
We need a bit more than him being sly, Sergeant.
Bruce nodded. I agree with Rakesh. Davidson is sly, but there's something about him. He got Keane to shut up when he was about to say something. I don't know what. I'm suggesting dear Sayal investigates him. Pringle's mouth hung open.
You want Shunty to investigate his lawyer?
Why not? Bruce shrugged. Lad's been in the Monster Mansion every so often. They chat. Stands to reason, doesn't it? Pringle looked at Elliot.
Andrea, what's your thinky?
My thinky? Well, investigating him isn't a good look. Pringle looked at Marshall.
And you, Professor?
Like D.I. Bruce says, Davidson is someone who has regular interactions with Keane. Stands to reason he's a suspect, or the go-between to the actual suspect.
Ah, the protege's message boy.
Pringle stared at the whiteboard.
Our first action is for DSIL to investigate a criminal defence lawyer.
He was shaking his head.
This is... Just don't get into trouble.
Elliot scribbled it down. Only thing Davidson has to fear is being run over. Long as he's not behind the wheel of a motor, he'll be fine. As well as wing mirrors.
I'll be counting the pennies for that little incident this morning until my dotage.
Pringle gave a belly laugh.
Okay, so are there any others who he's meeting?
Bruce shoved his hands into his pockets.
No visitors of note, save for that creepy Doyle of a lawyer in the podcaster. Oh, now you've piqued my interest.
I've done 3/4 of their meetings myself. Keane just sits there, talking about killing all those people. Bruce scribbled Vickers on the whiteboard, then ran his hand through his hair. That guy is a tit. Just wants to enrich himself at the misery of others.
Have you checked into his background?
We did a deep check when Keane requested access to him, just in case he had a screw loose. Came back clean.
Can you share the results of your check with us?
Fine. Bruce scribbled something on the board.
Anybody else?
Guards don't speak to him. Only other visitor is Dr. Curtis from Durham. First time Keane actually said anything to her was to ask to speak to Goldberg. Failing that, he wanted to see Professor Plums here. I'm not a professor. Elliot smirked. Aye, but Dr. Plums doesn't sound as good. Wait, she clicked her fingers. Dr. Donkey!
An education wouldn't have gone amiss on you.
Bruce grabbed a pen and scored through what she'd just written. Visitor. She looked him up and down. What about any correspondence?
Nope.
Keane's post goes through so many eyes, including mine. Besides, he hasn't sent or received anything in a couple of years. All Keane does is sit and read the newspapers. He consumes information, but doesn't put anything back out there. That's how we saw the case Rob was involved in. Sorry, Dr. Donkey.
Okay, Johnny boy. Pringle took the pen and scribbled something. I need some low-level imbecile to go through the prison logs in detail. Interview transcripts too. And I need people interviewing all of the guards. He wrote on the board, the marker squeaking loud. Marshall looked at what was up there. It was the inverse of how he'd approached this. He'd think it all through, attack all the angles. All the board contained was a load of random shit Bruce and Elliot had done in previous cases. No insight or strategy. I'd rather we consider it was someone unconnected. Could not agree more. Elliot snatched the pen out of Pringle's grasp. I'll show you how it's done. She wrote something even a forensic handwriting expert or superhuman artificial intelligence couldn't decipher in a million years. Okay, elephant in the room. Could he have a friendly guard killing for him? Bruce shook his head. Cover that? Nope, nope, and thrice nope. Why not? They all want to remove his teeth with pliers, or baseball bats. Okay, but Keen's a manipulative son of a bitch. There's got to be someone he can intimidate. You're talking about a guard letting him escape from prison to kill? I think so. Andrea, that place is called the Monster Mansion for a reason. It houses murderers, rapists, terrorists, the worst of our society. You don't work there unless you're vetted by the best, and they keep monitoring you, and your family and friends. Elliot shrugged. Still think it's a possibility. What? Bruce threw his arms in the air. Listen, there's no way he's getting out of there and back in, is there? Biggest living serial killer in England. Talk about high profile. Besides, that place is locked down tighter than a billionaire's prenup. You're the boss, boss. Elliot sniffed, like she was hiding a laugh. Okay, so how about a cellmate who's now free? Bruce was checking his phone. In Seg unit all his time in there. He was in Seg for 10 years. Well, no. Had a cellmate for the first 6 months, but they got into a big fight. And the guy was hospitalised. He's been flying solo since, even with the overcrowding in there. Well, well. Elliot clicked her fingers. We've got ourselves a suspect. No, you don't. Alfred Constantine died 6 years ago, partially as a result of what Keene did to him. Pringle twisted his lips. Seg isn't solitary. People would come and go. He'd have to interact with others. So let's check them all out. Possible one of those sick puppies is out. Elliot stared at the board like it showed something other than illegible scribbles. I put my money on Keene having a copycat and not a protégé. Pringle stroked his chin. What's the difference? A copycat isn't doing crimes in his name. Someone he has no control over. Elliot looked at Bruce. What about anybody in Keen's friends or family who might know about this? No chance. All of them were spoken to 10 years ago. We'll go through the list again, of course, shaking the tree to see what falls out. But every single one disowned him years before he was arrested. And there weren't exactly a lot. Less than the people in this room. Fewer. Pringle looked at the board. So you think it's just a random stranger then? Could be. We don't know. Pringle grabbed the pen off Elliot, but didn't write anything. Okay, for the sake of clarity, let's go through those friends and family. Marshall. He tried to think through the biography he'd stored in his head. Most of it was stuff he worried he'd forgotten. It had been 10 years after all. Keene was an only child. Parents died around the time he started killing. Possible trigger for what he did. No immediate family, no friends from school. Left at 16. If I recall correctly, he barely attended in later years. Reports he was bullied, but nothing was actually done about it. Marshall managed to read some of the shit on the board. He took the pen and wrote himself an action that humans could actually read. Bottom line is we don't have a clue who killed the other three. Bruce leaned back against the wall. I'd say that's a fair comment. Pringle took a deep breath through his nostrils. Are you telling me I've taken on a case where... The door clattered open, and Kirsten stormed in. Sorry. No need to apologise. Pringle rolled his eyes. Though when you enter a room like that, Kirsten, I expect you to save the day. No such luck. She rested against the filing cabinet closest to Marshall. Just wanted to give you an update. My lot are combing the whole forest, but it's used by dog walkers, cyclists, and the occasional Forestry Commission worker. We are going to be up to our oxters with stuff to process in those 6 graves. Your old chums in Edinburgh are on their way down for a jolly. Even so, the forestry and land guys have been very helpful. Bet Leighton in particular. He said a lot of other plantations around here will be forested soon. Storm Arwen was a wake-up call to get the wood out of the ground. Pringle rubbed his hands together. So they would have dug up those bodies? Nope. No plans to cut down those trees. Besides, they're pretty deeply buried. The machines would have just missed them. Could be Marshall's imagination, but Elliot stood up a bit taller now Kirsten was there. My team are going to interview the Forestry Commission team. Pringle raised a finger. Forestry and Land Scotland now. Whatever they're called, we're going to haul them over the coals. Pringle clenched his jaw. Andrea, remember that they've done nothing. Still, someone might have knowledge of what happened. Pringle huffed out a deep sigh. Next steps then. Marshall, I want you to work up a profile. We've got a serial killer here. That was going to mean dealing with Leanna. Great. Happy to, but we'll need a lot more data than the bodies. Keane killed 9 people we know of. 6 we had the bodies for, and the 3 we've just found. But this clearly isn't Keane. What are you saying? That we're starting from scratch with the profile of a different killer, and we need to identify the victims first. Victimology is the first step. I can't do a profile if I don't know who the victims are, where they came from, what their commonalities are, all of that. The original victims were all from the northeast of England, around Newcastle, Durham, Sunderland. Not local to us. These could be from up here, could be from Transylvania, we don't know. Kirsten rolled her eyes at Marshall. Subtle, but not quite enough. Jim, as for the new victims, we're running DNA tests on them now. Should get some results back in an hour or 2. Elliot curled up her lip. I've worked cross-border before. Pringle chuckled. And that wasn't something that cost me hours in conference calls, was it? I mean it. Marshall focused on Elliot. We need to know who died, okay? Okay, I hear you. Excellent stuff. Pringle was nodding. Andrea, I expect your team to be matching the victims against missing persons reports. Age, sex, height, weight, hair, etc. Lots of ways to cross-reference. Teaching your granny to suck eggs, Jim? Elliot jotted it down on the board. Pringle swept his gaze across the board. But I think Marshall's profile is going to help us focus the investigation. There will be literally hundreds of people to rule out, so knowing where to look will save time and resources. Marshall laughed. No pressure, eh? Pringle jumped to attention, then clapped his hands. Let's get to it. The room cleared like someone had broken wind, leaving just Marshall and Sayal, who was staring out of the window. You okay there, Rakesh? Not really, Rob. You're not okay investigating Davidson? He's Keane's lawyer. Stands to reason he's a suspect. It's not that. Go on. I've got previous with him. Sayal turned around. In my old job,
I had a client, Afri Shamsuddin. Afghan women tend to not have surnames. They're nomadic people, but she had one. Tells you a lot. She was a lawyer back home. The Taliban killed her husband when we pulled out last year, so she fled, walked over the border to Pakistan, got a flight to Turkey, then hitched her way here. Got many lifts from dodgy people until she arrived. She knew a woman in Edinburgh who took her in, worked as a cleaner, found she was pregnant. Then a pub landlord kicked the shit out of her. She was locked up in his basement, but somehow escaped. He was charged, but the case fell apart. Problem was, she was done for illegal immigration. Sitting in Dungavel House now, awaiting deportation. An immigration removal centre, I mean. Guessing his lawyer was Davidson? Got it in one. Thing is, today he said it was someone else who did it, not the pub landlord. He knows more than he's letting on. Marshall saw some deep trauma in the way he looked at him. This is why you joined the police, right? Right. Okay. Do you think he's involved in these murders? He could be, Rob. That's the thing. Okay. Investigate him. But be careful about it. Keep me posted. Marshall smiled. But more importantly, keep D.I. Elliot posted. Chapter 27. Grace. The number of times Grace had sneaked across the golf course to Harrison's house was unreal. Then she had to avoid his dad as she crept up and knocked on Harrison's window. Guy was a greenkeeper, so he could spot tracks in the grass. She looked behind her, expecting to see her mum running after her. Surprised her car wasn't parked out front, but it was just Harrison's pocket rocket. The cottage sat at the edge of Minto, not quite in the village, not that there was much of it, just a few old houses and... What was it her mum called them? Steadings, that was it. Old farm buildings that were now people's homes. She walked up to his bedroom window and heard that band he loved playing. Crywank. What a name. She chapped on the glass. Waited. Then another 2 chaps. She hoped he wasn't having a crywank in there. His blinds snapped open, and he was standing there in his Calvin Kleins, razor thin and almost hairless, like a shaved monkey, just those circles of wiry hair around his nipples. His fringe swept down and hugged his eyes. Trouble with having a boyfriend a few years older, who had a job on a farm and his own car was... Well, he wasn't her boyfriend anymore, and he shagged anything that moved when he could. Harrison opened the window wide enough to let her in, but blocked it. He was stinking of links. Hey, you okay? I'm fine. She didn't feel it. Has Mum been here? Not since last month, when she made us split up. Why? Harrison, I'm in trouble. You're pregnant? I thought you were on the pill. No, nothing like that. Just, I need help. Babe, I love you, but I'm seeing the boys tonight. Going up to Edinburgh. On a Monday. Big house party at the uni, aye? Harrison, I need you to drive me somewhere. Babe, I'm meeting Steve and Dicko in like 20 minutes. Dicko's brother's driving us up to Tweedbank for the train. I need help, Harrison. What's happened? The cops are after me. What? He was looking behind her like they were in hot pursuit. I need to get away. I'm leaving. Can you give me a lift to Hike? Hike? Baby, that's the opposite direction. We're going to Jedburgh to pick up Dongle on the way. Please. Look, I can't help you. I'm aiding and abetting a fugitive. I didn't fucking do anything. So, why are you running away from home? Because Elsa's saying I killed someone. Whoa. Killed someone? I didn't do it. Why are you running then? The cops won't believe me.
Why not?
Because there's no evidence. It's my word against hers.
Elsa?
Right. Look, if you're not going to help, I need to get gone.
What's she saying you did, Grace?
At Kieran's party on Saturday night in Hoyk, Deacon Smith was wasted. Elsa poured meths into his glass and he drank it. Ended up in hospital, stomach pumped. Tegan heard that Deacon died.
Shit.
And I didn't do it.
He looked down his nose at her. So, why's she saying you did?
She wrapped her arms around herself. The tins clunked. Because I was messing about with a bottle earlier and everyone saw it. Elsa videoed it. She's going to put it on TikTok.
Grace, you need to go to the cops. Tell the truth. They'll believe.
Harrison, don't you ever listen to me. My dad told the truth, and that's why he's in prison. He leaned back into his room and gave his skinny torso another blast of Lynx.
Babe, running away looks guilty as hell. If you didn't do it, tell them the truth.
I can't prove I didn't. They're all saying I killed him. She was sounding like a crazy person. Harrison, I'm desperate here. My whole life is falling apart because of this. All the dicks in school shout about how I'm John Wayne Gacy. It's all over the WhatsApp group. Nobody believes me. My life's over.
Harrison took a deep breath. Don't you think this is an overreaction?
No. She was shaking her head. It was an underreaction, if anything. Do you want me to suck your dick or something? He glanced over at the clock, like he was checking if he could spare the 20 seconds.
It's just...
He ran a hand through his hair.
Fine. I'll give you a lift.
Chapter 28. Marshall. It was one thing seeing the bones in shallow graves on the site, porcelain against soil, but quite another seeing Keane's victims on the slabs in pathology, skeletons laid out, 2 young men and a woman, long since gone. Dr. Bello Owusu stood over them, running a hand over her short hair. It's going to be hard to do a post-mortem on them, is the bottom line. Her South African accent was jarring and staccato. Marshall took in the sight, spotting the gouges the knife had taken from the ribs. Jolene stood a few feet away from her, hugging herself tight. Are they Keane's? That's easy. Martin Keane murdered his victims with knives. Gouges to the throat from the rope he used to knock them over, then stabbing at their chests. With these, I'm seeing marks on the bones, specifically the ribs, which would be consistent with a frenzied blitz attack. And there's no healing taking place, so it's safe to say they died as a result of this. She pointed at the throat of one. Also, since he used a rope at neck height and they hit it with some velocity, he either dislocated or fractured cervical vertebrae, or both. And 2 of them, he broke the hyoid bone. Cause of death in all 3 is, hard to say, multiple thoracic lacerations inflicted by a single-edged blade approximately 3 centimeters in width. Probably exsanguination, but could be ruptured heart or lungs. My full report will be ready this evening. Jolene stepped a bit closer. How closely does that match the other 6 from that message board? Sufficiently consistent to imply the same killer using similar MOs. Marshall stared up at the ductwork on the ceiling. How about identifying the bodies? That's not a problem. Assuming these are them, we know Stan and we can tell Caitlin and Alexander apart. But I'll be working with Kirsten's lot to process the DNA of all 3. It'll be a while before we know if these are actually the victims. Even with that new machine up in Edinburgh she keeps going on about. That won't be the hard part. getting the DNA off these bodies will be. They're so badly decomposed that we might not be able to obtain anything. But the bone marrow should be a good source. It's protected from the elements unless there has been a fracture. So, harvesting DNA from a femur or pelvis is still very possible.
I appreciate it. What about the other victims?
That's where I'm much more on home soil. She led him across the lab towards another set of slabs. This side of the room was freezing and stank of ammonia. Keen's victims were all quick kills, on location, near to where they were found. Overkill, sure, but it all happened there and then. 2 minutes, 3 maybe. Then he buried them quickly and left the scene of the crime. She pointed at the new bodies. The post-mortem would open up the cling film, but right now they looked like mannequins waiting to be shipped to a sex shop in Soho or Amsterdam. These guys were wrapped from head to toe, after they'd had oxygen masks secured to their mouths. She lifted the body of a young man and flipped it over. Marcia was sure his penis was missing. The back of the cling film was wide open, revealing pale flesh. All three have various openings to permit torture and or abuse.
Sexual?
Not sure. Knife wounds for definite. Burns, cuts with rough edges. The other 2 victims look like they went through a blender. In this context, piquerism is a close substitute for sexual assault. She frowned.
Piquerism.
Sexual interest in penetrating the skin of another person with sharp objects. I see. Owusu pointed at another victim. The wounds on the back of her show her. One of them is female.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. They show that time has elapsed during the assault. Her wounds have healed over. See? Owusu was pointing at the back of the woman. Marshall saw what she meant. Though the skin was rotting away, it wasn't a wound that was fresh at the time of death. The skin had been given time to turn to scar tissue. And the men? Some healing evident. She gestured at the flipped-over body, then at the third. Again, his penis was missing. They show some signs of cauterizing and healing, but not scarring like with her. And the penises? Found inside their mouths. Keen was ambivalent about the gender of his victims. Male or female, they received approximately the same treatment. Overkill. But this guy? There's definitely more violence towards the male victims. She slapped the nearest body like it was a side of beef. He's removed the penis and testicles and placed them in the victims' mouths. Marshall didn't want to see, but got the sick feeling in his gut all the same. As experienced as he was, some things made even his gut clench. He was ashamed to have acted out on males, so he punished them post-mortem. You're the head doctor, Marshall. I'm assuming it's a he then. A he who feels a bit shameful about doing this to a man. The fact she was able to scar over shows he didn't have the same feeling of guilt over her. Not something I can really comment on, but I'd say they were stored somewhere beforehand. And the masks gave him a time limit, showed he was in absolute control of them. Marshall stared at the corpses. Keen's were angry acts, but these were calculated. Sexual torture or a substitute for it, and they were likely kept alive and tortured. How did they die? Asphyxiation. Not exsanguination. Correct. Different MO to Keen. The masks were wrapped in the cling film, but they weren't hooked up to anything when we recovered them. So, I'd suggest they died where they were being kept when the air ran out, and he disposed of them afterwards. Jolene cleared her throat. Marshall had almost forgotten she was there. The fact they were buried in the woods, it's like they were dumped, so the only connection between them is the location.
Marshall raised a finger. We don't know the victimology yet. The variety of genders is similar to Keen's previous kills. Similar ages, though maybe younger.
The cling film, Jolene scowled at him. That's not 10 packs of Ashworth Savour. That's hardcore stuff, industrial stuff. Rolls 2, 3, 4 metres wide, big enough to wrap a whole cow or a flight case holding a drum kit. You need a factory or farm with that kind of equipment.
Good point.
Marshall scribbled it down in his notebook along with a few other salient points. Someone with industrial access, and the fact they were kept alive with oxygen. We're looking at someone with medical expertise.
Owusu grunted. Stop jumping to conclusions, Marshall.
He looked over at her. Eh?
We don't know it was oxygen they were piped up to. It could have been compressed air. Could also have been how he killed them. Hook the masks up to carbon dioxide or helium or an inert gas. Lights out pretty quickly. Or it could just be he found a load of masks somewhere and he put them on so he didn't have to look at their faces.
Thanks. Marshall was sweating. That was a stupid assumption he could have made and got caught out on later. I'll add that to the new profile. Good stuff. He snapped his notebook shut. I'm convinced it's nothing to do with Keen.
I'd agree with that.
She clicked her fingers a few times.
Actually, your copycat or protege aunt.
Protege?
It could be someone Keen knew, right? Someone he nurtured and encouraged.
Could be, though Marshall didn't like the use of that word. Probably not, though. Anyway, thanks, Bellew. He took a final look at them. This has been helpful. When is the post-mortem?
I'm discussing with Kirsten. We want to nail down the forensics for when I open the cling film, so we'll have to do that together. Probably be tomorrow.
Sure.
One thing, though. The levels of decomposition on the exposed skin suggest that these bodies were dumped 3 months apart. Rob, I need to do some more detailed analysis, but I think you're looking at them being dumped 9 months ago, 6 months ago, then 3 months ago.
Jolene stared at the faces of the victims. If that's true, whoever killed them has a 3-month cooling-off period.
And they'll want to do it again.
Marshall sucked in a cold, acrid breath. It's possible someone somewhere is being abducted and tortured right now. Owusu's phone went. She held up her gloves.
Can you get that?
Sure. Marshall found her phone. Kirsten calling. What did she want? He answered it. Hi, Kirsten. What's up?
Trying to find Bellew, Rob. Why are you answering her phone?
Marshall looked over and heard some squidgy noises, so he looked away again. She's otherwise engaged in the preliminary autopsy.
Oh, right. Well, you'll do. My team has identified one of the bodies.
Chapter 29. Grace. This felt better. Like Grace was doing a normal thing. Just sitting in Harrison's car, driving into Hawick like they would have done when they were still together. And, of course, he was taking the piss out of her. You brought Mr. Terry with you? Grace stared at the car showroom. She could steal one of... Don't be daft. She was in enough trouble as it was. She looked over at him now. So what if I did bring him? You're 16, Grace. And you're 20. When she said it out loud, it started to feel a bit odd. They were only at high school together for 1 year. Him almost a man with circles of hair around his nipples. Her still a child. Didn't meet again until she turned 16. Don't you think you're a bit too old for that kind of thing? I'm fine, Harrison. Totally fine. He helps me.
Right. Sure.
Harrison pulled up at the Morrisons' roundabout. A few cars ahead of them, left went into town, where she needed to go.
What's your plan?
I'll get a coach.
A coach?
It stops at the horse statue. That'll get me down to Carlisle.
Carlisle?
Harrison was grinning.
And then what?
I've got money.
Right.
You think I'm stupid, don't you? He shook his head. Grace hugged her bag tight. She wished it was Mr. Teddy hugging her.
What's your plan, Grace? Where are you going?
Talking to her like she was still a kid. She was more mentally developed than him. Dickhead worked in a farm, just because he was older. Stop. He was helping her get away. Play nice. Birmingham.
You're going to Birmingham?
She made eye contact with him and nodded.
Where your old man used to live?
He's still got friends there.
You know where?
I'll find them.
Birmingham's massive. It's like over 1 million people or something. It's not like Hoyk where everybody knows everybody's business.
I'll be fine. A police car approached them from the north, heading towards the roundabout they were stopped at. Shit. Grace slumped down and waited. The car stank of Lynx, like all the upholstery sucked up the smell.
Where are you? Oh, right.
The car moved again, but Grace didn't get up.
They've gone past, babe.
Grace sat up, and they were driving along the high street. That pub her dad used to drink in. The horse statue was just up ahead. Harrison pulled in.
I really don't like the heat, babe.
Thank you. She reached over and kissed him on the cheek, then grabbed her bag and got out into the gloom. See you around. She walked away from the car without looking back, at him or her old life. Get to Birmingham. See her dad in prison. He'd help her. He'd know what to do. She'd be fine. She got to the coach stop opposite the horse statue, and it wasn't anything glamorous. Kept her out of the rain, but it stank of cigarette smoke. She saw Harrison's taillights flash on as he pulled in, letting a car slide back into a space. Grace wanted him to help her, drive her a bit further on, down to Carlisle. But he'd done all he would for her. They weren't even going out anymore. She needed to do the rest herself. She checked the timetable. She'd missed the last coach by 40 minutes. Shite. That couldn't be right. There had to be another bus stop somewhere. But Carlisle wasn't far. Took an hour to drive there. She could walk there. Probably be there by midnight. Find the bus station and sleep there. Get the first coach in the morning. She'd be in Birmingham in no time. And she'd save herself some money. That was going to run out. So avoiding wasting it on a coach ticket she could easily walk felt like a good move. A wise one. She could hitchhike. No. That was stupid. People got killed doing that. Walking was healthy. She was young, fit, and able. She set off along the high street, weaving through people doing their shopping. Nobody she recognised. Nobody who seemed to recognise her. Weird feeling, because her face would soon be all over the TV. The girl who killed the schoolboy and who ran away. Over the bridge to the main road now. Just walk along that and she'd be in Carlisle. The shops here were thinning out. Homes rather than businesses. Old mills. Sports ground. Just focus on one foot in front of the other and keep on going. Don't worry. Everything will be fine in Birmingham. Dad will help. He had mates who owed him favours. She must have zoned out because she was walking in the darkness at the side of the road. Cars passed on both sides, headlights catching her. She was starving, and she had no food with her. Some money, the cash her dad left her, but she'd stop at the next town, Langham. There was a good chip shop there, and some shops. A big bag of crisps would keep her going and be cheaper. There. A plan. She had a plan to get to Carlisle, then to Birmingham. A car pulled in next to her, trundling slowly. Shit. Was it a cop? The window was down. "Hey, love." A man was leaning over, eyes shifting between her and the road. Short hair, stubble. "You okay there?" "I'm fine." "Need a lift?" "I'm fine on my own." "Sure about that?" "Sure." "Where are you going?" "Home." "I'm heading as far as Carlisle. I could drop you on the way." "Said I'm fine." "It's gonna rain." "I'm fine." She turned to face him and tell him to fuck off. Blue lights flashed behind her, around the bend, maybe a mile away, but the cops were coming for her. Shit. 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 Fine. She opened the car door and got in, resting her bag on her lap. The car smelled of tobacco and sickly energy drink. "Sorry. You're very kind. It's been a long day." The police car shot past, pulling out to weave past them. The man pulled out and drove off at speed. "Name's David." "Hi, David. I'm Faith." "Faith, eh?" Why'd she pick that one? "It was my granny's name." "Right, aye. Lot of kids your age have old people's names." He seemed old, maybe her dad's age. His hair was dark, stubble was ginger, t-shirt and trackies on. "Hattie, Olivia, Alice, Elsie, Alfie, Albert, Harry. Better than everyone in your class being David or Sarah, eh?" He was going to bore her all the way to Carlisle. She watched the road pass in a blur. Her stomach rumbled. "Suppose so, aye." "That's a hike accent, eh?" "Aye." "So why are you walking away from the town?" "Going to see my dad in Carlisle." "Makes sense." Jesus, she shouldn't have got in. Her story was falling apart, and getting in his car was stupid, but she was desperate, and maybe she'd get to Carlisle. The clock said 5:15. She'd be there before 6. Hopefully they had coaches that ran overnight, so she could be in Birmingham first thing in the morning, find out how to get out to the prison. Aye, she was going to be fine. Besides, if David tried anything, she had Dad's hunting knife in the side pocket. Chapter 30. Marshall. Over the border into England and serviced by Bruce's Northumbria Constabulary, Berwick-upon-Tweed was just off Marshall's patch. A place he'd visited a few times over the years. The nearest place to get the train to Durham or London from home. Back when it was a bus ride up to Edinburgh before the train back down the coast. Saved a ton of time. Now there was a train up to Edinburgh again. Driving across still saved enough time to be worth it. The day was darkening as he drove along a curving street with huge mansions set back on both sides. Berwick wasn't the poshest of places, but like Galashiels, it had its share of upmarket properties. Probably got a lot more value living here than closer to Edinburgh or Newcastle, and you could easily commute to either. Right on the coast too, with some gorgeous countryside nearby, and beaches to die for. Aye, it was a place someone could live a life. Marshall pulled up at a roundabout at the end. An open view looked across a downhill park over to the mouth of the Tweed, the river that ran through everything in his life. He glanced at Jolene in the passenger seat. "So, you've got a kid?" "Joe, he's 3. "Difficult age?" "They're all difficult. Mum's really good at looking after him when me and Fergus are at work." "That's good." Marshall took an immediate left, then turned right into a row of ex-council houses. He couldn't imagine ever having kids. Not that he'd left it too late, but he'd given himself over to his career, to helping others without thinking about himself, using the work to numb his grief. Maybe it wasn't too late. A squad car sat outside a house. A cop was leaning on the bonnet. Marshall pulled in opposite and waved at him. Old houses with pan-tile roofs, a local pub, a hybrid of Scottish and English ones, which summed up Berwick. He let his seatbelt go. You want to lead here? Happy to. Jolene got out first. Marshall's phone rang. Jen calling. He answered it. Hey, everything okay? Just got your text, Rob. Don't worry, Mum's going to pick up Thea. Thank her for me. It's Thea you owe it to. Mum's not that bad. No, she's not. You are, and you promised. Jen left one of those pregnant pauses he knew would be filled with venomous thoughts about her brother. Outside, Jolene scowled at him, but at least she was talking to the cop. Listen, Jen, I better... Remember to come to my party tonight. Worried nobody will come? I'll be there in my best party frock. Sure you will, Jen laughed. Why haven't you answered my calls? I was driving, over at Berwick just now. Have fun there. See you later. You will. Marshall ended the call and got out into the cool air. Always felt that bit colder in Berwick, over on the coast. Must be the sea air. Melrose was an hour from the sea in any direction, so the salty tang was a strange novelty. He walked up to the attending officer and held out his hand. D.I. Rob Marshall. Aye, she told me. The local cop didn't look like he wanted to shake hands. P.C. Simon Barker. His accent would pass for Geordie. Berwick's proximity to Scotland had the weird effect of pushing the accent to being the most English it could get. A few miles up the road in Eyemouth, and it was as Scottish as haggis, sporrans, and drowning your sorrows in whisky. Where has you lot found his body? Jolene nodded. We uncovered the remains of 3 victims in woodlands near Galashiels. Our forensics team managed to profile the DNA and identified one of them as Stephen Cork. Thought we'd find him alive, you know. Barker winced. What am I kidding? I hoped against hope we would, but knew in my heart of hearts he was dead. When did he die? Dr. Owusu thinks about 6 months ago. Not long after he went missing. Barker shifted his gaze between them, and there was something going on in there. Marcia was used to big city cops who dealt with shite. Barker was a local bobby, a throwback maybe, but a central part of the community. He wasn't just there for murders and stabbings. He wouldn't see anything worse than a pub scuffle in his whole career. But he was the glue that held the town together. Barker scratched at his neck. He had a nasty-looking rash there. How did you know it was him, though? He had a criminal record. His DNA was on file from the arrest, and you were the investigating officer. Was I? Barker looked up into the sky. You meet these kids from a young age when you talk to them at their school. Then some of them you just keep seeing. Little Sodnik Taka when he was 14. Did him for drug offences at 16. Served 3 years of 7. Released on parole. Got a job up on the oil rigs off Aberdeen. Worked through the pandemic. Then they let him go last summer. Stayed at home with his mum. Got into fights and drugs. So I kept on seeing him. Lived off these online scams like. You're listed as the investigating officer for his disappearance. Aye. Went missing just over 6 months ago. 21. Barker brushed his hands against his cheeks. Rumour was he'd absconded to Thailand. Phone was switched off. Never went on again. Probably in the Tweed. Jolene frowned. You thought he was? No, the phone. Ah, right. But you didn't think he'd been killed? Not so much. We had suspects. Man, did we have suspects. Trouble is,
Without a body, can't arrest anyone.
What happened the night of?
He went to the pub with some friends, got into a fight, and brutally injured someone. I mean, the bone was sticking out. Skull fractured. That kind of brutal. Stephen ran off. He didn't tell anyone apart from a mate. Lad called Neshi, 30, been in and out of prison all his life. Obviously, Neshi was very reluctant to talk. He's the one who raised about Thailand, so he was our number one suspect. Trouble was, Neshi had a cast iron alibi, and now we know why. Had to let him go, obviously, and of course he ended up in Thailand. He'll be back when his cash runs out, but who knows when that could be.
Right. Could do with speaking to him.
I can ask around, see if anyone's got a number for him. Appreciate it. Marshall rubbed his hands together. We've found his body, so I hope that gives you some closure. It's not for me to... Barker blinked hard a few times. Aye. Thank you. Marshall waited until Barker looked at him. We don't know why he was killed, though. I'm building up a profile, so... A profile? Barker's eyebrows shot up. You think this is a serial killer? Unfortunately. We've got 3 unknown deaths with the same MO, so it'd be helpful if we could speak to anyone close to him. His mother's the one who reported him missing. Come on. Barker led them up the path and knocked on the door. DI doing profiling, eh? Long story. The door opened, and a woman in her mid-40s peered out.
Simon?
Hiya, D. Barker took his hat off. He was completely bald on top with some nasty-looking moles up there. Got some bad news. She looked at each of them in turn. You found him, haven't you? My colleagues here did. They are Rob Marshall and DS Jolene Archer. This is D. Cork. She looked between Marshall and Jolene. He's dead, right? Marshall nodded slowly. I'm afraid so. She shut her eyes. Thank you. Strange. I need to ask you a few questions about your son, if that's okay. Dee stepped outside and pulled the door to behind her. Don't want to let my dog out. She's just had puppies. Don't want them out either. Marshall smiled. I'm a cat man myself. Oh, I've got cats. The dogs are just a way to pay the bills. I'm sorry about your loss. Tell me about your son, please. What's there to say? She was shaking her head. Stevie was a difficult boy. Always in trouble, ever since his dad left us. Got worse when they found his body. How old? 6. Stevie was 6 when Danny left, and that ratbag died when Stevie was 13. Stopped going to school, didn't he? Never expected him to grow old. When he went missing, I knew he'd be found eventually. He went, just disappeared. Him and his passport. Always talked about going to Thailand, but he didn't touch the money he'd saved up. She looked at Marshall. Can I see his body? I'm afraid that's not to be advised. Don't you need me to identify him? The DNA did that. Please. His body was in the ground for 6 months, and there's been some decomposition. Oh. Listen, my job is to find his killer. To do that, I need to know more about his life. Was he into sport or exercise? What kind of question is that? An important one, unfortunately. Not in the slightest. He watched boxing on the TV, had one of those sticks, and he had boxing stuff in his room, gloves and a bag. Punched it once, that was it. Never ran. Drank a lot with his mates, went to the football, Berwick Rangers. When they were away, he'd watch Rangers and Newcastle in the pub, his other teams. He online much? Useless with technology. Bought him a computer when he was a bairn, but he never used it for anything other than hitting things with. Think all he looked at on it was, well, sure you can imagine. I can. Was he into politics? Oh, aye. Never missed a Prime Minister's questions. She rolled her eyes. He wasn't even on the electoral roll. Never read the front of a paper. Marshall gestured at Barker. My colleague here says he worked on the rigs. Right. That useless so-and-so Nishi got him into it. My boy didn't have any skills, but he was making a lot of money there for the first time in his life. What happened to that money? Still in his account, Alba Bank. Barker nodded. We've got a flag on his account for any activity. Marshall tried sifting through it all, but he had enough of a picture now to be going on. Okay, I think that's been useful. That's it. Can you email me the best photo you've got? Marshall handed him a card. I've got a file to read through. I'll be in touch if I need anything more. Okay. Marshall handed her a card. Listen, if anything comes up that you think is important, give me a call. Sure thing. And I'm sorry for your loss. Marshall held her gaze for a few seconds, then walked back to the car. Jolene caught up with him. What do you think? He glanced back at the house, where Barker was still chatting to Dee. The victimology is very different. 21, so he's younger than Keen's targets, working on the oil rigs, been in prison, not an athlete. So it's nothing to do with Keen? Didn't say that. Being in jail could have turned Keen against working class people. More of them, and they tend to be the violent ones. That's a bit judgmental. It sounds it, but it's not. I've got a PhD in criminology, Jolene. I wish the world wasn't the way it is, but it is, and we do all we can. So when the data says something, you have to believe it. She didn't seem to agree. See what she said about Cork being in sight? Could he ever be in the same prison as Keen? 3 years served for drugs, which would be Cat B at most, not Cat A. Marshall looked up into the grey sky. Still, things happen in prison. People get moved around for various reasons. Can you dig out his record? Already requested. Excellent work. Let's look at it back at the station. Now? I want another chat with Barker before... Marshall's phone rang. Elliot calling. Better take this. He answered it. Andrea, what's up? She paused. Have you seen Shunty? No. I'm out in Berwick with Jolene, as per Pringle's reallocation of resource. Don't get smart with me. I'm not. And let's be honest, you wouldn't recognise smart, would you? I maybe can't define it, Dr. Donkey, but I know it when I see it. Smart arse. She sighed down the line. I'll ask again. Have you any idea where Shunty might be? As far as I'm aware, DSIL is looking into Mark Davidson. What? Why? Andrea, you were the scribe in that brainstorm session this afternoon. Don't you remember? Doesn't mean the rationales didn't bamboozle me. He was heading to Dungavel. What? Where's that? Immigration Centre. Is that the only reason for your call? Nope, but I've noticed how Kirsten's not speaking to you. Eh? Marshall was blushing. Jolene was watching him, so he turned away. What do you mean? Refuses to call yourself. Why is that? No idea. Why don't you ask her? I did, and she was as weird as you are about it. I'll get it out of you. Don't worry. Elliot's laugh was full of mischief. Good news, though. She's got an ID for another victim. The three we... Aye. The one killed 9 months ago. I mean, I did most of the legwork on it. Had to call in a favour with a guard in Ireland. A violent assault in a pub in Temple Bar in Dublin. No time served, but kept DNA on file. Another criminal record. Aye. Funny, eh? Quite different victimology to Keen. I agree. Marshall tightened his grip on the phone. Can you give us his address? His? Marshall, it's the lassie. Chapter 31.
Grace. Grace sat back in the seat, pressing against her headrest and glancing over at him as subtly as she could. The dashboard lit up his face. Old, but athletic. Handsome, maybe. He kept on touching himself. Down there. Ah, shite. He is a perv. She'd got into a car with a perv. So stupid. Knew she shouldn't hitchhike and she'd got in the first car that stopped, and he's wanking himself off while he drives. The wiper cleared the rain on the windscreen. They passed a sign for Langham, 2 miles away. Can I get out? He looked over. Eh? Please, stop the car and let me out.
It's pissing down.
Let me out.
Come on, I'll take you.
You're wanking yourself off there.
I'm not.
You're touching yourself.
I've just had a vasectomy.
Bullshit, let me out.
Come on, I can't let you out in that.
Grace reached into the bag's side pocket and eased the hunting knife out of the sheath. Just pull over. I'll walk the...
Don't be daft.
She pointed the knife at him. Let me out.
Okay.
He hit the brake and she jerked forward, the seatbelt biting into her shoulder.
I don't know what you think I am, but...
I appreciate the lift, but you're a sick bastard. Grace kept the knife trained on him as she grabbed her bag and opened the door. She stepped out into the grass verge, and her jeans were soaked straight away.
Daft lassie,
he sighed.
Good luck.
She slammed the door and he drove off, honking his horn. She wrapped the bag over her shoulders, absolutely ravenous now. God. He was right about one thing, though. The rain was pretty heavy. Her thin coat didn't exactly keep the rain off, didn't have a hood. Still, she'd made a couple of hours of progress down the road. Must be halfway to Carlisle by now. She eased the knife back into its sheath. Bastard thing wouldn't go. There. She put the bag on both shoulders and set off. Left, right, left, right. Getting into a car with a guy like that, wanking himself off while he drove. Jesus! Something rumbled behind her. A lorry. She jumped off the road onto the verge and it rumbled past. She waited for the splash, braced for it. Didn't happen. She looked up, expecting the driver to pull over, another desperate wanker, but the lorry slipped off into the town in the distance. The lights were bright. There were shops there, food, drink. She needed energy. She hurried on, pushing herself hard now, desperate for those chips. Her legs were aching already. Running in PE at school wasn't preparation for this. Mum always said she was skin and bone. She'd kill for some muscles right now, ones that didn't ache. Still, the town wasn't that far away now. She passed a car park, 2 cars sitting there, driver to driver. Harrison would do that with his mates. Usually bought some hash or sold some speed. Half the time he was just showing off Grace to them. Look at my young bird, eh? She hurried on past them, just in case they spotted her, then crossed the bridge over some river and, finally, she was in the town itself. A long high street, but a lorry was parked on the pavement, blocking the road. The chip shop looked like it was open, and it was actually a Chinese takeaway. She'd remembered it differently when she'd stopped there with Mum. She scanned the menu in the window. The man waiting inside was staring at her. She tried to ignore him. They did chips. The best chips were always from Chinese takeaways. That's what Dad told her. A Londis a few doors down. Over the road was a local paper shop, but it looked shut. The lorry blocked the way, so she couldn't see past it to see if there were any other options. Crisps or chips? She was absolutely starving. Skipped lunch. Breakfast was a slice of toast. Chips. She went into the Chinese and walked up to the counter. The woman looked up. Yes? Bag of chips, please. Salt vinegar? Please. £2. But she disappeared through the bag before Grace could pay.
Best chips for miles around.
The man waiting inside was staring at his phone. Big guy. Looked old. About the same age as the wanking perf. He looked exhausted. Big bags around his eyes. Panda man.
You okay there?
I'm fine. She ignored him. Wished she had her phone on her. So bored. He put his mobile away and took his time looking her up and down. Not quite sleazy. Something else. Concern?
Here, let me pay for your chips.
He was Scottish, and his accent was local. His hat covered his ears. She was surprised he could hear her. No, I've got the money.
Love, I know a troubled kid when I see one. Brother used to be a cop.
Shite. He'd tell him and they'd find her, and she'd go to jail just like her dad.
Whatever trouble you're in, it's okay.
Said I'm fine. God.
Kid like you needs every penny. It's just £2, but you need it a lot more than I do.
He reached into his pocket slowly and produced a £2 coin, then slid it across the counter.
There. Paid for.
Thank you. But I won't suck your cock for a bag of chips.
Who do you think I am?
He looked angry.
Just trying to help you, okay? Because you look like you need help.
She nodded, slowly. The rain lashed against the window.
Miserable night. You walking?
To Carlisle?
Carlisle?
His eyes went wide.
You'll be hours.
I'll be fine.
Where have you come from?
Hike.
You're soaked. Listen, if you need a lift to Carlisle, I'm heading to Manchester tonight.
Manchester? That was more than halfway. Easy to get to Birmingham from there. And she actually knew a friend of her dad's there, Uncle Pete. She looked him up and down. Could she trust him? He seemed okay, but... She had the knife. Sod it. Aye, thank you. A lift would be great. Can I pay you?
God, no. Not my truck, not my fuel. Company's always good. Only so many audiobooks you can listen to, eh?
The curtain rattled, and the woman reappeared with 2 bags. Here you go. She looked at the money on the counter. Thank you.
Cheers, Tina.
The man took the bags and left the place.
Name's Archie.
Grace followed him out into the rain. I'm Faith.
Nice name.
He opened the passenger door of his lorry.
Here you go, doll.
It was some climb to get in there. If this went to shit, how the hell was she going to get out? What were the odds of 2 pervs in one night? 95% of the world was normal, right? So, 1 in 20? She'd take those odds. She hopped in and put her rucksack at her feet. He shut the door and walked around. She tried the door and managed to get it open. Okay, that was fine. She eased the knife out of the bag and put it in her pocket. That was fine too. Archie hopped in and passed her a bag of chips.
Like I say, best in the area.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
She opened her bag. The chips were golden and crisp, with a sharp tang of vinegar hitting her nose and waking her up a bit. She stabbed a wee wooden fork into the first one and ate it. Bloody thing burnt her mouth, but she just chewed and chewed.
See what I mean?
Aye, they're brilliant. She ate 2 next. God, she was starving.
I'm guessing you're running away from home.
No, going to see my dad in Birmingham.
Long way to travel on your own at your age.
Aye, but I want to do it on my own, if that makes sense, for the achievement.
Nothing makes any sense at the best of times. You live your life and you just get on with it.
Archie shoved a handful of chips into his mouth and chewed. He had 2 bags of them, and some spring rolls in a plastic tub. He gunned the engine, deep and rattling through a seat.
I'll eat as we go.
He pulled off and chewed his chips as they went.
Driven down from Thurso today.
I don't know where that is.
Right on the top of Scotland, near John O'Groats. You can see Orkney from there. Or the Southern Islands anyway.
Archie bit a spring roll like it was a sausage.
Some lads go via Glasgow, but I had to stop in at Pennycook to get some idiot to check the tatties were up to standard. Special ones, a rare breed.
He chuckled and ate more of his spring roll.
That's pigs, isn't it? Heirloom variety. That's it. Some daft contest or something. Needs a lorry full of them. Anyway, they passed the test, so I'm driving to Exeter tomorrow. Now, we might not make it as far as Manchester tonight, but I'm going to keep going as long as I can.
So, maybe further than Manchester?
Maybe, aye. Popped a speed just north of Barsall, see how long it lasts.
Speed?
Aye, keeps me alert.
Jesus, like Harrison and those idiot mates of his. Grace didn't feel safe, but for a totally different reason this time. Chapter 32. Sayal.
You and me, Shunty, we're complete opposites.
DC Jim McIntyre was driving, a big guy whose appearance screamed cop. Tall, strong dark hair, calm, and he was right. Rakesh wasn't any of those things. Well, he was pretty tall, and his hair was even darker than McIntyre's. But strength and calmness? They were passing through deepest, darkest South Lanarkshire. Not exactly different from the area he was based in now. Forestry plantations on rolling hills rising to mountains. But it had that off feeling Sayal had every time he went within about 20 miles of home. Something felt bad here. Always did. In what way are we opposites?
I spent 15 years in uniform and Pringle pushed me into becoming a detective with a promise of a pay rise that hasn't materialised.
McIntyre pulled into the Dungavel House car park and wedged their pool Audi between 2 minibuses.
You're a direct entry.
So, I'm stopping you getting promoted or something?
Didn't say that.
Do you think it?
No, but Jolene does.
Yeah, I know all about that. Sayal was careful when he opened the door. After this morning's incident in Selkirk, the last thing he needed to do was scrape the other vehicle with his door as he got out. Besides, who had to take a minibus to a place like this? Oh, he knew. He knew very well. Sayal sneaked through the gap and followed McIntyre across the dark car park, taking in the place. A modern facsimile of a Scots baronial castle, blocked off by 12-foot fences, like if they made The Walking Dead in Scotland and some evil warlord had set up a commune in there. The place itself was dark, but the grounds glowed under the floodlights, the light spreading to the mature woods on the other side of the car park. Aye, it was spooky as hell, especially at night. McIntyre stopped at the gate and held up his warrant card.
DSIL here called ahead.
The 2 guards wore orange vests. Both sneered at Sayal like someone with his skin tone should be in there as a guest. The older one thumbed him in, then stepped aside. McIntyre crossed the courtyard to the security door. Not Sayal's first time there, but his first time at night. It had all the warmth of an A&E at 4 a.m. the Saturday before Christmas, when all the idiots had kicked lumps out of each other. He walked up to the reception desk and showed his warrant card.
Yes, Rakesh Sayal, here to see Afri Shamsuddin. The guard had a strong poker face, etched with a precise goatee. He scanned the ID, taking greater care than passport control, especially with Sayal's brown skin. The wall behind him was stuffed with postcards from hot places: Magaluf, Rhodes, Palma, Antalya, even Sydney Harbour Bridge. He handed the card back. Afraid they've countermanded your meeting, Sergeant. Who has? They have. The Home Office? The guard nodded. Shite. All that way just to... What's up? McIntyre was frowning at him. Sayal ignored him. His head was a flood of thoughts, mostly about how stupid he was. He tried to wade through it and get to the other side, and got something. Can you check on the system to see who Afri's lawyer is? Sure. The guard's fingers clattered across the keyboard. Okay. Says it's a Rakesh Sayal. He looked over at him. That's you? It is. I'm still a practicing lawyer. Afri's my client, so I'm insisting on speaking to her. They countermanded that. This meeting is about her appeal. Please, a sergeant. The guard didn't look like he knew which way to jump. One way was getting his arse kicked by his boss, the other by the Home Office. Fine. He pressed a button and a door opened wide. I'll get her brought down ASAP. Room 3, just around the corner. Thank you. Sayal smiled like he meant it, then entered the door and walked down the corridor. Whatever torment they were inflicting on people, the wall still had the air of old Scottish grandeur. Just missed a stag's head hanging there. In fact, you could make out the shape of where it had been. The cheap magnolia hadn't quite covered the previous layers of paint. The signs were worse. Processing, interviews, onward travel. Do you wish to plead guilty or be found guilty? The place was filled with shouting and crying, haunting the corridors. The constant stream of newcomers would be the ones making all the noise, thinking volume could get them released. After a few days they'd be used to it, but the prospect of returning to where they'd fled... McIntyre opened the door to room 3 and popped his head in. Clear. He entered. Sayal followed, but he couldn't take a seat. Couldn't rest. You been here before, Shunty? Not for a while, no. Most of our dealings were in the police station. The way they've treated her. It's barbaric. She's a victim in all this. But she did come here illegally. Sayal looked at him. He meant it. She was trying to fix that. We were, doing all the paperwork. Besides, when she left... Still. Jesus. McIntyre was a bigot. You honestly think... McIntyre laughed. Winding you up, mate. Sayal didn't believe him, or didn't know whether to. McIntyre looked around the corners of the room. They call this an immigration removal centre. Talk about Orwellian. Sayal didn't have anything else to add to that. Me and Liam. McIntyre shut his eyes for a brief moment. Last year, we picked up this lad for stealing bread from Asda and Gala. Minor crime as it went. Trouble was, he'd come here illegally from Yemen. We were going to let him go, but these people in black suits appeared and took him away. Heard he'd been sent here. Feel pretty bad about it, especially seeing it in the flesh, as it were. You want to talk about Liam? McIntyre looked up at him, then away. I'm fine. Sayal hadn't even started when what happened to Liam happened, but at least he'd finished it. Did some good, and twatted a car off a bridge badly enough to earn a stupid nickname. The door opened, and a guard led a frail woman in, a hollowness to her eyes, her skin pallid, her hair a frizzy spiral. took Sayal a few moments to recognise her as Afri Shamsuddin. She'd been here a year and had aged 10 in that time. She didn't sit and looked at McIntyre with deep suspicion. Sayal smiled at the guard. "Thanks. I'd like a moment with my client in private." "Sure thing." He gave a tight nod, then shut the door behind him. Afri looked up at him, and it took her a few seconds to focus. "Rakesh?" "Hi, Afri." Sayal walked around and grabbed the back of the chair he should be sitting on. He still couldn't bring himself to sit. "I'd ask you how you're doing, but this place, it's killing me, Rakesh." Afri sat opposite McIntyre, looked like she didn't have the strength to remain standing. "I'm absolutely broken by the way I've been treated." She tugged at her curls. "I just wanted a new life where I wasn't being oppressed. And look where I am now. Look at this place." McIntyre smiled at her. "On behalf of this country, I'd like to apologise to you." She scowled at him. "Who are you?" "Do you see Jim McIntyre?" She frowned. "He's a cop." "I'm a police officer now, Afri. Jim works with me." "You're... after what they did to me?" "That's part of it. Actually, it's most of the reason I joined up. Your ordeal made me want to change the system from the inside. Right now, I want to get you out of here." "Good luck. I'm supposed to be on the first plane to Rwanda." "Shit." "When that fails in the High Court, I'll be heading to a worse place than home." She nibbled at her nails, already cut to the quick. McIntyre seemed a bit twitchy, but he kept his mouth shut. Good boy. "Afri, I'm still registered as your lawyer. Why isn't anyone from Greening and Binney on there?" "I don't know." "I'll take up with Owen Greening. He still owes me." "I doubt that'll help me." "Afri, I'm investigating your case as part of my current role." Sayal finally took a seat. "I need to ask you a few questions about that night." Her eyes burned with fire. "Why?" "It's pertinent to the investigation." "What investigation?" "Danish lawyer, Mark Davidson, is a suspect in a serial murder case." A steely calm settled over her. "How does that help me exactly?" Good question. Her legal brain was still in top condition. "Rakesh, I don't think you discrediting him will have any bearing on me. Doesn't matter who reported me. I came here illegally. That's all they care about." She leaned forward, and it was like her elbows were the only thing keeping her upright. "Have you got some kind of vendetta against Mark Davidson?" She was right. This was a vendetta against Davidson. Sayal was self-aware enough to recognise that, but he didn't want this whole thing slipping out of his grasp. "Look, if we can get you as a witness in a case against Davidson or his client, then that'll defer any deportation." She narrowed her eyes at him. Her legal mind was as sharp as any Sayal had met, and she could see the logic in what he said. She looked at McIntyre. "I was a lawyer back home, you know. A bloody good one. When your country and the Allies pulled out, the Taliban took over again. They don't like women. They especially don't like smart women, and they certainly didn't like me. At the start, I was helping other women. Thought I was doing good, but they started targeting me. They killed my husband. I had to get out of there." "I'm very sorry to hear that, Afri. I can't imagine what you've been through." "You'll never have to, will you?" She looked McIntyre up and down. "Men like you are never the targets, are you?" "I don't want to get into an argument with you. I support DSIL here, 100%. That somehow seemed to pacify her. "Okay. You've got me, Rakesh. What do you want to know?" That night, talk to me.
It was all covered in the case. He was masked. I couldn't see him.
But it was Brian Darragh, correct?
That's right. My boss. He owned the pub I cleaned.
In those interviews, you said it was definitely him.
That's right.
Was it?
I think so.
Afri, think isn't good enough. What makes you think it was him? Something in your unconscious mind confirmed it, and I need to get at what that was. Make it tangible. Take me through it step by step. What did you see? What did you hear? What did you smell? What did you feel?
Why?
Because Davidson let it slip to me that it maybe wasn't Brian Darragh.
What? Who was it?
The million-dollar question.
Look, I've thought about it a lot. In here, I've got a lot of time on my own, and I get these flashbacks. They say it's PTSD. As a result of what they did, I lost my baby. Can you imagine what that's like? I went through that, and the only thing I had left for my husband is gone.
She flared her nostrils, then swallowed something down.
I don't want to replay what happened, but to answer your question, there were maybe 2 men.
Maybe?
Okay, I think there were. They carried me, I'm not exactly heavy, so one could have taken me. That's what I thought, but I was struggling.
Crowd control. One to control her head and arms, cover her mouth. The other to do most of the lifting. Made sense. Can you describe them?
One was hairier than the other, smelled of some strong cologne, but I don't know who. If it wasn't Darragh, I have no idea who either was.
Sayal sat back. If it wasn't Darragh, then could it be Davidson? He needed to find out. Thank you. He stood up. Afri, I'm going to get you out of here, okay? She looked up at him with exhausted eyes.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
I don't. I will get you out of here. Chapter 33. Marshall. If he's not here, we're going to have to do this ourselves. Marshall pressed the doorbell and waited, looking around. Washington was an old town as much to the south of Newcastle as to the west of Sunderland. Like a lot down here, it hadn't exactly been levelled up during 12 years of Conservative government. The address was halfway down a long row of 60s houses, nicotine yellow under the streetlights with trios of lock-up garages spaced out. Jolene looked around at Marshall, shivering in the cold evening, but she didn't say anything. The house itself could do with some attention. The masonry was cracked, the paint faded. Marshall's phone chimed. He checked it, an email from Barker. He opened it and it had no text, just a photo. Stephen Cork, an ugly bugger, with blonde hair styled like that daft footballer. Movement misted in the window, and the door opened. A young man looked out. Plain white t-shirt showing off sleeve tattoos up both arms. Baseball cap. Chains. "What's up?" "Police." Jolene showed her warrant card. "Looking for Gary McMenemy." "That's me. Why are the feds here?" "Are you married to Layla McMenemy?" "Found her body, yeah?" His accent was the street patois of West London, with a sprinkling of the northeast. Jolene frowned. "Excuse me?" "My missus ran off 9 months ago. Cops show up. Stands to reason you found her body." Gary held out his arms, clasped at the wrist. "Cuff me and do me." "Are you saying you killed her?" "Wish I had," he laughed. "Fuck it. Want to know the truth? If she'd turned up here, I would have ended her. After what she put me through, it'd be the least she deserved."
Marshall smiled at him. You're pretty blasé about this. Got nothing to hide, kid. Motto of my life now. Transparent honesty all the way. Kid. The guy was early 20s at the most. Mr. McMenemy, can we come in? You ain't coming in. Something in there we shouldn't find. No sign there at all. I'll tell you anything you want to know, but we're doing it out here. Drugs, probably. Or Marshall was being a judgmental prick. He wasn't a suspect, so they didn't need insight. But it was cold out here, even to a thick-blooded, thick-headed Scot like Marshall. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on Gary. We found your wife's remains. Thought so? Gary snorted. He looked up at the sky and it seemed like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He shifted his focus between Jolene and Marshall. Where? In a wood in southern Scotland, about 100 miles from here. When did she die? 9 months ago. Right? Gary started scrunching his face up tight, kept doing it, like he was stifling tears. Leila Upton left 9 months ago, pretty much to the day. Last week, in fact, out of the blue. His accent had lost the patois and was his native northeast. I was at work. Just left us, man. Me and our bairn. What the fuck am I supposed to do on my own with a bairn, eh? Talk to me about her, Gary. She'll be 22 next month. I mean, she won't be, but you know what I mean. 2 months older than us. I knocked her up at 16. Did the right thing by her, you know. Been an absolute car crash, like. Jolene folded her arms over her chest. Why did she leave? I don't know, do I? She never mentioned any frustrations. All the fucking time, man. Constantly. How shit I was as a man, how annoying our bairn was, how little help we get from our parents. Of course hers were perfect, weren't they? Did you worry she'd killed herself? No, never. Leila wasn't that kind of lass. So, what did you think? Thought she'd left us? Gary's face crumpled like a sheet of paper. He fell back against the wall and slid down it until he was crouching there, back pressed against the masonry. He looked like a young lad, someone who'd done too much too young, like he'd sprinted through his life and only just realised it was a marathon and he had a lot of laps to go. Blubbering like a small kid. Probably the first time he'd been able to feel anything in months. Jolene squatted next to him. Hey, it's okay. No, it's fucking not. The shit she put us through, man. She was abusive. Shouted at us. Put us down. His cheeks were streaked with tears. Night before she went, I was looking after the bairn and she was out. And I cracked. What happened? She came back, mortal. Started shouting at us, woke the bairn. Then she told her off for it. Wasn't her fault, was it? Kid's mum comes in, banjaxed and shouting her head off, dancing to Taylor fucking Swift. I calmed the bairn down and had a word with Leila. Told her to quit her nonsense like. He shut his eyes and clenched his jaw. Then she hit us with a vodka bottle. Knocked us clean out. Must have scared her. Thought I was dead. So she ran away. Never heard from her again. The police looked into it, but never found her. And the investigating officer couldn't even be bothered to turn up. Marshall tried to connect Leila McMenemy with the victims of Martin Keane, but nothing was tying together. She did, however, share something with Steve Cork up in Berwick. Anger issues, violence, a difficult life, a criminal record that let them identify her remains. I need to ask you some questions. Let's start with her routines. Daily, weekly, monthly. Sure. Not much. Barely left the house, like. When she did, it was on a Friday night to get wrecked with her mates.
Sometimes didn't come home until Sunday. And you never went out? How could I? How did she get around? Walked most places. Couldn't drive. Cycle? Nope. Got the bus like. Was your wife into exercise? Gary skilled. Never. Why? What about jogging? Sports? No. Told you. During the week she didn't leave the house. I was out at work like, but I knew she was in. How? Got security cameras on the doors. Never left. Nobody came round. Did your wife take any drugs? Like illegal? That kind of thing. Probably. I don't know though. Kid she hung out with, let's say it's likely. And you said she drank. Right. Did you have any reason to think she was promiscuous? His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. You don't stay out in a lash for 2 nights straight without doing something like that, right? Thank you. I know it's difficult. Did you have any evidence? She didn't shit where she ate, if that's what you're asking. Did she have a debit or credit card? Both here. She cleared about 60 quid from my wallet. No idea how much she had on her, like. Did she take risks? Not with a bear, no, but, well, it's how we've got her, right? I wanted to wear rubber or get her on the pill. She wasn't that good at remembering to take it, like. Did she suffer from any mental illnesses? Nothing diagnosed, but I mean, she was nuts. Angry as fuck, like. Didn't know what that was, but it was something. Did she talk about her fears or her fantasies? She hated being stuck, like, trapped. Used to wake up screaming, saying she was trapped in a burning house, wanted to run away. He scratched his cheek. And she did. Did she use her phone or computer a lot? How do you mean? The kids describe it as being very online. Was that her? Not really. Bit of social media, schoolbook, Twitter, Instagram, posted photos on there. Gary stood up tall and got out a fancy Samsung phone, brand new and expensive, one of those folding ones. He snapped it open and held out a schoolbook profile page. Layla McMenemy. Nothing posted in 9 months, 7 days. The last post was a video of her in a karaoke bar, mic in hand. Before that, lots of drunk photos of her and her mates. No sign she was married with a kid. Her phone's still here, like? Gary thumbed behind him into the house. Police took it, but gave us it back. Like I fucking want it. What am I supposed to do with my dead wife's phone? See all the texts to blokes she was fucking behind my back? Oddly, she just fucked off out of my life. Nobody's heard from her since. Jolene looked at him. We understand she was arrested in Dublin. Fighting a hen night 2 years ago. Can you believe it? Someone started on her and Layla could never not finish things. She got arrested after they had a scrap. That's what she told me anyway. Mates backed her up. I don't know the truth. Could be bollocks, like. She was arrested and charged. That's how we obtained her DNA to match it against her remains. Fucking hell. Dad! Dad! Back in a sec. Gary barged into the house, leaving the door open. Dad! A small girl in a wheelchair, dressed in pink and yellow clothes, maybe 5 years old. Could be MS, cerebral palsy, or MND. It punched Marshall in the stomach. Poor kid. Both of them. She'd lost her mother and he had to raise a child with special needs on his own. Jolene leaned in close to Marshall. The investigating cop who was supposed to meet us here has finally shown up. She gestured at the squad car making a dog's ear of parking by a garage. Worth me looking into what they found in her? I think so. If they did a better job than Barker up in Berwick, we might have some sightings of her. Get an idea of how she got from here to Elibank in a couple of days. We should head back to their HQ and see what I can gather. What about you?
I think only a profile's going to help us here. Really need all 3 victims to do an effective profile. But I know enough that we're dealing with a new killer. The differences from the Shadow Man are massive. Marshall looked inside the tiny house, worried about being overheard. I need to get the best in the business to help. Chapter 34. Grace. The lights on the motorway were swooshing in front of Grace's eyes. Green cat's eyes on the left became red during the... What were they called? The bits where you turned off the road. She had no idea, but she was knackered. The chips were sitting heavy in her stomach, but being tired was much better than being hungry. The truck's cabin was absolutely melting, like when Mum roasted a chicken. And Archie's audiobook was so loud too, and irritating as. Why did that guy have to keep saying Dale every time he talked to the character called Dale? She noticed he was saying something. Can't hear you.
Sorry.
Archie reached over and turned it down.
Bottles of water in my fridge back there if you want.
Told you, I'm fine.
Still think you need to drink something. People don't hydrate enough these days.
She didn't want to think what he did when he needed to pee.
How you doing over there, Faith?
I'm okay. Grace smiled at him, but it hid the turmoil burning away underneath. Her hand was still resting on the hilt of the knife, greasy fingers still just about gripping it. He yawned into his fist.
That speed is wearing off. Thinking I might pull in at the truck stop just after Penrith.
Oh. Not even 8 o'clock. He'd taken her past Carlisle at least, but she was hoping to get to Manchester tonight. Then she could look up Pete. She thought her dad's mate was called Pete anyway. Something like that.
Sorry, but I've driven all the way from Thurso, and I'm cream crackered, so I think I'm going to get a few hours here. You're welcome to stay in the cab.
Staying in the same place as some old dude. You. When were you...
I'll try and get on the road about 4 in the morning. Beat the Manchester rush hour.
Where are you heading?
Exeter. Told you.
Right. But you're going to Birmingham?
Not to it, no. I could drop you at the services at Walsall.
Where's that?
On the outskirts of Birmingham. Kind of. Truck stop there. Decent fry-up. Nice selection of... He yawned. Cold drinks.
She didn't have her phone anymore, but she reckoned she was only 50 miles from home. While she'd made much more progress than by walking, sleeping in a lorry in the north of England felt like she'd be staying in the same place too long. She needed to keep moving. I think I want to keep going tonight.
Sure. Listen, I've got 2 cribs here. One in with all the tatties. I can sleep in the back. You can sleep in here. I'll give you the keys.
Tempting. Thank you, but I'll take my chances with a coach.
If you're sure.
The brakes hissed, and he pulled off the motorway, twisting around a looping road, then steered into a truck stop. A wide open area, all floodlit. 10 lorries maybe, all parked away from each other. Felt like he was going way too fast. But he hissed to a gradual stop and parked about as far away as he could get from anyone else. He let his seatbelt go and seemed to collapse.
Watch yourself, Faith. There are a lot of bad people about.
She unplugged her seatbelt, but it just sort of flopped over her. I can handle myself.
Don't kid yourself. Remember the rule for men picking female hitchers. Cash, grass, or ass.
Ew, gross.
I'm serious.
Which one do you want?
Oh, I'm the rare example of someone who buys you chips.
Archie held out his hand to shake.
It's been nice knowing you, Faith. Hope you get yourself where you need to be.
Thanks, Archie. She shook his hand. He was palming a £20 note, like her uncle would do. I can't take this.
Please, get yourself a nice meal, or several bags of chips. I don't care. Just look after yourself.
She should refuse it, but she needed money, any amount. Thanks, Archie. She eased the knife back into her bag, then opened the door and hopped out onto the tarmac. I do mean it. Thank you.
Just be safe.
His eyes were looking heavy, like he really needed to crash. She shut the door carefully and trudged off across the lorry park. Felt much bigger out of the truck. Where the hell was she going? No plan, really. Penrith? She needed to head into town and find the bus station, or train station. Get on down to Manchester and Birmingham. She did have money, but she didn't want to waste it on a hotel or a B&B. She'd do what Mum did and sleep in the car, if she had a car. She hoped she wouldn't regret turning down a bed for the night. Bloody hell. She was so lost without her phone. Then again, it had a chance of betraying her like Dad's had him. She stopped at the edge of the truck stop, by the road. A sign pointed into the town centre. Penrith was a much bigger place than Hawick. The bus station had to be open all night. She'd be fine. Totally fine. She walked along the pavement at the side of the road, much busier than the one she'd left at Hawick. Cars on both sides of the road. That was good. Less likely to get abducted. Still, she was back to walking. She needed something to get through this. Getting to see Dad in prison was only going to be so much. She needed more than that. A truck like a fat SUV slowed as it approached and flashed its lights at her. She flicked the V's at it and walked on, head bowed, heading into the darkness as the streetlights ended. Archie was right. The roads were full of creepy bastards. The truck was next to her now. It must have turned around. Slow, matching her pace. Window down. She caught a Batman symbol on the side. She looked over but couldn't see the driver. I'm not a sex worker. No, but you look like you're hitching. I'm fine. Listen, I'm going to Bristol. That any use? He sounded English, but she didn't know where from. Said I'm fine. Grace kept walking. The creepy bastard was still driving after her. Seriously, I'm a good guy. It's dangerous around here. Just supposed to take your word for it that you're a good guy. Bye-bye. She gave him a one-handed wave and hurried up. Where the hell was the town centre? Look, I'm serious. Where are you going? Listen, I can drop you in Manchester or Preston. I'm fine. Tough gig, running away. Haven't run away. Sure, okay. I mean, that's what I told people. When of course I had. Like I had a choice. Abusive dad, drunk mum, brother left home, just me and them. Had to get away. No option. He knew what she was going through. Maybe she could trust him. Fine. She was tired. She needed to keep moving. Besides, she had the knife. She opened the door and got a good look at him. If he was dodgy, she'd run and he'd have a door hanging open. He looked okay. Mid-30s maybe? Clean-shaven, nice haircut, short and precise. Flannel shirt, black walking trousers. Name's John. John, I'm Faith.
Nice to meet you, Faith. She got in. The front smelled of pine and something sweet. Was it wakey energy drink?
Thank you.
She stowed her bag at her feet and snapped on her seatbelt, then gripped her knife.
Sorry, it's just...
I get it. Hitchhiking's a dangerous game. Don't know who's out there. John pulled off, then swung into a U-turn. So, Faith, where are you going?
Birmingham.
What are you doing there?
My dad lives there.
Right. They're a Hoyk accent.
Aye.
Can't your dad have driven up to pick you up?
It's complicated.
Family, eh? John drove them onto the motorway and floored it past a lorry. Heard about some bother with a lorry driver a few months back. Picked up some lad, tried it on with him. Big fight. Someone lost an ear.
An ear?
Aye. John laughed. Don't know who it was. Messy stuff. Better sticking to cars and vans.
I don't do this often, but I know what I'm doing.
You're young, right?
20?
I don't believe you. Hey, it's okay. I was 16 when I ran away from home. Managed to sort myself out, though. She just nodded into the dark. Something felt wrong, though. He was in the inside lane and indicating left, the light flashing against the side of the road. His headlights caught the sign. Junction 41, Wigton. This isn't the way to... Something caught her in the mouth, hard, snapped her head back against the seat rest, felt like she'd lost a tooth. The truck took a sharp left at the roundabout. His hand grabbed her hair and smacked her head against the glove box. She reached for the knife, but he jerked the wheel and all she did was spill the bag. It toppled over and the end popped open. What the fuck? He took a left in a country lane and parked up. He got out of the truck. She scrabbled at the door trying to find the release. There! He was there already. She tried to rush past him. The seatbelt sliced into her shoulder. Stupid! Finally got the seatbelt to go, but he trapped her. She got the knife out of the bag and pointed it at him. Let me go. You're threatening me? He laughed. Do you know how many people actually have the guts to plunge a knife into another human being, or to slash them, or to even draw blood? Go ahead, Faith. Cut me. Put the knife in right here. He pointed at his left pectoral. My heart's right there. Get it right and I'll be dead. You'll have stopped me. She wanted to just plunge it deep. Then this fucker wouldn't... She couldn't. She couldn't do it. He was right. She couldn't kill someone else. He grabbed her wrist and bent her arm back. Fire burnt all the way up to her neck. She dropped her knife and it dug into her shoe. He grabbed her by the hair and pulled her out of the truck onto the road. He yanked his arm around her neck, choking her, and lifted her off the ground. The corners of her vision started to close in on the centres. He threw her in the back of the truck and punched her hard in the breast, knocking every gasp of air from her lungs. Thing you don't have, Faith, is the confidence of a killer. I have it. You don't. He slammed the door. Dark. She couldn't breathe. Felt like he'd snapped a bone or two. Shit. Stupid. So fucking stupid. Why hadn't she stayed with Archie? Why did she have to keep on chancing it? The door opened again, and she tried kicking. Missed, caught clean air. Something hit her. Her rucksack. He grabbed her and pushed her face down. Something slid around her wrists, and she couldn't move. Then her ankles. She kicked out again and caught something. Bitch! Her feet were stuck together, and she couldn't move. Then something covered her mouth. The light caught Mr. Teddy, lying there, but even he couldn't save her. He grabbed her hair again. She expected him to smash her head against the floor.
Something ripped. She looked down. He had a knife and was slicing her clothes, right down the middle. He hauled them off and tossed them to the side. Her bra slid off, and she was naked in the freezing air. Just remember one thing, Missy. I'm in charge here. Okay? Something went over her eyes. Everything went black. He taped her eyes shut. Chapter 35. Marshall. Marshall knocked on the door and stepped back, breathing in familiar cleaning smells that hadn't changed. Somewhere nearby, someone was vacuuming, the drone sounding distant like traffic. He hadn't been here in such a long time. Felt like a lifetime. But 10 years wasn't that far off. Professor Leanna Curtis, Chief Profiler, Centre for Criminal Profiling Excellence. She'd done well for herself. And she wasn't here. Great. The world was full of lying PAs, desperate to get off the phone and... Come. So she was still here. Thank God. Marshall opened the door and stepped in. It had been his office for a few days after Goldberg's abrupt retirement, but the place was now unrecognisable. Gone were the bookshelves groaning under the weight of hundreds of egos. The walls were now filled with 2 giant TV screens filled with a spreadsheet and what looked like a free-form mind-mapping app. 10 whiteboards, all with her immaculate handwriting. A meeting room table had 4 chairs around it, and another larger one was stuffed with piles of books and papers. Marshall waved a hand at it. If I didn't know any better, I'd say that's Goldberg's horizontal filing system. Instead of facing the corner, the giant oak desk was now in the window, facing into the room. It actually works, and really well. Leanna was sipping from a tall coffee cup. The room smelled of smoky stuff, which Marshall traced to the espresso pod machine over by the door to the bathroom. You're lucky I'm still here, Rob. Always were the night owl. Marshall stepped into the room, but he didn't know where to sit, or what to do. Glad you're still here. I drove all this way because your PA said you'd be working late. Need to focus on a profile for a case in Nottingham. Serial rapist. My drive up to Scotland hasn't exactly helped progress that. Right. Sorry. He thumbed at the door. I can come back. No, Rob. It's fine. She sighed. So, what brings you here? I need your help with a profile. Funny. Because Bruce told me your lot have got a guy who does all that. Presume that's you. My boss is keen on overselling what I do. Pringle? The guy with all those whistles and weird phrases? Sadly. He's okay, I guess. Just lets me get on with it. Well, he's supposed to. With a colleague out, I've had to run his team. Quite the cop now, aren't you? For my sins, aye. She grinned, but he couldn't read much into what she meant by it. So, why are you here, Rob? Marshall took the seat opposite her desk. Durham's night blinked through the window behind her. During the day it'd be blinding. I need your help. She was frowning. Listen, spoke to Goldberg on my way back. He told me about what happened with Anna. Why the hell was she bringing this up? I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't tell anyone. Just Jacob. Sat and worked up a profile on her death together. Never got anywhere. Turned out to be a bit too close to home. You solved it? I did. I've had therapy. A ton of it. Some people say buttload, but I don't know what that means.
For the first time in years, I feel at ease with what happened. Marshall winced. Not at ease, but I realise there's nothing I can do about what happened to her. The man who's responsible is behind bars, awaiting sentencing. If you believed in ghosts needing to move on, then Anna's would finally be able to. I've done more than my fair share of grieving over her. Her mouth hung open. That's a bit crass, isn't it? No. Marshall slapped a hand to his forehead. Not a day goes past where I don't wish Anna had lived, but I stopped living because of what happened. Things are different now. I've had therapy and I've had resolution and closure to it. And I can move on with my life. That's what I mean by it. I grieved for 20 years, and I owe it to myself to get on with living, and I owe it to her.